Every now and then they put their mouth on me. They she like they ain't in the car. They ride dick until you sleep and they go through your wallet. Fake ass, bitch ass, thigh ass, slut ass hoes. Working a secret Sunday, don't even wipe that phone. Dirty bitch, you done had a dick on one of your home.
Okay. Okay, I'm just checking. I'm just checking, making sure the sound is right. Okay. Um, wow. You know, I let me mute myself. Okay, here we go. Okay, what's going on, Verbal? What's going on, Queen of Cali? What's going on, sis? We're gonna be talking about these nuggets. I decided to call them nuggets. You know, they're not nuggets of gold, they're nuggets of shit. You ever had to use the bathroom? Like, I mean, like your stomach is like in a knot, and you go to use the bathroom, and you push and you push, you like, like you constipated, and that big log that comes out, that nugget, that nugget of shit. That's what these niggas are in the Manosphere, and I don't even have to mention no name because I'm talking about all of them, all of them. They like to space each other out. They like to part from each other. But if you claim to be Manosphere, nigga, I'm talking about you. And I'm talking about Black Manosphere. If you claim to be Black Manosphere, that's everybody, all of you. This SmackDown is for all of you niggas. I'm tired of separating. Well, I don't have no problem with him. Just because I don't have no problem with you personally, nigga, your talking points is just like the others. It ain't nothing but a whole bogus ball of bullshit. You crying ass nigga. All of you niggas, all of you. That's from the angry man down to the lowest of the motherfucking lowest of you. You niggas ain't shit. All y'all do is talk about women all day. By now, you niggas could have wrote a whole book. You could have done some investigative work. You could really know a whole lot about women. In the whole month, all these motherfucking years, niggas, you still don't know nothing about women yet. You know why that is? Because you don't really care. You don't really care. You found your little avenue of making money. And so you found what you do best. You found what you do best. So what I've decided is that if you decided that the best you can do in life is to beat down on women, then now as a woman, I feel like it's my duty, motherfucker, to come and show you that you ain't shit. You're not even good at that. You're not even good at that. It's the best you can do, and you still not good at that. These whining little motherfuckers, yo. When do you think I can go through any of their channels and see a title where they're not talking about a Black woman? See, they can't talk about no other group of women. You know that nonsense they say, well, I'm Black man, so, I don't care about them. No, nigga, you don't know about them. That's why you don't talk about them. In all these motherfucking years, since you don't like Black women, why you haven't even gotten with a white woman or another woman? Nigga, why you ain't get like all this goddamn hatred? See, the problem isn't that it's about Black women. The problem is, bitch, you can't get a woman, period. Zero. And then when y'all end up with women, they're not the women that you claim that you only want to deal with. You niggas will go and get the overweight Latina, although you claim black women are fat, as if you don't like fat women. Or is it that you just don't like flat black women, but you okay with fat, dusty looking ass, ratchet ass other women, Latinas and motherfucking white women? Y'all go even get the fat ass Asian woman. They don't even have many of them like that. But y'all niggas will end up with them. The busted, roasted ass niggas. You niggas are the worst, man. Fuck out of here. I'm tired of walking through the internet and running across these dusty ass fucking niggas, y'all. And then when they get, you know, when somebody show you who they are, right? When they get doxxed and you find out who their peoples is. When you see the women who had their children, when you see even when they date out, it's some busted ass ugly shit. And all you see that they busted. I saw somebody's photo on a channel. Was it over there? Well, let me think where I was. I'm thinking I was over there by Sister Georgeton, right? This black dude. I think that's where I was. Black dude. I think it's that nigga truck. I'm talking about busted, dusted, fucking just ugly. You ever seen an ugly dude? You know, for me to call you ugly, you got to be bust down, fucking just done. Y'all know this already. Like I give everybody comments. I can see a nice looking brother in almost all brothers. You know what I mean? I see beauty all around, right? I see something. I'll look at something and say, well, they, they got nice eyes. I may even say, well, look, you got on, at least you got on a nice sweater. You're looking debonair today. You know what I mean? I can find something cute in most men. I'm not even joking. Something. Y'all seen where somebody come up and I say, well, I like your shirt. Like as if I really care about some niggas in their shirt. So am I like your shirt? Because it's the only thing I could come up with to say. Right? But if I say that a nigga is ugly, let me give you an example of an ugly nigga. That nigga truck, okay? I couldn't even look in his eyes and say that he at least had clear eyes. Because his eyeballs, the whites were yellow. Okay? The nigga over there drank too much or something, killing his liver. His eyes, balls was yellow. So I couldn't even say at least your eyeballs white. The eyes was too far apart. I couldn't even say you had your distance in your eyes, balls, are nice. The nigga nose. Okay. I'm talking about, well, God damn it. I'm just picturing this nigga. Let me see. I did have a photo of him. Let's go grab it. Let me go see if I can find it real quick, y'all. These niggas be busted. It's not even many of them, but the ones with the most anger be the most fucked up ones. I'm like, dude, I know why you angry. Stop blaming on women. You angry at God. You angry at God, right? Because God made you look the way you look. Don't be taking it out on your mama. Don't take it out on black women. Nigga, you don't even like other black men. And I understand. I understand. If I look like you, I would be angry at the motherfucker world too, nigga. I would look. Let me see if I can find it, y'all. I'm gonna put this link up because I don't want to roast these niggas too long. You know what I mean? But some of these niggas, we got invisible niggas like this SKC dude. These niggas be invisible for a fucking reason. Why y'all think these niggas invisible? Because as soon as we catch a glimpse of the nigga, we gonna be like, oh, okay. These niggas be ending their own little careers when they show their faces. Other men stop following them. And that's on my word. When some of these dudes, when they ended up at baby, when they ended up on that what the name of it was, when they did that Black Manosphere little meet and greet bullshit, some of them niggas ended their YouTube careers when they showed up. See, because I've always said this, and I'm gonna say this shit again. Men, most of you men, right? When y'all come and find this space called Black Manosphere, you thinking it's a great space for you to be in, so you can learn, help spread words, you can network and shit like that. And so you find a group of men who feel the same way you do about a particular woman. Like if your ex fucked over you, then you got fucked over by your ex. That doesn't mean all Black women did that to you, right? But you find this space, and then you'll end up hearing these dudes talk about Black women as a whole. There's even Black women who participate in this shit because they want to be thought of as you're different. You're different. So these bitches are just as worse as the niggas. They just as worse as the motherfucking niggas. They looking for that, somebody to come and touch them on the head. Good girl. Good girl. You know what I mean? They become pick-me's. I'm talking about pick-me's on a different level, baby. I'm talking about pick-me's on a different level. Because the men are talking about them as well. See, I've never been stupid enough to think that these niggas is talking about Black women, but they just not talking about me, though. In fact, when people come and say, no, Bomb, I'm not talking about you, I question them. What you mean you're not talking about me? I am a Black woman. But no, Bomb, but we're not talking about you. But what you mean you're not talking about? Well, Bomb, most Black women don't sew. Well, and I would say, well, there are a lot of Black women who do sew. Everybody don't do it. Then, Bomb, every Black woman don't cook. But I would put that majority of Black women cook. They may not like to cook. They may not even cook often, especially the younger ones, because why? They don't have whole families to cook for. Why would they be cooking? If I was a single younger woman, even if I was a single older woman, you think I'll be in the kitchen fucking cooking every day? For what? I wouldn't. Unless I enjoyed fucking cooking. If it was one of my pastimes, it's something that I enjoy doing. Yes, but why do y'all think that even when y'all reminisce about older people, your grandmothers and your aunts and shit, why do y'all like to make it seem like those women were a different generation in which they enjoyed doing certain things? See, that's how I know most of you niggas ain't got no family. And when you do have family, you a busted bitch and won't even go and talk to your family. You not even close to your family. You won't even go and ask them questions. You know what I notice about most of these motherfuckers is that they can always reminisce and mention a movie, though. They can always mention a motherfucking movie. Well, Bob, like they told us. Uh-oh, let me turn this TV off. Like they told us back in the day, doing the movie Colors, or in Boys in the Hood. And then what's worse about this shit is most of the movies that you talk about is movies that is really showing a negative side of Blackness. They're showing a negative side of blackness. And even when you talk about a movie like The Color Purple had all types of different people in it, black people, right? It starts off one way, ends up another way. The only reason the men were mad at that because of Mr. But Mr. got submission. That shit that y'all claim y'all want. Remember, Mr. got submission. Whatever he told Cecilia, or whatever her name was, to do, she did it without question. Hey, woman, come give me my shave. Hey, woman, get Pop a glass of water. Hey, woman, go take care of them children. She just got up from wherever she was doing and did exactly what he said. Did she look happy? For you broke back ass wenches who keep claiming that it was better back then. Better for who? And then, oh man, don't listen, you can't, they'll claim they have great conversation and they try to make it seem like I don't understand. No, I understand clearly. But what I'm telling you isn't fitting your narrative. You'll be embarrassed to admit. You ever notice the ones who are so smart that they just give up and they'll say some shit like, well, look, we just not going to agree. They never said that I was wrong, right? Because I can throw out the proof. In fact, I'm so confident in what I'm saying when I'm talking about what used to be, right, before you was born, kind of used to be, that I would welcome you to call one of your aunts, one of your motherfucking, you could call your grandmother, put her on the internet and let me talk to her. Of course, I'll be respectful to her. Let me ask her some questions and let's listen to her answers. I'm very confident in when I tell you that there is nothing that has changed. In the 70s, when you went to parties, there was women on one side of the room and men on another side of the room, trying to figure out how they're going to approach each other. In the goddamn 80s, there was men on one side of the room and ladies on the other side of the room. In the 90s, men on one side of the room, ladies on the other side of the room. 2000s, men on the side of the room, ladies on the other side of the room. 2020, men on one side of the room, ladies on the other side of the room. I'm gonna use this example because yesterday, what her name came up here and she's like, Bomb, I'm everywhere I go up places. I'm in a bigger city. And I thought she was saying that she's in a bigger city than I'm in. Girl, I am in a tri-state area. No matter which tri-state area that I decide to be in, because where I am located, I'm in the midst of being in a tri-state area, which includes New York, New Jersey, and Delaware. Or I can even choose another angle where it would be New Jersey, Philadelphia, and Delaware. And then I can go the other direction, and that tri-state would be Maryland and Delaware and Virginia. Bitch, I'm in the center of nothing but major motherfucking areas. So I thought she was saying that she's in a bigger city. Girl, you're not in a bigger city than me. I could be in New York in an hour and a half. I could be in DC in an hour and a half. I could be in Philadelphia in 15, 20 minutes. In fact, I'll be in Philadelphia in 10 motherfucking minutes. I'll be in PA in 3 minutes, be in Maryland in 3 minutes, be in New Jersey in 3 minutes. That's how Delaware is. Delaware is sitting in the motherfucking center of all these big motherfucking states. Just a small state. It's a small state, but yeah, we right in the center of some major ass states. Okay. So I was a little confused when she said I'm in a bigger, and then when she said, well, I go places, I'm thinking to myself, um, you go places? I guess because I'm married for all these years, I guess I'm dead in a coffin somewhere. Now I admit since COVID hit this motherfucker, I ain't been out much. I get invited everywhere though. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Um, and I mean, when I say I get invited everywhere, I get invited to shit that most people you're not gonna get invited to. Okay. But I'm a little curious because I know I was going at the men, but I am talking about the women who are male identified. I mean, that's the way she put it, but I am talking about the women who are just like these men, liars, liars. And then when they'll do is they'll use their anecdotal information. But when I say, well, what I've seen, Bavam, that's anecdotal. Now, the whole time she was talking about what she see. I never went and say, well, that's anecdotal. See, I don't have to do that. These are the lessons. See, these are the steps that the men in the Manosphere do, and the women who are just like them, they do the same thing. How many of you motherfuckers go out into the real world and when you're talking to somebody, you say, that's anecdotal? Listen, before we was on this internet, in this Manosphere in space, you wasn't even hearing no shit like that. Now we got grown ass niggas, right? And they're supporting ass women using the same buzzwords over and over and over and over and over again. But Bomb, these women don't. Well, Bomb, with women's hair. Not what? Listen, worry about your hair. Don't worry about other women's hair. If a woman can't get a man because of her hair, that has nothing to do with the community. She'll just be a woman in the community with no man. But then again, maybe she don't want a man. Why do you we have women who are younger than me, but they're talking like the women who are older than me? That type of woman is no good in the community. It's not me that is harmful and hurtful to young people. It's actually you. It's actually you. Wow. To hear another woman who tearing down other women because she feels like, well, I feel like, yeah, these women need to stop wearing their hair a certain way. They need to love themselves. And I'm thinking, girl, you ain't gonna find nobody under the age of, I'll put it at 18. Not a guy nor a girl, right? Who's gonna say that they are absolutely proud of everything about themselves. And most of the things that all the girls hate about themselves is their hair, whether they're white, black, Latina, it doesn't fucking matter. When we're young, we are just trying to figure it out, and we always want something somebody else have. It looks to us that it's easier. They got white girls who want black hair because we style our shit. We do a lot of things with our shit. They got black girls who want their hair to be like white girls. That and so to say that I find it to be a problem, it's not a problem. It really is just the way the world works. Just because you find it to be a problem, and yet you can't even show where the problem is. What is the motherfucking problem in that a woman, or should I say a young girl, haven't figured out what is beautiful about herself yet? Especially in the society in which we live. If you find it to be a motherfucking problem, then why don't you talk about Hollywood, these magazine companies? Why you don't talk about that shit? Why are you talking about black women? Black women don't put the women in the magazines. Black girls not. What in the fuck was she talking about yesterday? Now I understand the part where, hey, we need to love ourselves, but okay, that's that bullshit right there. Because when they over there tearing black women down, that's not from a love. That's not because, ooh, that's a problem because they don't love themselves enough. No, you was on some, yeah, that's a problem. They need to do this. They over there destroying themselves. And they doing it wrong. Yeah, I don't like it. Oh no, no. And then when she came up on this panel yesterday, though, it was like, but Pom, it's a problem when they don't love themselves. And I'm just concerned that they don't really love themselves. And they need to learn, So I was like, well, that might be an issue with the parents, right? Maybe the mother. But I thought about that shit afterwards, and I was like, that was me misspeaking also, right? Because no matter what, how many times my mother told me to love myself, I couldn't wait to get a motherfucking perm in my hair. And my hair do not need no perm. I don't have the type of hair that needs perms or relaxes and shit. I just wanted to be like everybody else. I didn't like the fact that my hair was different. I didn't like the fact that my eyes was different. Everybody was giving me compliments. I was a young girl. I didn't want that shit. I just want to be like everybody else. I wanted my skin to be brown. I wanted my hair to be where I could put an afro in it. I wanted a jerry curl when everybody else was getting jerry curls, and I didn't have the right type of hair to get a motherfucking jerry curl. I told y'all the story where when my mother went to California, I was doing some sneaky shit. My mother went, we went to, when my mother left my father, I was a teenager, we went to California, right? But there was another time when my mother went to California. My grandmother was sick. My little sister was a baby. And we was in school. So my mother went to go check on my grandmother. And of course, since my sister was a baby, she took her with her. But me and my brother stayed with my dad. Right? Now my mother is out of sight, out of mind, and here I am. I think I can do shit that I can, because mom's not around. I know daddy don't know nothing about hair. So I was like, Dad, hey, I want to get a curl in my hair. Dad was like, who gonna do it? I said, TT gonna do it for me. Right? I call most of my aunts TT. Some of them are called TT, right? The ones that are real close, I call them TT. Okay. And some I call TV, and I rarely ever call any of them aunt unless they like an aunt that's not real close to me, right? Maybe they was like if the aunts who was in California, so I wasn't raised with them, I called them my aunts. But everybody who we were close, they either my TT or my TV. Okay, so my dad has a sister who's actually my age. I have an aunt that's my age. I have aunts and uncles younger than me and my age. So I was like, I said, TT gonna do it for me. And he said, well, okay, if TT gonna do it for you, it must be something that is cool. Then I go down the street, because my TT lives down the street. I said, TT, can can you do my hair? My TT didn't even know how to do hair, yo. She didn't even have hair. She's one of the women who hair just would never grow. Never grow. Like she always had this little tiny piece of hair on her head. There's people like that, right? Anyway, and I asked her, Titi, school gonna be starting and I want to get this curl. Will you help me do it? She's like, I don't know how to do hair. I said, it's okay, I'm gonna read the box. I just need you to help me do it. And she said, okay. See, I was young. I'm maybe 13, 14 years old. And I done schemed to get what I wanted. Because I knew if my mother was there, none of that shit was gonna happen. None of it. I was gonna say, Mom, I want a curl. In fact, I wasn't even gonna tell my mom. I already knew what the rules were. You understand? I've been trying to get my hair changed and different for years. One time she took me to a hairdresser. My mother kept telling me I don't have the right type of hair. But I didn't believe. I kept, Mom, I want the girl, I want the girl. She took me to the hairdresser just so the hairdresser could tell me that you don't have the right type of hair for this product. And she told me that what I needed was a perm. If I wanted curls, I needed what is called a perm. I couldn't get a Jerry curl, but I could get a perm. So I was like, and my mom was like, you're not getting no perm. But when my motherfucking mother went to California, I went to the dollar store and bought a motherfucking perm. Took it down to my TT, right? My TT. And I said, here you go. And I read, my TT don't even know how to read. And I was reading instructions to her. Basically, what I'm saying is that I was a teenager and I didn't like nothing about myself, not even the things that people always complimented me on. Ooh, she's so pretty. Ooh, her hair is so nice. Ooh, look at her eyes. Back then they didn't ask me was my eyes real because there was no such thing as color contacts. So you knew what you saw was real back then. I didn't start hearing people ask me were my eyes real until I was an adult. I didn't, I was pregnant with one of my son, my first son, and I was in the line buying some shit, and a girl asked me, "Are my eyes real?" And I was taken aback by that. Like, I never heard nobody ask me were they real before. But then I guess that's the time when color contacts started coming out. But anyway, so for a woman in the 40s, late 30s or 40s, right, to not remember how she was when she was younger, realizing that she was just a normal teenager, just like all teenagers, to then try to push something on other young girls that even she herself didn't participate in. You're not going to find many young girls or women now who will admit that everything about themselves they loved. They loved it. You know what I'm saying? You're not even going to find even young women today. That's why you have a lot of women changing their bodies. They're doing it when they're young, which is the most fucked up thing ever to do. We make decisions when we're young that could be very harmful and hurtful to us. And you ever had, I actually, and this even was myself. It's a good thing that, that I just never, back then they didn't have all this body changing, body modification type of shit back then. Now it seemed to be done so often. We never hear about the tragedies, which, by the way, is a lot of tragedies that happens with this shit. People hiding the tragedies because they're so embarrassed. How embarrassed are you when you had an ass, but you just wanted a bigger ass? And then when you went to got the bigger ass, now your ass is rotting from the inside out. You don't want to tell nobody about that shit. You're not going to go and show your girlfriends, oh, look what happened to me. You're going to cover that shit up, pad that shit up, and go to work and do whatever you're going to do and walk around clothed. But you ain't going to never put on no bathing suit and none of that shit no more, dude. But what I will say is this, it's a responsibility of those of us who older to at least be as honest as we could be. Back in the day, my parents and my grandparents would have never shared the things that I'm sharing. They're not going to tell you how disgusted they were, how they got married when they just to this man they didn't love. All the grandkids and the kids going to see is what we want you to see. That's how it used to be. Even now, right? I'm in here, I could be cussing up a storm. As soon as leak, open that damn door or come in my room, everything about me changes. As far as my kids know, they never knew that me and their daddy was thinking about divorce. Never. They never knew it. They wouldn't have had an inkling that there was a problem. Because that's how we as parents do. We supposed to protect our children as much as possible. They shouldn't be worried about maybe mommy and daddy gonna get divorced. Most of the time when children find out about a divorce, it's right when it's about to literally happen. Or maybe after somebody decide to really move out the house. The kids don't be knowing nothing about the problems before that. All they know is that when somebody pack their clothes and get the fuck out, that's when they realize, whoa, what's going on here? Some of us, like myself and my husband, we were still living together. I wanted the divorce. He knew that I wanted the divorce. Kids would have never even known we was divorced. I had it planned. I was like, look, we could get a divorce, stay together for the kids. I said, you can even continue to stay here. You could take this. I was trying to get out of it in a smooth way, still keeping my family together. I was like, hey, we can still live together. Ain't nothing gonna change. Look, I was like, ain't nothing gonna change. And my husband was like, but that don't make sense. Why get the divorce then? I said, because I don't want to be married no more. I was like, I don't want to be married no more. I want, and I guess essentially what I'm saying is, hey, if I want to leave and go out, I ain't got to answer to nobody. I just don't want to be married no more. He was like, nah, that's not what I want. I said, we'll still be together. We can still live together. Like I was on some, yeah, it's gonna work. Right? Not until my son. I remember telling my my husband, I said, one of my sons had already graduated, and we had a year for the other one to be graduated, right? And I sat down with both of my sons, and I was like, look, they were shocked. They were shocked. I said, you got a year of school left. I said, and mommy is going back to Louisiana. I said, I miss my family. I'm going to Louisiana. And I told them that they had a choice to make. They can stay with their dad, or they could come to Louisiana with me. And the choice was going to be theirs. And they were shocked. They were looking at me like, what? And I still never explained it that I was thinking about divorce. I kind of explained it like, I miss my parents. I miss my family. All my family is in Louisiana. I want to go back and live around my family. I even said, well, if your dad decide, he want to come to Louisiana, he could come. I told him that. I said, he could come. I said, but I miss my family. Not in 100 years would you be able to convince my sons that they parents had issues. Like a lot of you stupid motherfuckers coming on here telling me, no, well, my grandmother and my grandfather, they loved each other. Nah, my grandfather didn't do this. My grandfather told me this. Come on, y'all. We say a lot of things to our children and our grandchildren. My grandchild probably will never know until he becomes a certain age that there was a time when me and his grandpa was thinking about divorce. It really, and the only way he'll ever know is if his ass comes and asks me. It's not like I'm gonna be hopscotching around the motherfucking house, just hopping and shit. Da, 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 do, do, do. Once upon a time, I was gonna divorce your grandpa. Once upon a time, we was thinking about this. Once upon a time, come on. What the fuck is going on? So I could see if I was talking to young 18, 19, 20-year-olds. And y'all be like, y'all would be shocked at what I'm saying. We are old adults. We are all adults now. Older adults. Right? You already know that your parents kept things a secret. And the reason they kept it a secret is because it wasn't none of your business. It wasn't my son's business that of what me and their daddy was going through. And these niggas on here, they act like they supposed to have known some shit. See, that's why they angry. Oh, well, I don't know. My mama wouldn't tell me. My mama never told me why my daddy left. My mama, nigga, it ain't none of your fucking business why your daddy left. If your daddy wants you to know why he left, ask him. If your mama didn't give you the information, it probably was for the best. She thought it was the best for you. Whether it's the best on her end, whether it was gonna make her look bad or your daddy look bad, it's really none of your goddamn business when you're a kid. It's never your business, to be honest. So if you go and ask them and they give you the right information, well, that's cool. But if you ask them and they still don't give you the information, then guess what? It's none of your motherfucking business. What two adults do. And some of these niggas think that is their business. It's none of your business about who your mama slept with. It's none of your business about your daddy, why your daddy not there. It's not really your business. Not if you say, hey, did my daddy love me? And if you know you could ask shit like that, Mom, did daddy even love me? And she may give you the truth or she may lie to your ass. Hopefully she'll do what you think is right for you. Right? Sometimes just having an understanding of the truth might be more hurtful to you depending on your age. So when you was younger, she may have said, yeah, your daddy loved you, you know, he loved you, but he couldn't be with us for whatever reason, you know. And then later on, when you were older and you go yelling at her, yeah, why my daddy left me? And when she tell you the truth that, but he had another family, he didn't want to be with you. Now you're mad at her. Go find your daddy, nigga. These SKCs and these motherfucking niggas on here who admit that they didn't have daddies in the household and shit. Go find your daddy, you bitch made nigga. You are 25 plus years old. Some of you's in your 30s, 40s. We had obsidians and shit. Both him and Kevin Samuels, damn here, 60 years old. And these niggas mad at their mothers behind their daddies. And all I would tell them is, go find your daddy. Kevin Samuels need to go find his daddy. Go ask your daddy questions. Stop blaming your mother for the reason why you feminine is because what your mama taught you. Your mama can only do what she knows how to do. We don't really teach femininity, but a feminine woman, right, will be feminine around the house, and her children would see it. Girls emulate the goddamn mothers. Boys emulate the goddamn fathers, or the closest male available. Some of you niggas emulate your mother because you are just feminine. You was gonna be feminine no matter what. Just like they got some girls, right, who will be tomboyish. I consider myself to be tomboyish, and the only reason, it wasn't because I didn't look like a tomboy. You didn't know I was a tomboy until you saw that I played sports. And because I played sports, I was labeled as a tomboy. And so I had no problem with that, with that title. I had no problem with the title, but some girls do. I guess because it meant, to a degree, they'll say you look like a tomboy. Nobody ever told me I looked like a tomboy, but I just was a tomboy. I had aunts who was also a tomboy. Maybe that's why I didn't take offense to it, because I had aunts who would talk to me, tell me, yeah, I play sports. See, my mother didn't play sports. My mother was the girly, girly, girly type. Very feminine. In the house, cooking and cleaning with my grandmother. My mother was very girly, nails done, hair always neat and nice, dressed in dresses. I never seen my mom wear pants. So when I wanted to wear pants more than anything else, one of my aunts came and she was like, you so much like me. I guess she was informing me that my mother was very feminine, always in dresses. And here, they realized that I just like wearing pants or shorts. But anyway, back to these whack ass niggas and these lame ass bitches who subscribe to them. Listen, and when I say subscribe to them, I'm not talking about subscribe to their channel. I'm talking about subscribe to their thinking. Okay, to the way they think. Okay. Even when you saw a guy come up and put up some numbers, these men in the Manosphere do not know how to read. Okay, they do not know how to read. What do I mean by that? Then niggas will go and pull up some shit that somebody already in the community, the Black Manosphere community, has given them. And instead of them reading, they just look. They don't know how to read. Somebody gave me 2 links yesterday. See, I already knew where he was going to take me. That first one took me aback a little bit because I thought I thought he would at least know that, first of all, you got several smart women on this panel. They got intelligent women in the chat. And so he going to have to be on his P's and his motherfucking Q's over here. But no, he tried to play us, y'all. He put up some whack ass site from some school I never even heard of. And all I had to do was go down to the bottom and look for the site information, the references. Where did they get their information from? And the site itself looked unprofessional and looked very like somebody like himself put that shit up. That's how bad that site looked. Right? But not only that, when I saw the other, you never see where other is larger than anything else. Never. You never see that other has less divorces, more this. You never see instances like that. Other is usually a very small portion. When other is larger than all the other, categories, then you know that shit ain't legit. Cause see, when other is, if it was so huge of a difference like that, they would break that shit down. So when I saw other was so, I don't know, let me see if I can find that shit that dude posted, y'all. It was ridiculous. And that's when I say, when these niggas show their ass, baby, they show their ass. When they show how stupid they are, they do it in the most, they do it big time. Okay, let me see if I can find it. It should be in my history. Let me see if I can go find history. Oh, boom, boom, boom. I'm not sure if I was on. Let me see. I'm not sure if I was on. Let me see. Hate book. I'm thinking I was on opera when I pulled that up because I don't see it in history there. So let me go here to this history over here. I don't really. I'm not too familiar with opera's thingy here. Let's see. Download. Oh Lord, let me figure this out. Yeah, I'm not opera. I've never really set that up. What's going on? Mr. E with your girly self. My green eyes, what's going on? So active, you don't like the woman who wears men's clothes. You just like the men who y'all crazy. Let me see. Y'all opera. How do let me see, easy setup. Let me see what this is. Easy setup. How do I get into the history? I don't want to do that in opera, yo. Bookmarks. Okay, let me see. Other bookmarks. I never bookmarked it. A snapshot. Privacy protection. Send to my flow. I got all kinds of shit over here, but I God damn it. What was, let me see, y'all. Let me see. I gotta find that. I have to find that site. That nigga put up that site, man. Okay. And that shit was ridiculous. I was like, no, he didn't. He didn't do that, y'all. There's no motherfucking way. He put up this lame ass site wanting us to believe it. And other had to, it was larger and smaller, like it was the largest group out of black, white, Asian, and they had other. Other had more. I was like, that's not how this shit worked, baby. It was crazy. Let me see. I'm not really sure how to use. I've never. Maybe it's over here. Let me look. Nope, that's the YouTube shit right there. What's this here? Start page. This is Opera, yeah. Oh, Opera have some things over here too. Okay, this might be where I go. Settings. Okay, I see workspace. Clear. My flow. Bookmarks. History. Okay, I found it. Let's see. Black marriage. Here we go. Black marriage demographics. That was the second one, but he gave me one before that. Black marriage demographic. Let me go a little further down. It was yesterday. Righteousness. I looked at that. Meal. Okay, I looked at that. Black marriage demographic. I wonder. Where is, no, that's YouTube. Black marriage. Here we go. I found it. Marriage and divorce ratio. Okay, I think I found it. Yep, this is it. Okay. Let me share the screen. First, I'm gonna put the link up before I share the screen. Let me do that before I go. Everybody's welcome to come up. Of course, we could change the topic to whatever y'all want. I'm okay with doing that as well. But let me grab this link quickly. I'll move out the way. I gotta move you. There we go. No invite. Copy the link. Bam, bam. Boom, boom. And then I'm gonna come and give y'all the link. Oh my word, baby. Okay. Hey, Chicken Bomb, how you doing? Okay. Let me pin it. And then I'm going to now share the screen. Move this down. I don't need that right now. Let's close that. Oh, I gotta close that too. Here we go. Share screen. Sound. I'll hit that just in case. And then let's go find this site this dude put up. This shit was crazy. Okay. It was called, I never heard of it before. I'm not saying that it's not legit. But what I will tell you is that this webpage looked fucked up. Okay. For look at it. There's so many things wrong with this webpage that make it unprofessional looking. First of all, there will be the text font, the font used. Yeah, either this shit is old or some busted ass bum ass person who didn't know how to do it did it. Okay. But Bowling Green State University. Is there a Bowling Green State? Wait a minute. Let me check this. Let me check. I never. Let me check. When they have wait, let me check because I could be wrong. But I've heard of like Delaware State University, Louisiana State University, Texas State University. And when they say state, they mean that it's the state, right? I never heard of Bowling Green. But is Bowling Green a motherfucking state? Or maybe that's just the name. Okay. Maybe. Man, we can't let these niggas be playing with us, man. They play too much. They play too goddamn much, man. They play too goddamn much. That's my iPad. Let me see. Bowling. I'm gonna just search it on here, y'all. We're gonna see Bowling State University. Is that a real thing? University. What status? Let's put status or something like that. I need to know what kind of school this is. BGSU. I wish you all. Okay, wait. Come on, iPad. Let me unplug. Okay, I unplugged it. My iPad trying to import. I wish you all the best in your college search. Fielding athletics teams known as Bowling Green Falcons. The university competes at the. I think this is like one of them schools. I remember when my son wanted to play football to He wanted to play football, right? And all these schools was sending him uh, invitations to go to school there so he could play college football. And I was like, dude, I never heard of this college. My son was supposed to go to a upstate New York college. They wanted him to come there to play football. And I was like, well, I never heard of this college. Is Bowling Green University a good school? Let's see what it says. For the 11th straight year, Bowling Green State University has been recognized as one of the nation's top public universities in U.S. News. And okay, wait, let me see where that information come from, though. The information come from the website, their own website. Man, y'all do know right now, if I wanted to, y'all know I got a website, right? I can go on my website and put this information on it, right? I could put that, hey, Mom Cherry Juice is the best. It was rated the best site for 5 years straight in this, that, and third, right? I can make it. And then when you go to search it, the information that I just told you that I put on the website will come up. See, that's how the internet works. The internet is index. You index your information. And when people go to look up what you type in these keywords, and everything with those words, keywords in it pops up. Now, I don't know what the school is, but what I do know is that them saying that they're the best, that is from their site. Okay. Their site is the one saying that they're the best. Okay. It's their site that's saying that shit. Let me see. Let's see academics. Yeah, I don't want to go down the rabbit hole in this shit right here, but let's go look. They got accounting masters, accounting account risk. Well, I'm not sure what that is. What is this? Actuary science. Okay, adapted physical education endorsement. That's what my son wanted to do. He wanted to be a physical therapist and do his and dealing with teaching physical ed and shit like that. Administration of higher learning certificate. I thought when you go to college you get a degree. I know you get a certificate. Adolescents to young adult education. Huh? Advertising. What is this? I never heard some of these things. Man, maybe I need to go. These look like certificates in classes that you take. Applied health science, applied stats, applied mathematics, applied art history. I'm sorry. Whoo, y'all. Okay. Let's say I want to get an MBA. Let me see. Let's say I want to do. Let me choose one, y'all. Let me see. I'm gonna choose one. this look like more like a tech school. You know how they have a tech school? You can learn cooking at the tech school. You can also learn geography. You can learn all kinds of shit in the tech school. But I didn't know they had all these things in the goddamn universities, though. Goddamn. Now I might take that pre-law program. Let me see. Pop culture. Okay. Anyway, let's go back to back to the information that he shared. I don't think it's on here. Let me see. I think it's here. Okay. So marriage to divorce ratio in the US, demographic variation, 2018. So I think what this is actually somebody's somebody, see the author here. This might be somebody's dissertation. Let me see what it is exactly. Okay, so remember when I said if other is larger than anything else, that's when you know there's a problem. There's a major problem in this. There's a major problem if other rates higher than everything else. Because now you got to figure out, well, what is this other? And since they take up the most, of the percentages of whatever we're talking about, then now we got to break that down, because see, this don't seem right. This other is normally some little ass, like it will be way down there, tiny, smaller than everybody for the majority. Because it means that the other is insignificant in a sense. It's insignificant, but if it's larger, then it is very significant. It means something. And that's why whoever did this report should have gotten a motherfucking F. Okay, they didn't completely do this goddamn report, because you can't have some area that says other and it's so significant that it's larger than everything else. Where's the accuracy? We don't know what that means. Who are these larger people who marrying the most but divorcing the least? If you're marrying the most and divorcing the least, we need to know who are these people. You can't just throw other on them and keep that shit pushing. So as soon as he gave me this link and I saw other, I was like, this is some bogus shit right here. Okay? I was like, this is bogus. I've never seen anything anywhere like this. But then when I saw other, I decided to see, well, what does other mean? And it says here that other race categories are non-Hispanic. Guess what that means, dude? Other just mean anybody who's non-Hispanic. That means there could be black in that. They could be mixed people in that, but they can actually be black in their number and white in that number. Right? It could have been somebody who said that they're black mixed with something. It could have been somebody white who said they're white, but they mixed with something. It could have been all kinds of things in there. And so that's why this paper would get an F. It's incomplete. It doesn't say anything. But it's enough for niggas, though, to look at it and say, well, look, even though it don't matter what it say, forget the facts. But all I see is that based on the chart here, it says that black people are marrying least and divorcing more. Right? We're divorcing more and marrying least. Okay? And then it was confusing to me too, because see, on this side of the chart, it says marriage to divorce ratio. And on this side, it also says marriage to divorce rates per 1,000, right? So you know the both sides are the same, but they're not the same, right? Because on this side it says 0.5, and on this side it says 5. On this side it says 1, and on this side it says 10, and on this side it says 1.5, and on this side it says 15. And I'm thinking, what the fuck is going on here? What kind of chart is this? Because do we agree that what's on the right side and left side is supposed to be the same? It's the same, because this line over here is showing that it's at the 2, right? What this is, white, is at the 2. But on this side, it's showing that it's at the 20, is at I would put it somewhere at like almost at the 25. Let me see. Just under 25, maybe at the 2 point. Over here would be at like 20. It will be in between the 20 and the 25. That this shit don't make no sense. And that's why they should got an F. Not even incomplete, but just based on these charts, this shit don't make no sense. Just based on that chart, just based on the other shit don't make no sense. Let's see. So over here it says marriage rate per 1,000. But what does it mean? What is this? So I'm saying, is it 1 or is it 20? Is it 20? Like over here is 0.5, over here is 10. You see what I'm saying? Let me see if I can show y'all what I mean. See, on this side, it says 0.5, but on this side, it says 10. And so I don't, what are they talking about? Up here it says 3.5, and over here it says 70 at the top. What in the fuck is they talking about? I mean, this shit's supposed to make sense. But, right? They make, and whoever created it in their mind, maybe it makes sense to them, but it doesn't matter what it makes sense to the one who created it. It needs to make sense to the reader. And I read this page. And so I'm still confused about what the hell they talking about. Okay. Marriage per marriage and divorce right here is per the whether your college or not, your education, right? And so you notice that, well, let me see which one is married. Marriage rate is the black and divorce rate is the red. And so you see, I don't know if y'all understand what I'm seeing, but over here they talking about, let me see. Let me go back here. What is the 2.1? 1.6, and then the 15.1. This chart is fucked up. That's the only thing I can tell you, baby. This chart is so fucked up that it's fucked up. It's so fucked up that it's fucked up. Okay. Anyway, so less than high school, it looks like they get divorced at shit. They saying that people with some college are getting divorced at the highest rate. Okay. The marriage rate, though, those with bachelor's degrees, actually with master's plus degrees, they're saying people with master plus degrees are the most married people. And they also say they have the less divorce rate. I'm not sure if y'all see that. Masters plus. Now, based on what I've been hearing these black men say, that is the opposite. They've been saying that, first of all, black men don't want educated women. We already know, though, in America, the women are the most educated. Black women are the most educated of everybody, but women are more educated as a whole. So since they're not breaking it down into sex, they're only breaking it down into marriage and divorce rate here in America, which that's why this don't even make sense, right? If you got a bachelor's degree, you are more likely, you are the second best likely to get married. But isn't it the opposite of what black men say? We don't care about your education. Nobody cares about your education. Take your education, go about your business. We don't want that. We don't want that. We don't want that. We don't want that. But that's not based on what the men say and what this says. Well, that's not true, because it seems like if you have your master's degree plus, you're more likely to be married and less likely to be divorced. And the second, coming in second, would be if you have a bachelor's degree. You're more likely to be married and less likely to be divorced. Then after that, though, comes some college. Some college, you are most likely to be divorced. You're most likely to be married after the two most educated, right? But you're most likely to be divorced too. In the some college, you have a higher rate of being divorced, and you have a higher rate of being married too. Okay. And guess what? That's not abnormal though, right? Because those of us who are getting married, we're the only ones who can get divorced. But then they trying to make it seem that if you got less than high school, you are the least likely. Well, no, you're more likely to be married than bachelor's degree, right? This shit, I'm gonna tell you, this shit don't make fucking sense. That's all I'm gonna tell you. I can't even make sense of this shit. Okay. Um, because it really literally makes no sense. And the person who did this report, though, it made sense to them some kind of way. And it depends on what they was trying to prove. Like if I set out, you know, when you do your dissertation and things like that, you're supposed to follow the information. When you do a good report, when I go to do my reports and my research, I am not looking for a certain result. I am just looking to talk about a topic. Wherever the information takes me is where my information will go. But there are those who are looking to make a certain point. When you're trying to make a certain point, right? You already know what you want to prove. And then you start following the information. The information doesn't fit what you're trying to prove, so then you try to make it fit. And that's when you come up with shit like this. I can go to the Manosphere website and all that shit, and you'll find a ball of fucking confusion because they're not following the information for real. They only want to prove something. And what they're trying to prove isn't factual. And that's why what they say makes no sense. And that's why people could come over here and they'll say, well, Bob, look, we're just not going to agree. I know you're never going to concede to what I'm saying, even though you know I'm telling the truth, because it doesn't fit your narrative. I think those type of people are worse than the people who believe what they're saying because they heard it so many times, they just believe it. You heard it so many times, you fucking believe it. Those people I can reach. Those people really truly believe what they're saying because somebody said it. Whoever said it to them, they believe that person, and now they're repeating it. But they are literally easily, I can convince them otherwise by showing them the facts. And then there are those who, if it don't fit their narrative, in order for them to make that bread or to be the pick me or for them to be the lame educated dude or whatever, right, who just need to be whatever he want to be to fit in, then that's when they'll say some shit like, look, we just not going to agree. Even when you I just said something that you want to say, yeah, you're right. But instead, what comes out your mouth is, look, we just not going to agree. Okay. The facts are facts, baby. And yes, we got to understand that everything is anecdotal. I don't think people know. Do y'all know what that word means? We literally are coming up with stats based on people's motherfucking experience. When motherfuckers be like, but that's anecdotal. Okay, but you're absolutely giving me information based on people's experience. It's just that you didn't, it's not somebody you saw. In fact, it's worse. It's worse that you going based off a chart that's based in it on not even factual information, right? It's just that they decided with stats, instead of going and get raw data, there's a difference between raw data and there's things that's done by percentages, right? So if I can show you 100 homes, and then I tell you in these 100 homes, there's at least two and a half bathrooms in it. I know this to be facts because maybe I'm the one who created the community. I'm the person who had the homes built to my specifications, and I wanted all these homes, 100 homes, to have 2.5 bathrooms in it, right? So that's raw data. You can literally go in all those homes and see 2.5 bathrooms in them, 2.5 bathrooms. But what these niggas want to rely on is where there's a neighborhood with 100 homes in it, and they decide, well, based on the number of bedrooms that's in this neighborhood, they don't know, right? They don't know how many bedrooms are in it. They don't even know how many people live in here. All they have is that there's 100 homes in here. They also may know that there's anywhere from 2 bedrooms to 4 bedrooms. In this 100 homes, there's 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, and 4 bedrooms, right? And so they decide to sit down and say, well, based on this area and the number of bedrooms, we're going to assume this, that, and the third. That's what y'all are. When these niggas come at us with these numbers, that's the type of numbers they're getting, assumptions. Well, in this 100 homes, we're going to say the average bedroom. Remember, I said there's 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, and 4 bedrooms. They essentially look at the homes and say, well, on this street, this has the larger number of homes on this street, and this street. And based on what we do know by knocking at some doors, most of those homes were 3 bedrooms. Right? Now, mind you, they didn't go through all the neighborhood. They didn't go to all 100 homes, but they based their information on a small sample size of them 100 homes. I need y'all to listen to what I'm saying right now. These are guesstimates, estimates. These are more guesstimates. They're not even estimates, they're guesstimates. An estimate means you have enough facts to come up with what this may be. This estimated what it will cost you, but some other things may happen that we don't see. And this is an estimate. A guesstimate is, hey, this is the information I have, but based on this information, I really can't even give you anything real close to what it really is, but I can kind of guess. And these niggas is walking around YouTube throwing that kind of information in our faces. And then they'll tell me that something I've seen, witnessed, watched for years. For 50 years of my life, I'm seeing what I see. I'm not talking about what I saw in the movie. My generation, we're not TV watchers like that. Okay? That would be y'all generation. The millennials, y'all are TV watchers, and the zennials, y'all are video game players. My generation were outside playing until the street lights came on. Okay? And even that is more like a guesstimate. Right? Because even in my generation, there was some people who was watching TV. In the generation where I say y'all was watching TV, there was some of y'all playing video games when you got a little older, right? And then there's the zennials where they doing it all. They playing video games, watching TV, and all kinds of shit. They doing what the fuck they want to do. They got the internet. Listen, then we got people who told me, well, our generation is the is the computer generation. I'm like, what? Why you niggas think y'all invented something? You niggas want to take credit for everything, and you ain't do shit though. My generation is a computer generation. My children were born with internet in their house. My children has never lived in a house on their whole entire lives without the internet being in this house. We ain't never lived nowhere without internet. Since the day they were born, I was on AOL with my first son. My second son, I was on Yahoo. But you motherfuckers, y'all my children's age, and y'all think y'all the ones who invented shit. The fuck? I was in elementary school when I was first introduced to a computer. By the time I hit high school, there was the internet, but not the internet we see it today, but it still was the internet. I was still able to communicate with people around the world. Everybody didn't have one in their household. That is true. Okay? But if I was doing it as a motherfucking young adult, right? If I was getting on the internet before I turned 20, okay? Then that means y'all didn't create this shit. In fact, the ones who really create the shit will be the young adults during that time. You was too young to create anything. Y'all asses was babies. So who will be the creators of these things that y'all make a claim to? That would be the generation who were adults at that time. Y'all motherfuckers like talk about the 80s and shit. Talking about I'm an 80s baby. Were you born in the 80s or were you a teenager in the 80s? And if you was born in the 80s, then how were you creating anything in the motherfucking 80s? If you was born in the 80s, you didn't start creating shit until you late 90s. Now you teenagers. Y'all, I think, I don't know, it's y'all parents that failed y'all. If y'all want me to blame them, I just say that your parent thought you were smart enough to know this shit. Some things are just like, if you know mathematics, if you know that 1 + 1 = 2, nigga, you should know that in the 80s, you was too young to create anything. So how could it be yours? How do it belong to you if you didn't make it? Wait a minute. You like Columbus now. Oh, because when you came, right, when you came to become of a certain age, it was already there for you. And since you wasn't smart enough to realize that the people who was teaching you how to use it was older than you, you just figured somebody just gave it to you and you figured it out on your own. Is that what happened? Oh, you mean somebody taught you how to get behind that keyboard? They taught you how to work that motherfucking computer? Oh, somebody actually showed you how to get on the internet? Oh, but were they your age? Oh, or were they my age? So your Columbus ass just discovered the internet. It's yours. and the way you figured that it's yours is because when you was born, it was there for you already. Y'all funny. Y'all some funny motherfuckers, man. Okay. And this thing about this age shit. Okay. They talk, oh well, back in the 60s, everybody wore afros. Is that right? Because I ain't gonna lie. By the time I saw afros, it was only in history books. If you go and look at anything in history on TV and shit like that in the parks, you may see a few afros. I'm talking about the women. Now the men, that's a different story, right? Because men didn't always cut their hair. So yes, the men had afros. We talk about the women though. I could pull up pictures of black women in the 60s. Let's do that. Let's go through the photos. Let's go through. Oh, this is a movie. We almost, even in the movie, they ain't show them in. See, because you couldn't go to work with an afro, baby. Look at that. One with an afro wig on and the other not. Is that an afro? Because that's really not an afro, baby. That's a perm. Right? Now we know this is black power, right? It actually says that. Seeing black women in power. They're doing the African thing, right? Uh-oh. Isn't this Lena Horne? My daddy loved him some Lena Horne, baby. And Lena Horne don't have no afro. Uh-oh, is this Diana Ross before she put that weave in her head? Lady sings the blues. What you say? I don't, and guess what y'all don't see? Let's take a motherfucking look, baby. Wait a minute. Let's bring that picture up. That's Diana Ross with a weave in, man. I didn't even know that was a weave back then. Whoa, are those eyelashes? Oh my God. Oh my Jesus. My Jesus, oh Jesus Almighty, oh God. You mean to tell me that they was doing this shit in the 60s, way before 2020, 2019, 2018, 2017, 2016? You mean to tell me black women and white women, but I know y'all don't care about what white people do because white people ain't you. You mean to tell me back then they was putting on fake eyelashes and nobody spanked them? Oh shit, and they didn't ruin our community? Oh Lord, oh Lord, it can't be true. It can't be. Please tell me that these young people really didn't create these lashes. Oh Lord, it ain't so. Lordy, Lord, please, it belongs to them, Lord. They're the ones ruining the community by their eyelashes and their lace front wigs. No, don't say. Listen, what the fuck? But I know though, we ain't gonna never agree. We're gonna have to agree to disagree. Even when I could pull up pictures of black women before your ass was born, doing the shit you said they didn't do. Ain't that a bitch? Oh, but maybe, just maybe somebody like me, I took this photo, right? I took it and I decided to airbrush some fake eyelashes on this woman. I did that. I'm sorry. Y'all know I'm just a liar. I'm out here lying. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here like a squirrel lying, trying to get a nut. I'm just doing all kinds of shit. But who gives a fuck? I'm just, why? Oh, why would I do such a thing? Well, Obama do just anything, because she want to make her point. Oh, and Diana Ross had this weave in her motherfucking head before I even knew who she was. So I think when I started seeing Diana Ross like this, I was a kid. And when I say a kid, maybe 13, 14, I was a teenager. This is motherfucking weave in her motherfucking hair. Like I've been seeing Diana Ross like this so motherfucking long, even before I knew what a weave was. This is a motherfucking wig on her head. And the reason why we would consider a weave today, right? Because it's on the back side of her hair. The front side of her hair is hers. The back side So that's where all the sewing in or the placing that wig, that half a wig back there and putting that in her head. You're going to always see the front of her head. Like some of these bitches on YouTube, I watch a bitch who claims that that's her real hair. I watch her pull her hair back, right? Now, the women were the ones saying, girl, you got to weave in. The men was laughing and she was showing everybody, pulling it back, making it seem like this is mine. Bitch, what? Yeah, that's yours in the front. That's yours in the front. Anyway, let me continue on my motherfucking. I'm sorry, I'm giving too much knowledge. Am I saying too much shit that, of course, we're going to agree to disagree? I mean, we could go through, right? How the black radical females, artists in the 60s and 70s made their art. Let me see. We're going to see this picture. What happened to the photo? I'm sorry. That black woman, that's no afro on her head. That black woman have no afro on in her motherfucker head. I'm sorry. This black woman has no afro on her head. I went through my mom's yearbook. I think I saw 3 women with afros in the motherfucking yearbook in the as the seniors. Okay. And the ones who did have afros, they wasn't long afros. Right. But I know what the fuck I know. We're going to just have to agree to disagree. We just going to have to just disagree with each other. Uh-oh. Do you know Sister Sledge? I don't even know if you know Sister Sledge. See, I know Sister Sledge. See, I know these motherfuckers just on sight. You mean to tell me when I used to look at Sister Sledge on Soul Train, baby? You mean to tell me they all had afros? Well, Bomb, back in the day, black women wore afros. Well, here goes some jet covers. Now we know by the time Halle Berry come, that had to be like I'm thinking by the time she showed up, as far as I knew, was either late 80s. I don't know when which come came out, but I'm gonna put it maybe 80s, right? But she definitely wasn't in the 60s. But see this Jet magazine cover right here, though. This is in the 60s, right? That definitely is a wig on her head. You see that? That's either 70s or 60s, right? Let me see. They may have had the date on it. I grew up with this. Oh, there you go. This is 1972, baby. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. 1972. And that is a wig on her head. Okay. Here we go. I think when she did Lady Sings the Blues, which will put this somewhere in the 70s, I'm thinking. Let me see. That's Diana Ross, baby. And look how beautiful with them fake eyelashes. Yeah, she rocking them though. Oh, this says 1978. There we go. Oh, Bomb, you can't be. It can't be right. You can't be right. Oh, is this? Oh man, not the legendary Joyce Bryant. Oh my God. Now, I can tell you how long ago that was. I can tell you how long ago it was. You see them nails? That don't look like an afro on the head neither. Uh-oh, everybody remembers Thelma, baby. Thelma from... I'm sorry. Is that an afro on Thelma's head? Because this is the hairstyle my mom wore all the time. Damn, this was a very, very, very popular hairstyle in the motherfucking 70s. It may have even been more popular in the 60s. I'm not sure. black women with our hair pulled up, and that thing at the top of her hair, that thing at the top, that's a bun. And you could buy them. You used to be able to buy them. But my mom used to take her hair, plait it up, and then twist it and twist it and twist it and make it. Now, if she didn't feel like doing all of that to her hair, she would put it in a bun, put it in a ponytail at the top. And then she would wrap it up, her hair, wrap it around, and then she'll take a bought bun and put it on top of her hair. It's less maintenance, right? It looked neater when it was the fake hair. Real hair has little flyaways, especially when you're black. But more importantly, if you go out in the fog, depending on the type of hair you have, you could be having a nice, lovely ass. You know what I'm saying? Your hair done been straightened, bone straight, baby. You go out in that fog and your motherfucking shit got strayed away everywhere. You went looking cute, it came out looking like you was busted. I'm looking for the afros that everybody seem to have. Oh my God, this cannot be Dinah Summers, baby. Dinah Summer? Because that show not a motherfucking afro. Some of y'all not gonna know some of these people. You know why? Because if you wasn't born in the 60s or 70s, you not gonna know some of these people. Because by the time some of you were born, they ain't have no hits out. But Donna Summer was big in the motherfucking 80s, 60s, 80s. Disco time, she was a disco queen. There go Diana Ross there. That's not an afro in case y'all don't know. Okay. Oh no, not the beautiful, cannot be. And this Dorothy Dandridge. My dad loved him some Dorothy Dandridge as well. Black men, I could tell you the 5 to 6 black women that was on TV that these black men loved. And I could also name the Billy D. Williamses and the sexy ass black men that the black women loved. I could go through them. Okay, by the time I was even a teenager, Dorothy Dandridge wasn't really popular like that for my generation. My generation is before your generation. This is my mother's generation of people right here. And still no afro. Still no afro. I mean, I could go through these beautiful women that some of y'all will know and some of y'all won't know. Right? Let me see. I'm trying to find the ones that I know that you may know. But even you do know all these are black women, even if they look like they might be white women, they're actually black women. And I don't see all of these except Marilyn Monroe, who at one point thought she was black. Okay. Where the Afro be though? Where the Afro be? I'm thinking that maybe this is what y'all talking about as afros, but this is not an afro. This is a black woman with her hair permed and curled. Okay. So that's what I'm thinking when somebody say, well, that was there, mama, there was a lot of afros going around. Well, I'm gonna have to inform you that that's not true. If you consider that an afro, then you have to consider this an afro. And we know this isn't an afro. Man. Now here we go. Hey, hey. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Now that's afro. An afro wig. When I told people, yeah, there was a lot of people when they wore afros, they were wigs. Absolutely, it's true. Okay, they were African wigs. I can tell you why. Think about it. Now y'all know if this was her hair for real. Now let's put some perspective on it. This is her hair for real. Let's say this is her hair for real, and that means it's blown out, right? They called it a blowout back then. Or you can even call it where it's straightened with the straightened comb, but it's not bone straight, right? Which would take hours for a person with thick hair like this. So they go in and blow it out, and it looks nice. It does. It looks like a perfect shape afro. But what happens when they go out into the fog? It's a little foggy out. They wanted to go to the club looking like this. As soon as they got to their car, it shriveled up and went all the way compact to their scalp again. Who was doing that? These models, these motherfucking actresses, these famous people. Nobody, not even my mother, my uncles, nobody wanted to be walking to their car one way, and by the time they got out their car to go to the party, they looked the whole complete way, different way. Wigs was something that they wore. They didn't wear them every day. They wear them with special occasions when they're going out. Sometimes, that's the one thing that we didn't do back then, or should I say they didn't do. They didn't wear wigs every day. It wasn't tied down and sewn into their scalp, into their head like that, to where they could go to sleep on it, wake up and continue moving. They didn't do that. Okay. But this is a protective hairstyle as well, putting the wig on. Oh, I gotta go get y'all. I got some email. Y'all give me a second. I'm gonna stop the share. I just want to say, y'all, why we ain't got the lot. And by the way, black men wore wigs too, Afro wigs too. Okay, the ones with the real puffy ones out. Not all of them. Now, see that man back of her? That is a black man with his real black hair. My uncles had they afros. Yes, they did. Because black men didn't cut their hair back then. That's who had the afros. The men. And most of the time they were their real afro. Right? But this woman right here, this is not her real hair right here. This afro is not a real this is a wig, and I wouldn't even consider this an afro. Okay, let me stop the share, y'all. I'm coming back. Man, why do y'all see? And why now? This is a real afro. This is when she did the wigs, baby. And guess what? That's not an afro neither. Her hair is not in the afro. It's curled. It's first it's perm, it's curled, and it's just the style, right? It looks like an afro, especially from the way they took the picture. But yeah, this not an afro. Let me see if I can see her in the wigs. Dr. Ross in the wigs. Oh. I want to make sure I got that right, because I remember seeing the wigs, baby. Okay. And this is not an afro. See? Now we know, and we're clear what an afro is. Michael Jackson had an afro. Okay. Afro is where it's an afro. It's combed and pushed up. It's picked out, right? You take it and you just pick it out. You pick it out. You pick it up. Oh, when my uncles had this this pick. They always had they pick with them, and it's something else called a rake. Now I'm not sure if they still make them, but a pick was like more like a hand, and so it had the hand where you hold it, and then a rake though was built a little different. Let me show you. Let me see if I can find a rake. And a pick and a rake. Let me see. I'm gonna put hair, pick, and rake. I think it was, let me see. So this is a pick. This is considered a pick, right? Y'all see it? Afro pick. It always had that Afro hand, baby. Yeah, I remember those, right? They was either made of with these steel teeth. You ever had one where the steel teeth come out, or they had the ones where the teeth were plastic, like. And this is more of a rake. It's built like this. I wonder what they call them today. They call them look like they're just calling it but this is a rake. This is what they used to call rakes. It has the teeth, and they used to be even either plastic or the same steel teeth, but it was shaped like this, more like a comb. Now the rakes, the picks were mostly for the men, right? And the rakes was mostly for the women, because they had that long handle, right? And women, so they used to call them rakes. Like, go get the rake. Go get the rake. Yeah, I'm going to go get the rake. Anyway, let me stop this share and go get that email because it's something funny. Okay. Nope, don't want to go through let's go mail. Y'all we got people. Rock. Oh shit. Okay, y'all. Let me save them so I can put. Oh my god. Okay, let me go put it here because it'll show better if I put it in this. Give me 1 second. Media files. Downloads. In this. Okay. Here we go. Lord have mercy, y'all. We're gonna stop the. Okay, let me zoom in a little bit so we can look at the picture closely. Okay, we're gonna see what it said. Look, y'all see what it is, y'all. Run DMC. Everybody will walk this way, talk this way, walk this way, talk this way. Let me hear you say, walk this way, talk. See a part of arrow spit me like that. Wrong for that shit. Oh man. Oh Lord. Okay, let me go back to the first one. Okay, let's see what it says. Y'all know there's always some Easter eggs in these photos, baby. Let me tell you, that's what make these things so goddamn good. I call them Easter eggs, little things that you probably didn't notice. So it says, I was a high school loser, never made it as a lady, and the boys didn't give me no play. Till I got a summer job selling crack in the Bronx. And they told me how to walk this way. I was high school loser, never made it like a lady to the boys. Give me no play. Till I got a summer job selling crack in the Bronx. And they told me to walk this way. Let me find that beat. Wait a minute, y'all. God damn. Let me see. I gotta go to YouTube. Let me see, because I just want the instrumental. Walk this way. Instrumental. Oh, where am I? Oh, I'm in Apple Music. I'm sorry, I didn't want to do that. I want to find. Oh Lord. Let me see. Walk this way. Um, Instrumental. We're gonna see. I'm gonna see if I can sing because that's a fair use, by the way, y'all.
More than just
this motherfucker be getting.
Pixel 6 with a 24-hour adaptive battery that sends power precisely where you need it. Google Pixel 6.
Hey. Uh-huh. Woo! Uh-huh. He told me to walk this way. Talk this way. Okay, let me see what he said. Okay, he said, I was a high school loser, never made it as a lady, and the boys didn't give me no play. But I gotta move it a little bit, y'all. Boys didn't give me no play till I got a summer job selling crack in the Bronx, and it told me how to walk this way. Talk this way. Let me hear you say, walk this way. Damn, Mike. God damn. Whoa, man. Yeah, look at her. Man, she looking sexy. They told her to walk this way. Talk this. They told me to walk this. God damn. Let me go see what y'all talking about. God damn, man. That's the Easter egg, man. We got the song. We got the lyrics to the song at the top. y'all know who what's going on, Righteous. How you doing, baby? Herman's Addicted. I had such a crush on Run back in the day. I had this theory and thing for boys from Queens as a teenager. I know that's right. What's going on, Just Jay? How you doing? Oh man. Damn, yo. Y'all know who the genius behind these things are. We got to always give him his props, man. Let me tell you, I done won some goddamn roasting battles, all due to hell to listen. That was my secret weapon for years. that was my secret weapon for motherfucking years, baby. I was over here crushing them. I'll make a song or something, and my secret weapon would come up with a picture, and y'all know we was crushing them. Oh, God damn. Verbal, how you doing, sis? Man, I just want y'all to know, listen, I don't know who Jen is, it's all funny and it's just jokes, Jen. So if you're watching or anybody who are fans of Jen, don't be insulted, we just having fun. Okay. She did say that. Now, do I believe her? I think that she's an actress, and I think she's probably a good actress. Like, based on, the credits that I saw, I'm going to assume that she's good. But based on that goddamn interview, that girl, she's good. Okay? Because she really told that story, baby. And if you wasn't listening to the words, you would believe that shit. Right? She said, y'all know I listen to people. I literally listen. And that's the thing I think that throws people off. I'm listening to your words, right? I listen. And everybody else just heard us say, I sold crack in the Bronx when I was young. I heard everybody, that's what y'all heard. But I heard her say, hey, when I was 16, they used to have these programs that would give teenagers jobs. And she said that they came and picked her up in groups, took them out of state so they could sell crack. Because that's what the fuck she said. Nobody else heard her say that shit. But I heard it. Like, when I first heard it, I was like, wait a minute. Did she say that this program had her selling crack? Yeah, I got to go to this. I know it's going to seem messy, but I'm going to have to give it to it. Y'all, that shit was funny. I'm going to play that shit again. I'm sorry, y'all. I know it.
8 years ago.
Yeah, listen, and she's a nice looking woman, y'all. She is, right? Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. I agree with it. Like some of the things I've heard her say, I agree with, you know. So I want her to think, but that shit was funny though. Jen, I'm sorry. You got you. Let me see if I can find it, y'all. I gotta find it, y'all. I gotta find it. See. Okay. She said, okay, let's see. I gotta find it, y'all. I got to. I gotta find it. I gotta find it. Trying to see if it. Okay, I think this is it. Let's see. She said you were very lucky. Okay, here you go, y'all. Here you go. Wait a minute, y'all. I wish I could slow it down. Let me see. I think there is a way to. Let me see, y'all. Oh, I think I gotta use another program. I don't want to go through all that. Okay, we're gonna listen soon as the Air Force helicopter that's over my house right now go about his goddamn business. Okay. Okay, here we go. Now let me share. Give me a second. You told me to walk this way. That shit funny, baby. Let me go find. Where is it? No, here we go. Bam, bam. Share the screen. Here we just want to share that. Look, see, I like sharing the screen this way because we can see it a little bigger. I was a high school loser, never made it as a lady, and the boys didn't give me no play till I got a summer job selling crack in the Bronx. And they told me I had to walk this way. Look, run is like, what the fuck? That DMC, right. You're like, what the fuck? Look at them pants on us. Oh my goodness, look at her. Man, that shit is funny. Let me go to the next one. Let's see. That's so y'all can see it. Damn. Oh, Mike, you wrong for that one, baby. You wrong for that one. Okay, let me go to uh the video, okay? Here we go. Yeah, I want y'all to listen. Y'all tell me if I'm wrong, god damn it. Okay. I know I'm not, but maybe y'all can say that maybe I misheard it. Y'all tell me, okay? Let's listen. I'm sorry. Here we go. Fair use. Look, oh, it said, look, I did the transcript. Look at the transcript. Let me see where it went. Okay, wait. I just saw where the transcript said I smoke crack. 148. 148. Okay. That especially in the city or the state like New York. So yeah, that's interesting too. Yeah, I was actually wait. Okay, yeah, I actually know. Wait, wait, here we go, y'all. Yeah, I actually, I used to sell crack for a little while. It was maybe I was like maybe like 16. Yeah, I was like 16. And growing up in the Bronx, New York, if you know, if it, for kids in disenfranchised, however you say the word, goddamn it, neighborhoods, like we don't have, the resources like that. You would see like in the suburbs, and it literally was like a summer youth job for a lot of kids in the Bronx. I was like 16, 17, and we would go in groups. We would go out of state and groups to sell crack and almost get arrested and almost die. Like if you made it out of that era growing up where I grew up, like you were very lucky, because I know girls that went away for like 20, 25 years. But it's like I talk about all of this. So a lot of people, um damn, yeah, I'm gonna read that shit again, y'all. Okay. Even in that time frame, just the culture and being able to have an observation of that, especially in a city or in a state like New York. So yeah, that's interesting too. Yeah, I actually, I used to sell crack for a little while. I was like maybe 16. Yeah, I was like 16. And growing up in the Bronx, New York, if it, for kids in disenfranchised neighborhoods, like we don't have, the resources like that. You would see like in the suburbs, and it literally was like a summer youth job for a lot of the kids in the Bronx. Like I was 16, 17, and we would go in groups. We would go out of state in groups to sell crack and almost get arrested and almost died. Like if you made it out of that era growing up where I grew up, like you were very lucky, because I know, and and he and she and we and he and she and we Let's get it, y'all. Let me find a beat for it. Wait a minute. Let me find a free hip hop instrumental, no copyright. I gotta find one I ain't never played before. Let me see. Let's hear it. I mean, come on now. All these goddamn commercials. Come on, man.
Bubbly sparkling water.
What is called, you know, you know, you know that I know that she and he, so, you know, and she know where we go selling crack though. Woo, woo, you know, everybody knows. I'm about to put it to the toes as I stand here with my big nose. You know, he know, she know, we know. Yes, you know what we know. No, no, no. Let's go. You know, he know, she know. I'm about to go. So, I used to sell crack long ago. Go. Did you hear what I said? You know, he know, she know, boo boo. Did you hear what I said though? Uh-huh. You know, she know, he know. You know, she know, he know. You know, he know, she know, he know, we know. We about to get it though. You know, I used to sell crack. Yes, I did. Back in the day in 86. That's right. You know, we go. I smoked on that pipe though. Woo! Everybody know. Here we go. I can barely touch my toes, but I used to sell that dope. Though you know, he know, she know, you know, he know, she know, we know, you know, no, you know, we know, he know, she know. Here we go, as we know, selling crack back in '86. I'm about to tell you, I used to be a trick, but I wasn't tricky. Why I sung with Dicky. Here we go. You know, we know, she know, he know. Do we know? No. I'ma say no. She didn't know, no. But you know. Sorry, y'all. I couldn't help it, goddamn it. I couldn't help it. I'm sorry. Let's get to the story, y'all. Ooh, fair use. I'm back. Let me make sure my audio working. Oh Lordy. Look, I'm back. Okay, good. Okay. Let me make sure my audio working. Oh Lord. Ah, woo. Okay. I was having too much fun. My computer was like, you gonna have to stop. Slow your roll. Slow your old ass down. Okay, let me get back to sharing the screen, man, so we can hear. I was just about to hit play, and my computer said low battery. Boop. Anyway. I just have to hear her say it, y'all. Okay. Here we go. Fair use.
Able to have an observation of that, especially in a city or in a state like New York. So, yeah, that's interesting too.
Yeah, I actually, I used to sell crack for a little while. I was maybe like 16. Yeah, I was like 16, and growing up in the Bronx, New York, for kids in disenfranchised neighborhoods, like we don't have, the resources like that you would see like in the suburbs, and it literally was like a summer youth job for a lot of the kids in the Bronx. I was like 16, 17, and we would go in groups. We would go out of state in groups to sell crack and almost get arrested and almost die. Like if you made it out of that era growing up where I grew up, like you were very lucky because I know girls that, you know, went away for like 20, 25 years. But you know, it's just and I talk about all of this. So a lot of people, you know, they just see me going off on people.
I'm sorry, y'all. Just give me a second. Well, I gotta go get me something to drink. Okay. Let's see. You know, she know, she don't know she needs to. You know, you know. Okay, okay. Look what I found. I gotta stop eating this damn candy, but I eat hard candy. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Okay. So I just wanted to make sure, you know, because sometimes people make me feel like I didn't hear what I heard. And even when I know I heard it and I repeated it and I show it again, and people will be like, yeah, but you know, even if, and I'm thinking, what you mean, even if? Like, she literally said it. You know what I mean? And I may say something and then somebody will reword it differently than I said it. And I'll be thinking, and somebody will be agreeing with them, like they were disagreeing with me. I said it. Somebody came back and said exactly what I said. They just used different words, right? Um, and then somebody said, yeah, I agree with you, so and so. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. Am I not speaking English? Listen, if y'all can't understand me, I get it, right? I have an accent, I guess. My accent used to be a lot thicker, right? I've been gone from Louisiana for many years, and for a few years I was working on losing my accent. I kind of hate that I lost it now. You know, as you get older, you start realizing that, hey, that's just a part of who you are. But I moved to another area and people didn't understand me. But what I'm saying though is this: if you don't understand me, can you say, well, Bomb, can you clarify that? But no, I think just some people just don't want to agree with me at all. And I'll be sitting there on panels and I'll say something. The person on you know with me after me, I'm sorry, will say exactly what I said. And I said, dude, I just said that. Like yesterday, the guy who was up here, he said something. I said something. He didn't disagree with me. And then when he told the story about his grandfather, he said exactly what I said. I said, dude, back in the day, right? Back in the day, women didn't have choices like that. Now, just because a woman, like we didn't have choices. You may have been in a family though, where your dad cared about what you wanted. Or maybe you was in a family where your dad, based on him knowing you and he knowing the young man, he may have decided, oh, you'll be perfect for my daughter. I am not saying that just because women didn't have rights, that their fathers treated them like shit. I never said that. There are some fathers who was strict, you know, and whatever man he brought, it's gonna be what it is. That's how the rules were. But if your daddy loved you though, he wants what's best for you. So of course he gonna choose a man that he knows will be to your liking. But if he didn't choose a man to your liking, you ain't had shit to say about it. It's just gonna be what it's gonna be. So that's what I told him, hey, back in the day, women didn't have rights like that. And the dad would literally bring home a guy. Or maybe a guy showed up at the door. Hey, how you doing, Mr. Edwards? I came to court one of your daughters. And the dad would say, okay, bring his daughters and be like, well, this is my oldest. And the man may have been like, well, no, I wanted to see that one. But that's similar to what happened on The Color Purple, right? Remember, he went there. He liked Nettie. Nettie was young. Isn't it funny? He wanted the younger one, But I guess based on what he was saying, she was pretty, right? It was the way she was jumping around. She was just as young as his fucking daughters. He wanted to bring a baby home to sleep with so she could take care of his babies. That sick fuck butt. That's another story. Okay. Your daddy introduced you to the men. Your daddy had the approval. Your daddy is the one who gave you away in a wedding. You're not getting married without your daddy. Your daddy is the one who have to give you away. And y'all notice even at weddings, I think they've changed certain things. But it used to be, I'm not sure if they still ask is there anyone who, doesn't approve of this union, speak now or forever hold your peace. I'm not sure if that's still in the vows and through the ceremony. I'm not sure, but it used to be that way. That meant if your daddy didn't approve, he could come and stop that whole wedding. If you snuck off with this young man to go get married without your daddy approval, and he showed up, he said, "No, I don't approve of this. It's over." Okay, and so when I told him, "Look, women didn't have rights," and your grandfather, because he didn't want to mention his grandfather, I said, and a man, the dad would introduce the man to the woman, right? If the dad said no, then it's no. And she ain't have no choice. And he told me no, I was wrong. He said, no, my grandfather told me, he showed up at the house. He said, and they told him that he wasn't good enough. And then he said, but then he went back, did better for himself and went back. And he said that they ended up, I think he said they got married. I think the part that he was saying that he disagreed with me was he said that his grandmother was okay with him. She liked him. And I was like, okay, well, if she liked him, that's a plus. But she still didn't have no say. Even if she didn't like him, it didn't matter. If the dad said that's who you marry, and that's who you marry. Hey, Taylor.
What's up, Mom?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm still going in.
Yeah, I'm not really going in on anyone in particular, but I did play this little clip again because that shit was funny with the drugs.
Oh, that was hilarious. That was hilarious. No, I heard you talking about The Color Purple.
Oh yeah.
Have you read the actual book?
No, I had the book too. I started to read it. It was just like the way it started was too boring for me, and like she telling the story. But no, I didn't read it. What you read the book?
Oh yeah, the book is excellent. The book is excellent.
Big differences? What's some of the major differences that in the book?
Well, Suge and Celie, they were scissor sisters, so they had a whole affair in that book.
Oh yeah,
yeah. They had a whole affair. Celie, in the book, she went back to Mister.
Oh,
yeah.
Later.
After
starting a business and he got her sister back, she went back.
She went back to him.
Damn.
Yeah. I was like, because it shows like in the movie, like there's some similarities like in the movie and whatnot, but in the movie it shows that like after Celie done left him, he went that nigga downfall. He was spiraling. He that was karma. Treat people like shit, and then and your kids don't even want to fuck with you like that. But she ended up going back to him though. So
was he as bad to her in the book or better than the movie?
He was humble.
You mean in the end? You mean?
Yeah, in the end, he was very humble. But yeah, he was a whole day. Mister's a whole demon, and I don't understand. I don't understand why people are acting as so naive as far as not saying that was the majority of situations that were going on, but we're not gonna sit up here and pretend like that was not happening, because you don't know what your motherfucking grandma is not telling you.
Right. Yeah, we don't like you said, you all know the situations, but the laws though were that the fathers control, and that's why he gives her away to the man in the marriage. He could stop the marriage. Like you can't get married. You couldn't get married without your father's approval. And yeah, it was all kinds of shit going on. People would run away and try to do things, but yeah. Go ahead. You were saying something?
Oh no, I'm not saying that.
Yeah, you saw the picture, the walk this way picture, girl. That shit.
Of Mike Green Eyes, what he did? Yes, I was hollering. He's a fool.
Oh man. Man, oh man, oh man.
He is a fool.
Mike, I'm telling you, I got some doozies. I have some, like I don't show them, but when the different people, everybody who I done roasted through the years, there's a picture that came out. You know what I mean? And it was it would be, I would say something funny and Mike Green Eyes would go in make a photo based on something I said, and it should be hilarious. I got the one when I'm not sure if Books is here, but I told Books, I said, run for it, run. I told Books to run, right?
Right.
My Green Eyes put Books' face on Forrest Gump running.
Oh,
that shit was, we laughed for like 30 minutes. That shit was so funny. The way that shit was funny. We had Rude in some heels, stiletto heels, giving out wrenches.
Oh, you did not y'all did Rude like that?
I cracked a joke and said that Rude was giving wrenches for pussy pics. And so my Green Eyes had women in line handing off their pussy pics to him.
Oh my
and he was giving them wrenches.
Oh Jesus.
Oh man. When I was roasting old girl, and she had told the story about how she got pregnant in Walmart parking lot, how she used to go and wash up in the Walmart parking lot.
I heard that.
Girl, I got pictures of all that with her in a look. She had the baby. Mike Green Eyes put her in Walmart's parking lot, having a baby on a gurney with a shopping cart nearby, and the white Jeep that they lived in Walmart parking lot. That was in the picture. We had her in the Walmart bathroom in the sink taking a bath. Girl, you gotta see them. They are so fucking funny.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's funny. Shit.
I think the first one Mike sent me, I'll never forget it. That shit was funny. It was the first one, I believe. It was Rude. So I had, when I'm roasting people, it's not supposed to be real, but you make up stories, right? So I had said that Rude was living with his uncle on the computer, right? He put Rude on his uncle's couch. One half of his shirt was like a business shirt. The other half was like in his gown. It was in his nightgown, or like a robe with slippers on. And that shit, like, I gotta show it. This shit was so fucking funny. And he had a laptop. Oh man.
Good times.
Yeah, they were good times. Very fun. But yeah, he's been my secret weapon, man. And I used to want to tell people who made them, because I used to say, yeah. I used to show them, and people were like, good job, Bomb. And I would be like, no, I didn't make it. But I wouldn't tell them who made it. Because I knew if I told, they were going to steal it from me. I was like, they're going to steal Mike Green Eyes from me. Don't steal him.
Right. We need Mike Green Eyes.
Yeah, like, that's my secret weapon, baby. That's my secret weapon. I was protecting. I was trying to keep it to myself, Mike. I was trying to keep it to myself. Oh man. Don't tell him who did it, because then everybody would have probably had him making something. You know what I mean?
Right.
But
everybody wouldn't join in along.
Let me see. Let me go see what they talk about in the chat. But no, I made a message saying, look, I'm not jumping on your gin, but the shit was funny when she said she's so great.
It was funny. Like it was just so random. Like she's like, yeah, and I also sold crack. You know, the bus used to come pick us up for a work program and drop us off on the corner to sell crack. I was like, what the fuck? I was like,
You know what? But it wasn't even random because see, that's what somebody has said it before that they think that she plays to the room, which I get it, right? I that's understandable because remember the person who brought up the Bronx and crack, I think was what you call him, Sister George. Remember,
well, yeah,
right?
you know what? You're right because it was in conversation as far as that time period of what was going on. Because I remember because when she said she was from the Bronx, I think Sister George mentioned something. Her being from Coney Island.
Yeah.
And then they have to come. Okay, yeah, I
But then
remember now.
the mentioning of crack, like y'all notice when I tell my stories, I tell stories, right? I tell y'all what happened to me when I was young. But y'all notice my stories never is filled with, yeah, and there was a lot of crack going on. And,
Right? No.
Oh yeah, the community was all fucked up. They were doing this. Like, but y'all notice there's some people doing that.
There's some people that do that. I don't know. I mean, I know why they're doing it. Like, you know, because crack is synonymous with Black people.
Wow,
so
but for us to do it, you know what I mean? Like,
right.
why would we as Black people continue to state these things? Because you know there was more than Black people doing crack. Crack was
Right.
not just Black, but of course that's what they was putting out during the time.
Right.
Yeah, these crack this and crack that and crack this, you know. And so for us as Black people now who are now even more educated, we know that they did this purposely. Why would we continue it today? And so when people say, well, Bomb, you know, you speak and you don't give them the truth. I'm like, my truth. Listen, did I ever see people on crack? Yep, on TV. You know, the people who was on crack, I didn't really just see them hang. I didn't live in New York. And if you lived in New York, you saw that shit. But I did live in the area where drugs was prevalent, right? I even seen functional drug usage in my family.
Right.
Aunts and shit, they would sniff cocaine and shit. But the message is nowhere near what they was making seem like on TV. My aunts and uncles and everybody who did what they did, they was functioning motherfucking people.
There's a lot of functioning addicts.
Right.
There's a lot of them.
But they don't show that on TV, right? The media don't show that.
A lot of Caucasian people are functioning addicts. They be whole crackheads. CEOs of companies and different things like that. You know, they just have the money to be able to hide it. Like even me, when I went to high school and even junior high with a bunch of white kids, bunch of privileged white kids or some privileged Mexican kids, right? They were drug addicts. It's just that their parents had the money to hide it. I remember one dude who he was a player on the football team, and he was talking about basically this being his third time in rehab. Mind you, this kid is a junior in goddamn high school. So I mean, listen.
But you see what I'm saying? Like, so
right.
So that's functioning drug addicts, right? Just like alcoholics, and that is worldwide. But it's in our nation. But when they showed us as being on crack, they was like an epidemic, like people, you know, like the movie
from
like
New
Pookie.
Jack. Yeah.
And so, but then we have these black people, Black women, Black men on YouTube, and there's the storyline they're giving is what they show us in the media, in the movies. And so why don't they ever talk about the drug addict who really wasn't on drugs like that, like they were functioning? They was on that shit, but they were still going to work, making the money, taking care of their kids the best they could. You know, I get where we all have different experiences, though. You know, like in my household, if I had to crawl over and jump over addicts in my family,
right,
you know, who was fucking up, then that would be my what I would talk about. But I wouldn't talk about it constantly. It's almost like, are you here to help? Are you here to are you disgruntled like these men?
I think they're just using that as, I think a lot of these people in this space are on their what do they call it? Their high horse.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of them are on their high horse. I think they enjoy looking down on other Black people, and in their mind, they're thinking, "Well, I'm not like these Negroes because I got this and I got that." Not realizing that it don't matter how you portray yourself to be. You could speak the Queen's fucking English, you know, not a lick of quote unquote Ebonic, but they still see you the same exact way at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Like they're disrespectful as hell.
Yeah, we hurt ourselves. The people who claim they want to help, they're absolutely hurting. They're not bettering. You know what I mean? They're like, we gotta call it out. What you gotta call it out for? Who you calling it out to? Right? You act like we don't know what's going on in some of these communities. I know the most of the communities I know are clean communities. So if I could, I don't see the drug people on the streets hanging, but I have seen drug dealers. I lived in the neighborhood, but like I told you, on one side, I didn't even know it. Like I'm thinking I'm living in a decent neighborhood. One side is where the shooting happened. It's the same fucking neighborhood though, right? Mm-hmm. They shooting. I was never involved in that. Made sure the family wasn't involved with it. We kept our kids close. Taught them how to, not get involved with certain things. But I guess it's like almost like looking at the same glass and deciding whether it's half full or is it half empty. And we got a lot of half emptiers. And they think they're helping, but if the same glass is half full, you can mention that, hey, I look at it a little empty, but to constantly mention it's empty, it's empty, it's empty. I'm looking at the same glass and I'm like, but I could drink out of that glass.
And another thing too, Bomb, how come nobody want to talk about the areas where Black people populate that aren't quote unquote hoods? Because the majority of Black people don't live in no damn hood.
Right.
They don't. So you're talking about these areas where there's poverty, where there's crime. Well, when there's poverty, obviously there's going to be crime, no matter what demographic you're referring to. There's crime in the white community, in areas that are impoverished. So why are you only focused on the Black portion of it when you have all these Black people that are scattered all over the place, that are living that live in suburban areas? Like, we got to stop. We do.
Yeah, I mean, like people say they can do what they want on the channel. That's one thing, but I think it's just hurtful, harmful. It's harmful, and while they talking about weaves and shit, right, being harmful to the community, what is really harmful is their talking points, because there are white people who've never lived around us, right? And if they never lived around us, they only know what they see or hear. And so if they come to YouTube in the Black space and all we are talking about is this negative shit, how our parents are so horrible, even though they the ones with the horrible parents, right? See, we don't, there's some people in our community who do know what horrible parents are. Because I heard that, what his name, baby? The comedian who said that he used to get his ass beat. Richard Pryor?
Who?
I think it was Richard Pryor.
Yeah, Richard Pryor.
Oh.
His mother worked at a whorehouse.
Oh, his mother was Richard Pryor's mother was worked at a whorehouse, right? And
his grandmother ran.
And the grandmother was the owner of the whorehouse.
What?
Yeah, it's Richard Pryor's story. Yep.
I didn't know that.
He said he was abused, right? Yeah, he told the story, man. It's fucked up. I felt bad, I'm listening to his story, feel bad. But he say circumstances, as he got older, you understand circumstances. But when he was a child, he know what he knew. He was getting his ass beat because he would be sneaking around the whorehouse and shit. And he's a boy. They would have him go and buy things from the store to get him out the way. But yeah, his mother was a whore in a whorehouse that his grandmother ran.
Lord Jesus.
Yep.
That's crazy. Imagine your granny being a madam and then your mama being the hoe. Lord.
You seen Harlem Nights? These are the men who came together to write and write and made that movie.
You are
Remember
right,
Harlem
man.
Nights? Which
Yeah.
yep. Remember there was
You
the
shot me
son.
in my pinky till that Harlem
Yep.
Night? Okay.
But yeah, his story was that he was abused. So that's when I started realizing, okay, there are people, you never know them because they go to school with you. You probably didn't know they was getting beat and,
Right.
and brandished, what I mean, getting placed in closets, getting tortured. Some of that did happen in our community,
I believe
you
it.
know. But we got people on here making it seem like that shit happens so much that
Right.
most of us know about it because it happened to most of us. So listen, when the men and the women who come forward and say, "Look, I was treated bad as a child, and this is my story." Nothing wrong with that. We all gonna feel pity for them. We all go, but when these people come forward, tell their story and make it seem like that is normal in our community. And then
Right.
they put that
That's the
stain.
problem.
Yeah, that is a problem. And they don't understand that they are the problem. Now it's so bad to where they feel like they was harmed and hurt, and that we so bad that now they're even concerned about hair weave.
But the thing is, and that's what I was saying last night is the fact that me personally, I'm not negating the fact that particularly with these people when they talk about their experience as far as their childhood or with their parents. I'm not saying that they're lying about that, but we're not going to sit up here and pretend as if at every mother there was a single mother was like Delonda from The Damn Wire. We're not going to sit up there and act like there were women out there making in entirety there was like a influx of women that were making their sons go out and sell drugs and commit crimes and join gangs and different shit like that. 9 times out of 10, that woman was never home because she either worked 2 to 3 jobs to, keep food on the table, to keep clothes on your back, shoes on your feet, so you could fucking live and eat.
Right. Yeah, I know that it could be hard, right? It could be hard. It could be hard loving your parents because you love them, right? Naturally. And then you also could see the issues that they had. And I get that, especially when we're young, right? We in our teens, we might realize we're in a fucked up situation. We in our early 20s, we realize that it was just fucked up, right? But when you late 20s, 30s, and 40s, I'm sorry, yo, like let that shit go. The more you hold on, yeah, because think about it. Just like they was in a situation as a child, right? Let's say my mom beat me, my dad and my mom abused me. Right. Well, they hurt me. I'm in a situation that I have nothing, that I can't do anything about. I just gotta hope that I survive it. Then I have children, right? And let's say I didn't get the help that I needed. So I'm assuming that that's the way you're supposed to raise your kids. Now, when I get older, though, with some help and things, I realized that maybe my parents, maybe they taught me only what they knew. And then you start looking back and looking at your grandmother and your grandfather, like, were they abusive? You realize they was. So the way they was treating your mother and or father is the way they treated you. And then you realize that this is a cycle. But back then, there was no information. There was no help. People didn't know that they was doing wrong. The Bible, there was a lot of people in the Bible who were the ones doing the most abuse to children. Because like they are just saying that in the Bible, spare the rod, spare the child, spare the rod, or spare the rod.
Spare the rod, spoil the child.
Spoil the child, right. People literally was doing certain things to the children and under the guise of religion, and also saying that, hey, thinking that that's going to be better for the child in the long run, right? But now we know different. We have information, but back then they didn't. Like my mom was a great mom, but that had to do
Right.
with my grandmother. And that had to, but then again, if we look back and I start picking apart everything, some of y'all will be like, that's abuse. Back then, we would consider what was done back then as abusive today.
Yeah.
But was it though? Because to make a child get up early morning on Saturdays and go out on the farm and do the work,
I don't
today
think
that would
that's
be considered
abuse.
abuse. They would
Yeah,
consider that abuse today.
that's not abuse. That's building good character.
Yeah.
Responsibility, chores, the different
Yeah,
things. I had chores growing up.
yeah, but today they got this saying, let children be children.
Yeah, I
They
had
give them a
chores.
chance to play the video game. But back then, y'all, there was no video. Back in our society, things have changed. It used to be a time where your family, they didn't eat if they didn't all come together and work that farm or work that business. You know what I mean? Only in the last, 30, 40 years did they even have laws against children going to work. Now they got laws, right? You got to be a 14 minimum and you got to get approval through this. You got to be doing well in school. You got to be doing this to even get a job. Then when you're 16, you still got to get like a permit, I think, right?
Yeah,
Work
permit.
permit. That's right. But it used to be my dad quit school in 3rd grade, to go and help make money for the family. That my dad, not my granddad or my great granddad, my dad. That means that's just a generation from me.
Right.
I'm just a generation from you.
Right.
So that means that wasn't as long as some people think. We are not that far off from Black people not even knowing how to read. Most of us, if we think about this shit, our grandmothers, or my grandmother, right? Not y'all grandmother, but my grandmother didn't know how to read. My dad didn't know how to read. My mother, though, did know how to read because, my that side of the family, they were educated. They went to at least high school. Back then, if you got a high school education, you was considered educated.
Yeah.
For women, especially. We got to also remember, though, men didn't need the education back then to get a job. They can literally quit school and go get a job and make a good living for their family. Things have changed, though. So now we're making it seem like some things that were done back then is so abusive. We're making it seem like things that were done back then is so wrong. There's a lot of men, a lot of you, if you go and check back to your grandparents, they may not know how to read.
Yeah, that was common.
Yeah.
Baby boomers, right?
Yeah, baby boomers not knowing how to read. Especially on the men's side. The women, a lot of them, it depends. That it depends on where you're located, where you from and shit like that. But in the South, mainly, right? First of all, our country was an industrial company. It was about getting out there and working in the factories, working with your hands, shit like that, right? Men was getting out there, either auto mechanic, construction work was big amongst Black men. And so they didn't have to know how to read. And my mom learned to read at 18. See her? So we got young people not realizing. I know when y'all hear, hey, people didn't know how to read, y'all think of way back slavery. Slavery was 200 years ago. What? How many years was slavery? Almost 200 years ago. Yeah. But people couldn't read 70 years ago. You know what I mean? 70 years ago and later. So I have 9 girl first cousins. 3 of them have been abused. 33. Oh, now when it comes to the girls, it depends on what type of abuse you're talking about. That number gonna go up even higher than that. The activists. When it comes to girls,
and a lot of girls report it. Contrary to popular belief, a lot of women that have actually been assaulted, a lot of them don't report it. A lot of them don't even like talking about it.
Yeah, like I just started talking about mine, like I told you, a couple of years back. Did I even? My husband, listen, him and I was dating around the time I was raped, right? And he didn't know nothing about it. When he found out, maybe about wait, I've been here. When we living here? No, before we moved here. So maybe in the last 10 years, we've been married 30 years. Maybe about 10 years ago, my husband found out, and that's through me, right? Being in the hospital, and they wanted him to come sit in on the session. And he heard for the first time when I said I was raped. He never knew. Never. We don't talk about it. And I only started talking about it in the last maybe 5 years openly. And that's through therapy and shit like that. And they informed me that the more I talk about it, the less affected I'll be by it.
Right.
Right. But and I'm talking about actual rape. I'm not even talking about me getting grabbed, touched from me being a child. I'm talking about as young as I can remember back, being 8. And I don't even know, about and that's just with people outside, boys, not thinking that boys gonna be boys. Yeah, right. Boys will be boys and mentally fucking up young girls while they being boys.
Yeah. Boys are ruthless. Not, I wouldn't say ruthless, but some of them are brutal at that age. Like, my first bully was a boy. This little big ass, chubby ass white boy. Always liked to bully me and pull my hair, because my mom did my hair in twisties as a kid. Yeah. And I was a girl, so I didn't, I wanted him to leave me the fuck alone. And that was my first bully. And I would tell the teacher, of course, but the teacher thought the shit was funny and cute. Yeah. Oh, he just likes you.
He like you.
Right. See, and I'm like, well, that's not okay. I don't want to be bothered by him.
Yeah, it's the adults who was making that shit. See, I understand when they say little boys can be this and that, but that had to do with the parents, right? Because hey, you have to teach young men that they not supposed to do that. Like I had to actually teach my sons, hey, don't touch on girls who don't want you to touch on them. You know what I mean? You might think that you like her, but if you like her, go and tell her you like her. You know what I mean? I wasn't one of them parents who say, oh, it's just little boys being little boys. Like I heard that from my grandmother. I heard that from aunts. I heard that from neighbors. Like that was a societal thing. When boys to be boys. And it was coming mostly from the women. And you know why it's coming from the women? Because the girls, we're going to tell our mothers and our aunts and grandmothers that he just touched me. Right? We're thinking that they're going to at least get him to stop. But if you tell him he's just going to be a boy, now boys think that that's what they do. And you can, about 5 years ago, yeah, just on here 5 years ago, right? I came to YouTube, and Angry Man, they was talking about how the rules, right? They was talking about making catcalling against the law. And these niggas went crazy. Why would catcalling be against the law? Like I'm listening to him. I didn't really know him at the time. I listened to him and I made a response. And the response is catcalling should be illegal. And you men don't understand what catcalling is. You think it's just a group of you and your boys standing in a group whistling at a woman. I said, but that's abusive. It's very scary. It's usually a whole lot of men and 1 or 2 women. That in itself is scary. You're putting a woman in a very dangerous predicament, right? Because catcalling can end up to rape. It literally ends up that way a lot of times. Because the men get together. What they call it when you're in group and somebody say do something, and although everybody in the group know it's wrong, but they go along with us. They say it's something in psychology where
I forgot what it's called, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And so one guy says, grab her. Or they'll say, like, so it's they all innocent, right? They're on let's say the way we think of catcalling, most of us, we think of it as these group of construction workers on the job, right? And this woman is walking by, she's looking all cute and things, right? And all of a sudden, guy be like, look, and they look at her and they start whistling to her and shit like that. That's the reason that come to mind is because in the movies, that's what they show us.
Mhm.
But that's not the only form of catcalling, but that's the most one that we all think of. And what'll happen is some guys say, look, and then they'll another one will go chasing her. And the others go too, right? They chasing her, saying, "How you doing? You looking good? Oh, you looking sexy. Oh, what's your name?" Da da da. Right? It's a whole group of them. And then the next thing you know, she's walking faster. Somebody might say, "What you think? You better than us?"
I think that
Right?
happened recently.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think if I'm not mistaken, I mean, there are so many goddamn situations where one of
It's
these
happening a lot.
raggedy ass motherfuckers be
This
getting
didn't happen
mad
to
at
me.
people.
Yeah.
Didn't recently a dude run some chick over with his car?
Oh, yeah. I just showed that. And somebody said group thing. Yeah, that's what it's called. Thank you. So um, one guy says, "You think you better than us?" And the next thing you know, somebody said, "You ain't shit." And then somebody said, "Grab her." And this group of men who know better, for the most
Mhm.
part, they've now become collective, and now they're like somebody said, group thing. Somebody said, "Grab her," and nobody stops to say, "Wait, this is wrong." Somebody just grabs her. It's like almost like, okay, they formed this group and now they together and somebody's controlling it. And next thing you know, this woman is on the ground being raped.
Yeah, that's not
And
okay.
one by one. And then, you know what I mean? And this shit happens.
Yeah, it
And
does.
then afterwards, they all regretting it because they realize what they done. But the one person who set that shit up in a sense,
Mhm.
that's what he wanted. He may not even have done the rape. He may have been the one who popped it off, though. See, we got to understand that we could be amongst people who just are not good. And if we get into that mind frame of thinking like them,
Mhm.
we could be done something we wouldn't normally do. What's going on? Just ask y'all, how you doing? Oh, somebody said, "Who's the ghost lady?" Is that picture showing up still? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm going to change it.
I'm dead.
Oh, Lord. Yeah.
Who's the ghost lady?
I'm
Lord.
sorry. Let me change that photo, y'all. I'm wrong for that. I apologize to Jen. We was cracking jokes on something Jen said and somebody made a picture.
Yeah.
He put some words to
Jen was Nino Brown
the
in the Bronx. Oh
oh man.
Lord.
Tell Jen she gotta stop admitting to doing things that maybe she didn't do. Or when
You ain't
she's
gotta tell these people your goddamn business on here. Like,
oh
keep that
God.
shit to your damn self.
I'm trying to think
Oh Lord.
if I ever so I never sold drugs to nobody. I don't even know what most drugs look like, right? But I'm trying to think if I had, would I be on here admitting it? And I think I could. I think if I sold drugs, I've changed and I want to tell you all don't do what I do, or, you know what I mean, or this may happen to you kind of thing.
Right.
I can see what you're admitting. I can even see what she admits to it. But I think that it should have been more along the line of, yeah, I did that when I was young and I realized how stupid it was back then.
Right.
Like I tell y'all things that I did that were fucked up. Like when I told y'all I threw shit at my husband, I tell y'all, yeah, y'all, I did it, but I don't feel good about it now. I know now better. That's me admitting that, yeah, when I was young, I could, I was feisty and
Right.
and, and I was doing things just like young women are doing. And I'm saying, hey, y'all stop and think about what you're doing. Cause my husband always been 6'4". He's always been taller than me. I've always been 4'11" since I met him. And his ass could have literally knocked me on my ass. Right. Of course, though I didn't marry a man who would do such a thing like that, where he would just cock back and punch me. And also he met my daddy and my brothers and uncles. You know what I mean? My husband got the tour of the motherfucking family before we got married, and that mean all the men, and I mean all of them, cousins and uncles on both sides of the family, they walked around him, walked with him. Okay. And I don't know what they told him because of course, that's not my business. But whatever they told him, I didn't have to worry about certain things. You know what I mean? The one time I remember him doing something when I was pregnant. I understand he was stressed and shit, and he lucky I didn't kill him. You know what I mean? Kind of thing. But yeah, other than that, that was it. We all make mistakes when we're young. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you
But
do. Nobody's perfect.
but when she told that story though, she said it with so much pride. She was like, "Yeah, you know." And I was thinking to myself, "Dan, why you ain't asking like, hey,
I'm,
like, are you
I'm like,
still
girl,
selling crack?"
we don't need to know all that. Like, we don't need to know your business. Like,
Right, God damn.
we really don't. You
He
said a
said, "I'm
little bit
so,"
too much, Jenny, Jen.
and nothing. Look, nothing wrong with sharing, but you can't be mad when people like
But
myself and other people
so
repeat
when
that shit.
people clown you based on what you said, like you can't be mad at that or upset
Right.
with that. So
I don't be mad when people clown me based on some shit I said. I'll be like,
right.
shit, I
Hi,
did tell it.
Shar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll be like, I did share it, shit. I'm, you know what I mean? Fuck out of here. But
That
yeah,
was
don't be
funny
mad.
though. I was cracking up. I was like, are we just gonna sit here and act like she just did not say what she just said? That
I know you the one who had told me it happened because see, I wasn't watching that early on in the show. I just signed on, and when I said hi to you in the room, because soon as I come in and I see those of you that I know, I at y'all right away and be like, hey, how you doing, fam? How you doing, cuz? How you doing, sis? You know, and that's usually when I just showed up. But you told me, you say, didn't you hear what she said? She sold crack. What? Shit,
yeah,
we gotta rewind that shit, man.
she was the ice cream woman.
Mm. There was some other things that I heard her say, that I was gonna go through, but I know a girl, she was feisty, hot about it. I don't know. I'm still thinking if I'm gonna do it or not.
Those men in the chat, they were on their best behavior. They weren't calling her all types. They weren't calling her out of her name or anything like that.
What you wanna do? Oh. Mm. You know why? The
Because
same thing.
she's a
Remember?
spicy Latina.
Yep, because she's a what they consider a beautiful woman. They
She's the
even if you're
preference.
black, and you show yourself, you don't know. I noticed they could be over there with women, calling divested women. If they pretty, they'll still go over there and look at her. The ones that they think are pretty, because they only saw a picture, but they don't know what they really look like for real. These niggas go over there and give their hard-earned money. They don't know who they're giving their money to. You know what I mean? I watch some of these men over here who even over here give out hundreds of dollars to some of those women. I'm thinking, wow. But that's how men are. So they can't get mad at me when or other women when they say run them pockets.
Right.
But that's what they're getting done to them. You getting your
And some
pockets
of them
ran through by
deserve it.
somebody you don't know.
Some of them
Yeah,
deserve it too.
I agree. Because I'm thinking, what did this woman just say to make you pull out $50 on her? Y'all say y'all won't go to the strip club. What you mean to tell me you throwing $50 at some woman you know you ain't gonna get close to, you don't know nothing about, and they do it for her attention. If my husband was giving out somebody $50 fucking dollars, I wants to see who the fuck just got my $50 fucking dollars. I'm not even talking about no $10. My husband give money, he's subscribed to some of the people he deal with, like the shooting guns and knives, mostly knives now, camping and hunting. So he's Patreons to people, right? But he ain't giving nobody no $50 here and $50 there, $20 here, and like throwing out hundreds of dollars. Because I will bash him. Like I want to know what did they just tell you during this stream They made you pull out 50 fucking dollars. Now it's different if like I get people who send, cash at me, and they may cash at me once a month, and it may be like $20, $30, $50, right? That's them saying, okay, you entertaining, and I've been watching you for a month, and here you go, bam. And just the amount. I get that. I'm watching them be over there, and they give her $50 today. They gave her $20 2 days later. They gave her $30 days after that. And I'm like, but what did she say? What did she teach you?
That's a good question, but
What,
I don't know.
I would like to know what in the fuck is Jessica X teaching you men where y'all popping off that amount of cash. That's what I would like to know. Because I go over there and I listen, and I'm not saying,
Pro tricking. You understand me? I am pro tricking. So if they tricking, I am not mad at Jessica.
But I'm not even sure what this is. I like tricking. This is not even called trick. This is some other type of shit.
It's a form of tricking.
This is some lower form of trick, because even in a tricking,
the
men get
you
something.
Said a lower form of tricking.
Listen, I'd have been. Listen, y'all know I've been a phone sex operator, a cam woman, like you name it, right?
So funny.
At least when I'm on the phone with these men, they may not be able to hear me. I'm see me, but they hear me. I'm giving them something. They're getting something in return, and it's us. What they call it. I'm giving them something. They're getting something back.
Well, I mean, I think the men are getting something in return from her.
What?
Her, her content, her talking points. They like what she's saying, so they giving her money. No,
they hear the same shit from the men. Nah, it's something else.
But she's a lovely woman. Jessica's. She's not. I mean,
I'm not saying she's not lovely. I'm not even saying it's not even about her.
They don't want to hear a booger wolf. Because here's the thing,
but they don't know what she look like. Okay, so no, wait. Wait. Because I like, this is not about Jessica. This is not about her making money. I want her to make her money, do her thing. Mm-hmm. This is a conversation for these men right now, right?
Right.
I want to know, what type of dude are you to really not get not a fucking thing? Right? It's different. It's different for the women who even own cam. If they own cam, I get what Jen on the block, or block on the Jen, or whatever the name is, right? Block on the whatever her name. I understand when y'all give her money. You see her, you think she's pretty, she's entertaining, she captured you, and you can just sit there and watch her. Mm-hmm. Boom. I understand that, even to a degree. I am talking about the woman you can't see, and I'm man, this is some other type of shit. And what kind of man do you be, though? That's what I need to know.
It's common, Bomb.
Nah, this is not common. Mm-mm.
It is, though, because here's the thing. On Twitch, right now, there are female gamers that ain't never cammed the fuck up. They just have a goddamn anime motherfucking avatar. Right. And based on their voice alone, they running up a bag.
Tell me what they avatar looks a certain way. The avatar looks the way and this woman is attracting them, talking to them a certain way. I've been on Twitch, and Twitch is not the beginning. That's some low, but that's not even. I've been on a thing called what's the name of it? Not Different World. God damn it. Second Life. Second Life is the very first to do that shit. Twitch ain't shit compared to Second Life. I have a whole club on Second Life. A club where men pay like they come into a fucking club, and I am the entertainment. Whether I want to just sit there and dance or do a strip tease, and all of it is done with an avatar. I understand that 100%. I'm talking about this shit, this low level fuck boy shit some of these niggas are doing with a woman who even says she don't like their type of dude. And so she's not whipping them like dominatrix, and she's not being feminine in a sense of leering them on. She's just over there talking. And so the ones who don't think they simps, if you doing that when you ain't getting shit out of it for real, the same thing you hear from other people on YouTube is what you hear say. All you gotta do is listen to Kevin Samuels or some of these other women who say the same thing Kevin Samuels say, and that's who you get from her. But the other women are smart enough, they knew to turn on their cam. I'm not saying that Jessica isn't smart. I'm saying that she's a motherfucking genius to find simping ass niggas who was simp so motherfucking low. And this is embarrassment
A lower
to you
level
men.
of tricking.
It's these niggas who do that shit. I'm a lie. I'm gonna be honest. These niggas is the simplest simps of all motherfucking simps.
They still
And yet, and they'll tell other men. See, there's a different level of men. That's what they think they are. The ones who listen to her, right? If you go and listen to the men after they go over there and share their money with and shit. These are the men who say, "Nah, I ain't giving my money to no woman on Instagram. Oh no, I'm not going to OnlyFans." I've even heard him say, "Well, no, I don't go to strip clubs." And I'm looking at him while they tell me this shit, and I'm thinking to myself, "Nigga, what? Nigga, what?" Hey, Khadija, I'm like, nigga, what in the fuck? You are worse than them dudes who go to Instagram, the club, the strip club. These niggas is stupid. These niggas not getting shit for their money. And they give it. Listen, but let do what they do. Them niggas couldn't be married to me, and they were my sons. I would go and ask them, "What the hell did you do?" I'd kick them out my house. I ain't lying. We be divorced. Hey, Khadija, how you doing?
Hi, Bob. How are you?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm on vacation. So I was like, you know what? Let me come up here and say hey to Bob because I ain't been up here in a minute.
I know. How was your birthday? You had a good time?
My birthday?
Last month? Wasn't it last month?
My birthday is in October, Bob. My birthday is
she'll leave.
But that's the last time I've been on. See, that's what happened. The last time we was on it was around your birthday. Remember?
Yeah, I mean, I've been in your chat and stuff like that, but y'all be getting a little too crazy for me. My days of fighting on YouTube are over.
Oh yeah, well, I'm hardly in the chat, so I only see you when you come up here most of the time.
But, but I'm on vacation. I'm on my spring break vacation. So I was like, you know what? I ain't doing nothing else. I'm going to go on up here and say hey to Bon while I do my makeup because I'm about to go out and get me something to eat. Or I'm about to go get some dessert because I done DoorDash my food in. So now I got to have some dessert.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the last time we spoke, you said you're going to be graduating soon. When that is?
I have, what is it? March, April, May. I got about 2 more months.
Okay. See, y'all be thinking I don't be knowing y'all. When y'all come up to talk to me, I listen and I remember.
Yeah, plus I've been running through the YouTube streets telling everybody. I'm like, you know, y'all doing all this fighting and carrying on. Put some energy towards my graduation.
I know that's right. You about to graduate.
I know.
The YouTube streets have been hot. Have you been on the black sector lately, Bon? Like on the other side?
No, what's been happening?
Child. They dragging poor China White's ass. The filth.
Damn, what you done now?
They drag. Listen, I'll be in the clouds. I'll be like, wow.
Honestly, the clouds is the safest place to stay at this point.
I know that's right.
I'll be in the clouds. I'll be like, well, damn.
It's like, look, I don't get paid to fight with y'all, okay? I ain't got time.
Damn.
But it do be interesting and it do be funny, and I'm just like, child, y'all are crazy. I'm like, y'all are fucking bananas on here. I'm sorry about the cussing, but I was like, y'all are bananas on here. Like, what is
they
going
are
on?
literally crazy as hell. Like, people, I never knew like people were like that hell bent based on what people on the internet like say.
You know what?
Or do.
Coming to like YouTube was kind of like a culture shock for me because I'm just like, I did not know. Like, yeah, I used to sit there and fight with them, but I'm just like, I really did not know all of this stuff was a thing. I'm like, what is wrong with y'all?
This is fun, girl.
And then, yeah, it's fun. Especially if I got like a long flight and y'all done decided y'all just want to jump off the porch and go off on each other. I just be sitting there like, well, I know how I'm getting through my flight. I'm like, between this and my little nap I'm about to take, I'm good.
You know, this is how I used to get through my job, my work day with my kids, all of this, arguing back and forth. But it was a group of us, you know.
But you know what? I will say that too. I wanna thank y'all because y'all done got me through school. Y'all done got me through work. Y'all done got me through. Y'all done got me through a lot of stuff. And like my supervisor, every once in a while, like he'll come over and be like, "Well, what are you looking at? Because you're over here laughing mighty hard." And I'm just like, just don't even. I can't tell you about my peeps on YouTube and still be seen as normal. So I'm gonna just, you just sit over there and be in the dark.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
man.
I can't tell nobody about that. They'll be like, "The
I know
hell?"
that's right. You know, you could come on YouTube, cuss somebody out, but you might want to cuss out your boss, right? But you can't. So you
Right.
come to YouTube, take it out on somebody who's willing to take it.
Right, because it's like I don't like you anyway. So I mean, you might as well. But yeah, y'all done got me through. Like y'all done got me through the pandemic. Y'all done got me through. Y'all done just got me through every little thing, child. I'm like, child, I ain't about to be sitting here fighting with y'all asses no more. Because I done been there, done that, and got my damn T-shirt. So I'm done. But like, it is fun to sit there and watch y'all.
I know that's right. I like coming when I like, starting the shows and letting y'all come up and just having fun.
Yeah.
We done talked about damn near everything, right, Taylor? Is there anything we haven't talked about?
I mean, we pretty much talked about it, everything, you know.
Yeah, it's like,
White
child,
people.
it's like, child, I'm sick of y'all. I'm sick of y'all. I can't do it no more. I'm sick of y'all.
Where else can women go and say, I like what kind of penis they like and not get judged? At first, it was kind of rocky, Some women will say, well, nah, I like them big. And some women say, well, no, I don't want them too big. And now we could come together and figure this shit out. Because think about it. I used to be, when I was younger, I used to wonder if I was abnormal. Like, I'm okay with it not being an arm in the leg, Because you assume that all women want them big. That's what the men assume anyway.
Right.
I thought I was just abnormal. But
no, you're not abnormal, Bomb. I think you're the most normal one.
Yeah, when you get with other women who like, yeah, nah, I'm cool with, normal size too. You know what I mean? And then you'd be like, okay, let me take a breath. Everything good. But it's a lot of things you learn by talking to other people that you can't talk like this to your mom. Definitely can't talk this way to your dad.
Oh, yeah, definitely not.
If you don't have a sister or brother, I definitely wouldn't talk to my brother. I'm the oldest, so I wouldn't talk to it to my sister neither. Because I don't want to know what she worked with, anything about what she like and her boyfriend. I don't need to know none of that. She don't need to know. It's almost easier to talk to people who don't really know you in real life, right?
Right.
Because you don't want to tell women who around your husband anything about your husband for real. You're going to have to crack a bitch in the head.
Right. You got to be careful, even around your friends. Like, you can't tell people, you can't be telling your homegirls too much of your business as far as your man, how big he is, how he working and different things like that, because they may get an idea and want to try something, and then you won't have to end up in jail for attempted fucking murder because you almost killed the bitch. And that, it's a sad story for both of y'all. You got to spend the rest of your life in jail, and you got to kill this nigga and you got to kill her. So it's just we don't need to be doing all that.
You might be able to make it to Mexico before they catch you. You just gotta. Never mind. Let me not even. Let me not incriminate myself on a public platform.
Listen, my Venus is in Scorpio. I'm fucking crazy. Okay. Don't play with me when it comes to love. I will listen. Don't play with my motherfucking emotions.
I know that's right. Especially when I was younger, y'all, I was more feistier, quicker to pick something up to bash somebody in the head if they played with me. And as you get older, you calm it down a little bit. but you still got to make those threats every once in a while. You know what I mean? Now I done switched to don't make me bust into the white meat. Now it don't make me go get my switch. You know, make it a little funny, but let people know, look, stop playing with me.
I'm about to run downstairs and go get my food real quick. I'll be back.
Okay.
Enjoy.
But that's the fun thing. The sugar bum said have to smack a bitch. Just
Exactly, sugar bum. Pow pow. Slap,
I'm watching this show on Epic called From. It's called From, right? I binge watched it on Saturday, I think. But they didn't put them all up. I hate when they do that. See, I'm a real true binge watcher. Like I want to see some shit. I want to see it from all the way from one episode to the whole series, the whole what they call it? Is it called a series when they go through a whole season? I'm sorry, I want to go through the whole
series.
season.
Yeah. Well, no. If it goes to a whole season, then it's a season. Yeah, it's a season.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
So, but they did me wrong with From because they only put up 5, right? And pissed me off. That's what made me sign on the other day. I was so peated. I watched and watched. And I was like, I know this can't be it. This ain't how this shit ended. And so I go online to look how many episodes it's from. And they're like, okay, they only put up, I think the first 2 is free, but I have Epics anyway. So they only put up 5. I'm wondering when they're going to put up the other motherfucking 5. It pisses me off, man. So the reason I mentioned From though, so it's about these people who end up in this like this little small town that at night is dangerous. So they got to get in their homes at night, and they got to put this little rock with a symbol on it to their doors, so these creatures can't come in and kill them. And in the beginning, there was this guy. He was drunk. He was at the bar, and when it was time for him to go, as it was getting dark, he just passed out. So they locked it. They knew he would be safe there, but what wasn't safe is his daughter and his wife. While he was drunk in the bar, the wife, locked the doors and did everything she had to do. But the child, somebody knocked at her window on the second floor, and they said, "Let me in." And she said, "No, I'm not supposed to." And they said, "Let me out. I just want to see you." This little girl said, she opens the motherfucking blinds. She sees the woman. Now the woman says, "I'm your grandmother." And right. And so she says, okay, she opens the blind. She said, "But you don't look anything like my grandmother." She said, "It's okay. It's me. Open. Let me in." And the little girl opens the motherfucking window. Now let me tell you something. Little girl opens the window. That's it. They both did, right? But the part that made me talk about it's called
What's the name of the series?
From.
Okay.
Now this is the thing. What made me bring this up is when you mentioned slapping. So the guy who played in Oz, he was the guy who was in the wheelchair. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
He is the star. He's the sheriff of the town. So he sees the husband coming to the house in the morning, and he looks at him, and he slaps the shit out of him. A man's supposed to take care of his family, and smacks him again. Bam! She was funny. And then he goes up and show him his wife and his daughter. Now, our little girl, no matter if you say if I say I'm your grandmother, but when you lift open the window, the blinds, I don't look nothing like your grandma. Why would you listen to anything else I say after that? Who taught this little girl? This little girl looked like she about 9, 10 years old. That shit was crazy.
That sounds like like a unknown entity like killed her.
Yeah, and they look like people. They come around. They get in your mind. Yeah, it's
that sounds like some sci-fi shit. I need to watch that.
Yeah, it's called From. It was good.
That's cool. Yeah, she needs her ass whipped. Don't be opening no goddamn doors for no damn strange. See, in the afterlife, I'd have fucked her up because you like, bitch, you just got us killed because you opening doors knowing damn well that ain't your goddamn grandma
Not even the door. She ain't open the
or the
door. She
window.
opened a
Excuse me.
window. Now imagine opening a motherfucker. Like I think most kids, you know, that not to open windows. Who comes
Right,
through windows on the second floor?
right,
Now, you know, it wasn't like the little girl was 5. You know,
right.
because she, you know, 5-year-olds don't know how to open the window. This little girl was old enough to unlock that window and open that motherfucker. That I'm putting her at like 9, 10 years old. Why the hell did she open that window in this town where she had to know what's going on? But the show is good. It's really good. I think it was
There's
good.
5 seasons.
No, it's on the first season. It just started
Oh,
this
okay.
month. It's 5 episodes up,
Oh,
and I looked to see how many episodes are gonna be in total. But I thought, like on Netflix, don't they put all the seasons up at once? Episodes, I mean, don't they put all the episodes up at once?
on Netflix or Epics, you said?
Netflix. I'm asking, don't they do that on Netflix? Like they put up the whole, like if it's season 1, they'll put up the whole season 1.
Yes, they do that. They do that on Netflix. They'll put up that
Right,
entire season.
right. And
Mhm.
so that's why I ended up watching Raising Dion, right?
Mhm.
I saw the first episode and I was like, okay, this is cool. And then I watched and watched. And then so I went from watching the first episode to watching the first whole season and then the second season, waiting for the third.
Oh, I could watch it for free. I forgot I have Prime. I could watch From for free on Prime. Okay.
Yeah, they say it's gonna be on Prime too. So I think the first episode is on Prime. I think the second one might be on Prime. I'm not sure, but
I'm
I
looking
think
at it
as
right
they,
now.
yeah, it's pretty good. You gonna watch? Tell me what you think, because I know what I think, but I'm good at deciphering movies where they're going
Mhm.
before they go there. But I don't want to say what I think going on
Yeah.
right now because I don't want to ruin it for other people. But
Right. I can't believe that little girl opened that damn window. Shout out, listen.
girl, you
Sit
got,
your ass
yeah.
down.
It's the very beginning of the show too. This is kind of funny. Okay, gotta go chill. Well, you leaving us, Mike?
Oh no,
Anyway.
Mike in the chat trolling, so he said he's going back to the house.
Ari said my Venus is Pisces. I'm a lover and a fighter. She says she a lover and a fighter. She over there whipping ass and making love. She
See,
choking
I
him
knew
out
I
while
had
she.
Scorpio. I knew I had Scorpio somewhere in my chart. And after I redid my birth chart, I was like, my Venus is Scorpio. I was like, it makes sense. It makes sense because if you deceive me in love, I'm bound to cut you. Okay.
Y'all, this food looks so good.
What you get?
I'm sorry, I'm stuck in my face. I got a garden salad. I got a lobster roll and some chips, and then I got some shrimp.
Damn, girl. Got
I like
seafood. Scrimp.
Scream. Man. So what do y'all think about Ukraine stuff that's going on? What, like
I don't
from a
think about it. It's white on white crime. I don't think about it.
Yeah. You know, when I was younger, because I was thinking about this the other day, I was like, when I was younger and shit was going on, I wasn't thinking about it. And now that I'm older, it's like I care, right?
I hope things
But
get better, but it's just like, I mean, okay.
our gas is going up, you know, as shit go on. We're gonna eventually
Yeah.
care. We're gonna
I
eventually
care
care.
about the shit because I need them to calm the fuck down.
Yeah.
And bring the
Just come
gas
over
back
here.
to $2.90 a fucking gallon, please.
Hell yeah, I
I filled
know.
up my damn tank yesterday. It said $4.99 a gallon. I said, what?
Yes, that's what it's gonna affect. That's what's it's affecting regular normal folks in their gas. Gas right there, right? I don't know. But what I was also thinking by being black, yo, like so I find myself in like I wanna feel sorry for the people, right? And I'm thinking America, like we with the rest of the UN, we should do something. We got to do something. Like they literally killing just people, right? They just blowing up shit. It's almost like if we live like where we living in now, somebody just decide to just start bombing our little areas, hit whatever they want.
I hope it don't get to that, to the point where they bombing us. So I hope Putin kind of puts his nuclear down.
Yeah, but he's shooting for a nuclear plant over there, which will affect everybody in the world. You know, he's trying to. He knows what he's doing, right? But it didn't work out the way he thought. He thought it would be a quick go in, take over, but them people fighting for real. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they fighting.
Even without guns and shit, they getting in front of them. The tanks got stuck and some. It's all fucked up. But anyway, I was being black, right, in America. Think when I think about, oh, those people need help and we need to help them, and then I start thinking, but in our own country, does a group of us need help?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like
we got to take care of home first.
Yes, and so, like you said, we should be taking care of home first, but and yet we don't take care of home, but eventually we're gonna end up, we already taking care of Ukraine in certain ways, right? Helping them with weapons and shit like that. We just not going to actual fight for them, but we've been giving them things. But at the same time, we'll be on YouTube talking about a black mother who might get $200 a month to help feed, her and her children.
Right.
And I get conflicted with this shit right here. I'm conflicted because there was a people over there with children and families like ours, and a group of people can, just like here in America, there's a small group of people come together, sit on Congress up there and make decisions about our children going to war and shit.
Right.
And then they lied to us,
Yeah, that's scary.
Yeah, that's fucked up. I saw a video the other day. I think it was yesterday or the day before. There was a young black woman in the army. I think that was the army she was in. Crying about, this ain't what I signed up for. Man, I want to just bitch slap her. I ain't gonna lie. The fuck you join the army and then gonna cry about you ain't joined for this? Why had a black woman that
nice.
Huh?
I said be nice.
Did y'all see the video?
I haven't seen the video.
Girl, I'm about to show you. Her dumb ass talking about.
What else did she sign up for? I mean, that's part, because you know what I think it is, Mom?
Think it is.
Excuse me. I was thinking about joining the military at one point prior to me graduating from high school. I was thinking about joining the Navy, being regular, because I really didn't, I wasn't really about that life. And then, my mom was just like, girl, do you understand that if they basically, if whatever happens in the country, if they go to war, your ass is going too. And I was like, whoa, shit. And I was like, well, you know what? Never mind. Let me just go and be a regular civilian. like everybody else. Let me not sign up for this. But I think what it is that because the military has great benefits, a lot of people aren't necessarily expecting to go into war. They're just expecting to do their little 4 years and then just dip, right? Do whatever career that it is that they want to do. But, unfortunately, presidents have changed and, circumstances are at where it's at. So a lot of people are like, oh, well, damn, I didn't know it was that real. And I'm like, well, motherfucker, you in the military. What you mean?
Like, I think they go not really expecting to go to war. And then like when they actually have to go to war, like the reality kind of hits them and stuff like that. But it's still like, that's kind of what you signed up for.
Right. Right. You signed your life over to the government.
Right. So I understand, so those of us who my age, right, who when we went in like the 80s, I understand where we could say, look, we went in and we wasn't even thinking about no war, right? Because there was no war. We wasn't in wartime. It was no war. But I do not understand anybody who signed in after 2000. We've been in a 20-year war for 20 years.
I mean, it's been a minute. I agree.
We was so for the last 20 years we've been at war with people going back and forth over there. So that means you already know we in the middle of a war when you signed up. That's why you got that extra bonus money when you signed up.
It's the benefit. Like, people are looking at the benefits, and of course military has great benefits, but obviously there's a sacrifice that comes with it, you know, a potential sacrifice. When you sign your life over to the goddamn government, they own you essentially for that time. So you know, she made her bed, now she gotta lay in it. Like, I'm sorry, ma'am.
Girl,
That's why I wouldn't join the military. I'm not going to fight no war I didn't start. I'm sorry.
I know that's right. Listen, I understand. I remember my sons wanted to go. I was like, nah. You know, I know me and your daddy went, but we went in not thinking about no war. You know what I mean? It happens that we ended up going to war while we was in. And then we had to deal with it. You just got to deal with what you got to deal with. But you don't go to no military in the midst of war.
Right.
I didn't see no we in war. I get what we don't know, but so a lot of people, Americans, don't know we've been in war for 20 years. We've literally been fighting multiple wars in the whole 20 years. Normal, regular Americans don't know. But by the time you go to think about going in the military, don't you think you would at least do the research?
You would think. I mean, you would think. But, you know, people don't have common sense nowadays, Bon.
Girl. And what's worse, though, it's not the fact that, hey, you're scared and I understand you know, that's not what you want to do. But why would you take to the internet
crying and shit?
Yeah, I got to show it. I got to find it real quick. And you don't do that. Now you make us all, you make America as a whole look bad. Some things shouldn't be done. Like for real, some things you might feel like you want to cry and shit. Do that shit to yourself. But she made us as Americans look bad, and especially Black women.
This is not what I signed up for. That I can't believe she let that leave her mouth.
Girl, I'm about to play this shit, girl. This shit is crazy.
You said you wanted to slap her, Bomb.
Girl, I still want to smack her. I ain't even lying.
And sometimes for a lot of people, the military is just a way out. Like if they don't have that many options or they don't have that many opportunities, a lot of them see it as a way out.
Mm-hmm. I mean, to me, that's the reason why I went in. I was like, okay, well, what am I gonna do? And okay, what y'all think? I went to the military thinking I want to protect the nation. Fuck out of here. But you know what I mean? I ain't go thinking I want to
work out every day.
Girl, listen to this shit right here. Fair use, because I have to say fair use because this woman posting it up. Here we go.
Kind of, it hurts me, like, and I don't really.
Wait, here we go.
I didn't come into the army for this. And
did you hear what she said just now?
I heard her.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I could hear it.
This. And it's just, it really, like, it hurts me, like, and I don't really like to let stuff affect me, but this is affecting me because this is my life. But in this TikTok, like, of course, you know, okay, I'm in uniform, everybody knows what's going on. So, of course, everybody coming in with the Ukraine, Russia, and all of that, you know, comments or whatever, asking questions. And I'm just like, I'm not here for that. I'm not addressing any of that. But then, like, it's just like, I really hate it how people are so insensitive, especially, like, and it's like, it's the civilians. But they're so insensitive to, like, what military people really go through. This is my first term. And like, it's like
this bitch is crying. This bitch is in that uniform crying. This is my first time. And I didn't come in the military to be in the military.
She just came for the damn benefits, Bomb.
Yeah, but she could have kept that shit to herself, man. She on TikTok. See, I want to talk too much on this TikTok shit. Sit her ass down somewhere. But wait. It's not even over. Wait, let me finish playing. Fair use, everybody.
Y'all, like, what makes me so mad is, like, y'all are so insensitive.
Shut the fuck up.
Y'all want to talk about, oh, this is what you signed up for. This is what nobody goes into the military wanting to go to war, thinking they're going to go to war. I'm financed, for crying out loud.
You finance?
Where she
what
does she mean by that?
Oh, she's finance. That's her. She went into the military to do finance. She
Girl,
makes sure everybody get paid.
girl, why couldn't you get into finance at the nearest community college near you? I'm
Exactly.
so like, what?
But check it out. She's stupid because I bet you she's not even. See what she says she finance. She's probably not full time. So with a lot of people confused about young people, they don't tell you. Drill sergeant's tricky. They trick you. You think that you're gonna go National Guard and reservists, right? You thinking,
Right.
oh, you just gonna go once a week, once every weekend, once a month. I'm sorry, a weekend every month, and that's all you're gonna do. But they are the first people who go to war. Uh, Reservists and National Guard are the very well, especially reservists. They're the first ones to go to war. They choose because y'all they choose y'all asses because what you think you reservists for? What do a reservist think they're reservists for?
Listen, Bob, I learned that prior to me even well, not no, that was after the fact that me deciding not to go to the military because they're like, oh, well, you could just do the reserve. And I'm just like, me thinking to myself, I was like, do you think I'm stupid? Like, these motherfuckers not just sitting here not doing nothing in uniform, just looking cute and whatnot. No, like, of course they're gonna go to war. Like,
they're the
it never made sense.
They reservists, they call them reservists because you reserved for war. Well, I mean, why would regular people, regular military people, why would we need reservists for regular? We don't need your backup while I'm doing my job in the regular military. Reservists are the war, those are the ones who are, when we go to war, you're the one who go. But they
Oh,
don't
dang. I
tell you
thought they
that.
saved them for last. Wow. I didn't know
No, they the first.
I think the Navy's last, if I'm not mistaken. Am I right?
No. I'm talking about they got reservists, Navy, Army, all of them got reserves. Reservists.
Okay.
Reservists, are the people who go to war first. They are reserved. Nobody asks themselves, well, what am I reserved for? And they're gonna tell you war. That means when you go to war, they go first. They go to training once a month, and all they train is war tactics. What they're gonna do, how they're gonna do it. So that's why they go first. They're already built for that. They don't have to take people out of units and other areas that might be needed. So they take the reservists.
So I just learned something new today. I always thought they went last.
Oh no, they the first to go. They guaranteed to go. you guaranteed to go to war if you reservists.
Wow.
Okay. Because you guaranteed to go to war if you reservists. And but if she's not, then her being financed, right? She's financed, so she's one of them people where they could say, well, we can get rid of her. She can go to war.
If you can get finance down at the community college, like Taylor was saying, it don't cost that much at community. I mean, you still gonna pay some money, but it's not as expensive at community college.
You could literally go. You could literally the FAFSA, the grant. If they give you the maximum grant, you ain't got to take out no damn student loan for community college. You could just pay with the goddamn grant.
Yeah,
and call it a damn day.
She's financed and
at community college, it take like what, 2 years at most, and that's if you do summer classes too.
Yeah, it's only 2 years. Could be sooner than that if you do take summer classes, and it's cheaper too. Right. Like, because at the regular community college, like, I'm not sure how it is in some of your guys' states, but over here it's like $84 per credit. So that's not much. Compared to the universities, at least you do that for 2 years. That's not bad.
Yeah, it's almost like if you go to community college versus like university in South Carolina, it's almost like, I want to say about half. Well, maybe not half. That's probably pushing it, but it's significantly less, I'll say.
Yeah.
And you finish quicker too. So yeah, she basically just signed her life away for no reason. Like, girl, there were other ways to get a finance degree.
Yeah, it don't make any sense, because going in the army, when she's getting a degree, if she went in, no, she just went to go and she gonna work in finance. She's in the finance department. So the army don't give you no degrees. You still got to
willing to
go to
bet-
school
I'm willing to bet she thought that they weren't going to send her anywhere.
because she
And-
financed. That's why she just said. She said, "I'm in the finance department. Why would I go to war?" But in the army, you a soldier first. That's why basic training do not teach you no finance. Basic training, the first training you ever get is war. They teach you how to shoot guns. You a soldier first.
This is off topic, but I really recommend these lobster rolls if y'all ever get a chance to try them. They're so good.
Where you get it from? I'm hungry.
I'm sorry, I got my mouth full. It's this place called Supreme Crab. I found it on DoorDash.
Sound good. When you say crab, I love crab, man.
I love crabs too. I love
I started to get some king crab legs, and I'm like, I can get that back in Georgia. So I was like, let me get something that we don't really have over there. Because to me, it doesn't really make sense to go travel places and then you eat the same thing.
That's true. That's true. Where you at? Because they ain't got no crab or no seafood up this way yet. It's still cold. It's about to snow again.
I'm over on the West Coast.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's about to snow over here again, man. Anyway, fair use. Let me finish playing this cry baby ass bitch. God damn. Fair use.
Nobody thinks this is gonna happen, but like civilians, y'all get to go home, y'all get to go to y'all families, y'all go to work, y'all know what y'all life is gonna be. My life is so unpredictable. I could be deployed within the next few days. Like, I really
It's not unpredictable, bitch. You went into the army knowing this. Wow, that's why you gotta be some decisions. Some parents, somebody gotta help. What's going on with this young woman?
Shout out to my family because they talked to me long and hard before I made that decision to go. They're like, "Are you sure?"
Was in the military. He told me straight up, just don't do it.
Yeah, I told my son, shit, I ain't gonna lie. My son had a goddamn Marine come to the house, and me and my husband in the army, and we look. The man came to the house, gave my son a test, and me and my husband just walking around him, just going in circles, trying to figure out how we gonna get this man out of our house without my son, But my husband he understands you can't just tell a young man no, especially when they're old enough to make their own decisions.
Right.
You want them to think, even if they didn't make the decision themselves, you want them to think they did.
Right.
Or they will rebel. That's the secret about being parents, y'all. We got to know how to manipulate, okay? Anyway, yeah, if you tell them no, they're going to go do it anyway. So I was waiting for my husband to tell him, kick this goddamn Marine out my house. Like,
Mom was like, husband, get this nigga out of my damn house.
I was starting making hits. I'm like, we are Army house. I wait for my husband to get all, gun ho, like, yeah, Army, and get out. But nah, my husband was just calm, cool, and collected, like the father he is. And I just wanted more, so I started throwing insults and shit, like, what did you do I asked him, what do he do in the goddamn Marines? You know what I mean? I just wanted to get out my house. But anyway, let me get back to this fair use, y'all.
Like, I didn't come into the army for this, and it hurts me, like, and I don't really like to let stuff affect me, but this is affecting me because this is my life. I can't hear the video.
You gotta click on into the Zoom. If you're out of the Zoom watching it from somewhere else, you gotta go into the Zoom. That's why.
Yeah, I don't know how. Okay, here we go.
But if anything, I really just want people to be more sensitive to the situation, because this is my life we're talking about. Like, there's potential that, like, honestly, like, there's potential that anybody going over there won't come back. So it's just, I don't even know why I'm making this, but it's just like,
yeah, I don't know neither, bitch.
People talking about the situation, like, please just keep in mind, these are real people that have families, people that have children. And y'all making jokes about it, and y'all this and y'all all of that, and these trolls. I'm like, these are real people, real life situations. Like, please just be sensitive to stuff, because, like, I'm not gonna lie to any of you. I'm scared as hell right now. I'm just,
And it's okay to be
but
scared.
to all my battles out there, good luck to all of us, because oh man, oh god, this has not been an easy morning. I was up till 2 a.m. last night because, and then it's just like the army's not the only thing going on in my life right now.
No, not. The army's not the only thing going on in our life. Listen, you're right. There's nothing wrong with being scared, and it's a scary thing. But when she went to basic, she was scared. She made it through that. She went to AIT, she was scared. She made it through that. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of things. She signed up for this shit. It's not like she signed up, was able to go somewhere and forget all about it. And then now she's like, oh, I forgot that I signed up years ago. I'm scared. No. Every day she goes to work in that uniform. She knows what this is. This is not, this is not like some civilian go to work and then somebody just say, boom, we're going to send you overseas to war.
Right. It don't work like that.
Right. When you're in the military, every day you go to work, there is something to remind you that you're in the army, you are on the military. And if war ever break out, your job is to go and defend your country. So she on here acting like
she didn't know what was getting ready to take. She didn't know what
right.
the potential outcome could have been, basically.
Right. And she wants civilians to understand that this is her life. But when she signed the paperwork to join, she knew that she would be putting her life. Look, we sign a contract when you go in the army. You raise your right hand up and you actually swear in. Right? This is not just simply you go and get a job that you could quit and all that shit. She can't quit this job. Let me tell you what happened to her ass. If they tell her, cut her orders to go overseas and her ass don't show up, she going to jail.
Right.
These young people got to start knowing what the fuck they doing, because if she do not show up, if she decides she's so nervous, she's not going to show up to go where them orders tell her to go, she is going to be picked up and she's going to jail. Okay. And then court martial. And back in the day, guess what they used to do you? Put you in front of a firing squad. They used to kill you. So this is an example of young people, or should I say a young person, just making decisions without guidance, maybe, or just doing something because I don't even know. I don't understand how she in the military and don't
know this, right?
And up until a couple of months ago, we have actively been in war with a country for 20 years. She look like she might be 20 years old. All her life we've been in war. Why didn't she know that?
You know, actually pointed that out to me that we've been at war for like the last 20 years. And that actually blew my mind, because I was just like, I forgot we have been fighting that damn long.
Yeah, we've been fighting. Me and my husband, we went Desert Shield, Desert Storm. We've been fighting ever since then.
Yeah, because I had never really thought about it, but then they pointed that out to me, and I was like, God damn, we have been fighting for a long ass time.
We've been fighting, and that's just that war. We always have some little assignments. We go and do something over here and over there. When you're in the military, you have an understanding of this. So I know where civilians may not, right? We live our everyday life like everything is normal, everything good. But we've always been, that we've been at war since 9/11.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
So, somebody show me a fair use, y'all. Here we go.
So it's just like, this is just more added on to it, but we strong. We gonna get through it.
Okay.
Girl, comment. Let us know.
Hey, babe, I'm gonna show you this video. I'll show it to you later. You want to see now? Just a small piece. She crying. Wait, y'all, I'm gonna let my husband see. She's crying because let me show you.
it hurts me, like, and I didn't come into the army for this, and it's just, it really, like, it hurts me, like, and I don't really like to let stuff affect me, but this is affecting me because this is my life. But in this TikTok, like, of course, you know, okay, I'm in uniform, everybody knows what's going on, so of course everybody coming in with the Ukraine, Russia, and all of that, you know, comments or whatever, asking questions, and I'm just like, I'm not here for that, I'm not addressing any of that. But then, like, it's just like, I really hated how people are so insensitive, especially, like, and it's like, it's the civilians, but they're so insensitive to, like, what military people really go through. This is my first term, and, like, it's like, y'all, like, what makes me so mad is, like, y'all are so insensitive. Y'all want to talk about, oh, this is what you signed up for, this is what you, nobody goes into the military wanting to go to war, thinking they're going to go to war. I'm financed, for crying out loud. Nobody thinks this is going to happen. But, like, civilians, y'all get to go home, y'all get to go to y'all families, y'all go to work, y'all know what y'all life is going to be. My life is so unpredictable. I could be deployed within the next few days. Like, I really just, like, I didn't come into the army for this, and it's just, it really, like, it hurts me, like, and I don't really like to let stuff affect me, but this is affecting me because this is my life. But if anything, I really just want people to be like, be more sensitive to the situation, because this is my life we're talking about. Like, there's potential that, like, honestly, like, there's potential that anybody going over there can't come back, won't come back. So it's just, I don't even know why I'm making this, but it's just like, people talking about the situation, like, please just keep in mind, these are real people that have families, people that have children, and y'all making jokes about it, and y'all this and y'all all of that, and these trolls. I'm like, these are real people, real life situations. Like, please just be sensitive to stuff, because, like, I'm not gonna lie to any of you, I'm scared as hell right now. I'm just, but to all my battles out there, good luck to all of us, because, oh man, oh god, this has not been an easy morning. I was up till 2 a.m. last night, and then it's just like, the army's not the only thing going on in my life right now, so it's just like, this is just more added on to it. But we strong, we gonna get through it.
But in 89,
But in the TikTok, like,
but in 89, it was different, baby. In 89,
Sister, speak your speech.
In 89, there hadn't been no war. So when we went in, there hadn't been no war. But there's been a war all her life. She looked like she's about 20 years old, and we've been at war for 20 years.
But like she said, these cats, it was the same thing in 89. It's, well, I just joined for the college. Dude, you knew what the fuck you were getting into from the gate, right? What war movie did you see where the army sitting around holding hands and singing songs?
You're right. Yeah. What's the name of that movie? Full Metal Jacket is what I watched before I went in.
It was like, come on.
Yeah,
man.
I watched that movie. It was sickening. It was sickening to watch.
Well, it was sickening to you. It wasn't sickening to all of us. Go ahead, Ben.
Pretty close to accurate.
No, I know that's right.
I mean, it is pretty close to accurate. You make killers in the military. You make killers.
But
right.
Yeah, you make killers. So some of us are killers. How about that?
You know, but at the same time, I understand what this young lady is going through, because I have sympathy for a lot of our vets.
Why would you have sympathy for a woman who signed up getting paid every goddamn month?
Wait a minute,
Glenwood,
Bomb.
don't start your bullshit, dude.
Wait a minute, Bomb. Wait a minute. Whoa. Don't come every rough. It's okay. How y'all doing tonight? Good to hear from you.
We're doing good, but you're gonna be very careful, because you know you're talking to military people on this goddamn panel.
Yeah, I mean, and I show great courtesy. I show great courtesy to those in the military, because military people are going through some real shit. They go through mental health problems. They go through not getting properly taken care of. They serve this country and they get spit upon by, yes, civilians, and yes, your punk ass political parties in Washington. And they use them.
So you're talking about in the 60s, huh? Yeah, you're talking about in the goddamn 60s, but
it's still the same thing today.
Nobody's spitting on no goddamn military people.
It's still the same thing today.
Unless you mean
you're not getting
metaphorically.
spat upon. You're not getting
Oh,
spat
but-
upon,
But you just said that though.
when our young men went into that fictitious war over in Afghanistan and Iraq, those guys really caught hell from those anti-war protesters. And the fact that you got these chicken hawk politicians like that sent these boys to war under false pretense, sent our young girls to war under false pretense, all to make these rich crackers money they could steal from another country and steal their resources. And then they coming back over here.
What they got to do with this woman?
It has a
having
lot
a job to do.
It has a lot to do with it because our veterans are getting disrespected a great deal. I see where this young lady's coming from.
What do you mean? She didn't mention none of that. All she mentioned is
She
that
didn't mention
signed
anything
up
about
in the
this.
military for a job, and now she don't want to do her goddamn job.
She don't want to go no more.
But she also mentioned about deployments. She also mentioned about civilians not being considerate of what a military person goes through.
No, she just wants you. She wants you to know that she's a
What a
crybaby.
military person goes through. Like we're not in the military, so of course we wouldn't understand.
I mean, I have an aunt that's in the military, and there was times when she got deployed to some of those areas, particularly during when I was a young boy, the Gulf War. We was on pins and needles, not worried if she's gonna come back or not. So I mean, you know,
worrying about whether somebody's going to come back and actually being over in a war are two completely different things.
But what I'm saying is, ladies and gentlemen, if a gentleman on this panel,
no, you're the only one.
My husband is up over here. Fuck who you talking to,
ma'am. Our veterans.
Don't start talking about
support.
our veterans. You right now. There's 2 veterans up here right now. Me and my husband are here. So you don't,
yes,
you don't
I
have
said
to
veterans.
speak for us. Yeah, but don't speak for us though.
Wait a minute. I am saying if you're a veteran, I'm speaking for you too.
No, but I don't want you to speak for me. That's what I'm saying. Because you don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're just going to repeat some shit that you heard.
Well, I'm not repeating what I'm hearing. I'm actually speaking for passion for our veterans, and you included.
Okay, but okay, go ahead.
Because I really came on this panel.
Go ahead.
I really came on this panel about the so-called Black Manosphere bullshit.
Okay, well then, we're gonna get on that. But finish this because my husband's listening, so he can respond. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
No, wait for you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. I'd like to hear from you.
All right. So you said like our veterans need support, right?
Yes,
so
sir.
I'm not gonna argue that. So what support are you offering veterans right now?
Well, as an individual person, I can't offer them the help they need because there's people who can give them that help, but don't really want to give them that help. Like our incorrect government that actually sent these young men and women to war. Some of our veterans are homeless. Some of them eating out of garbage cans, like I saw this afternoon when I got off from work. It's a disgrace.
Stop right there. Stop right there. The one you just saw that was homeless, eating out of trash. What did you do for him individually?
I gave him money to get him something to eat.
Wrong move. You know what he needed? Hold on. Hear me out.
Yes, sir.
You know what that homeless veteran needed that you could have gave him? An address. That's what he needs more than money. He needs an address. He can get, and anybody on here that is a vet can stop me when I'm wrong because I know this person. He can get all the help he needs as long as he has an address for mail. If he goes to VA, he can claim he was in Desert Storm, the whole 9. The first thing they're going to ask him is, what's your address? Because they need an address to send him everything he needs. So there's a catch-22. As a homeless vet, you can get all the help you can, all the help you need. You just need an address. And we had a dude here locally that was giving homeless vets his business address, right? Not even charging them money, just giving them the address to help them. And he got shut down for fraud. That's what you could have done for that vet. That's the one thing for any vet out there that if you ask them, do they need any help, and they tell you they're homeless and they need help, they need an address. Even if you just forward the mail to a P.O. box for him, they just need a physical address.
I mean, I just wanted to give help because, like I said, I get frustrated with a lot of times with this pandemic going on with these veterans, and then you're hearing this stuff, and then you got these punk politicians saying during election time, "Oh, we support the vets, we love the vets, we love the vets, we love the vets." Put them on stage and make them look like statues at a museum, and then when they get elected, it's like, "Well, go fuck yourself now. You're on your own."
That's not true.
Not quite. Nah, see, now let me show you the hypocrisy, right? Now, I don't hang out in bomb section of YouTube because I'm a vet. So I'm over in another section, like fighting tooth and nail with cats that I'll call hypocrites all day, every day. So here's a prime example. There's a coffee company called Black Rifle Coffee. These cats employ veterans, right? They employ veterans. They support every veteran charity they can, the whole nine, right? Then the owner went on I think it was Washington Street Journal, but it was some New York paper, right? Maybe the New York Times, and said that he was tired of people that are his customers coming at him for being Jewish, and that he would pay those people to leave him alone. And these cats lost their minds, said, boycott Black Rifle Coffee. I go after them every chance I can to call them hypocrites, because it's like, hold on. This dude just said that he doesn't want to, he's tired of getting picked on for being Jewish. And he just wants to be left alone for that. And at the same time, he supports veterans. And y'all want to boycott his ass? No, you need to check yourself. What are you doing for veterans if you want to boycott this cat?
Well, if he's doing something for veterans, I don't want to boycott him. But you got people who
and that's
are
what I
doing
said.
that.
I was like, look, fuck y'all. You know what? I'm going to go out and buy 3 more bags just to support him. How about that? But these cats can't see past that. You're hypocrites. Yeah, and I'm
because the
go
man's
back downstairs
Jewish
and launch on
the
some
title
more.
is Black Coffee.
Hell yeah, every chance I get. They want to talk shit about him. Is the dude is a vet. He's supporting vets. Fuck you. You don't want to, get out the fucking way then. Yeah.
Is it mainly because of the thing called Black Coffee?
No, hell no. They could care less about all that shit. It was just the fact that he, as a Jew, doesn't want to be called like, Jewish names. Like I'm not going to say anything on here because I don't want to get in any kind of trouble. But they literally call him slurs, right? And then he said he would pay them their money back to leave him alone, right? About his religion. That's all you see is his religion. This cat stood up on the wall. Like these cats don't want to talk tough. Like, hey, we need to go on the right. Who is we? First off, who is we? When you say we, do you mean you personally, along with some troops, or do you mean send some troops? Because my we is us going together. And at 55, if my country needed me to come back, I know I'm not worth a whole lot as far as like charging hills or some shit, but I'm in. Right? I defended this country for 10 years. Right? And then back to this girl right here, let me tell her something too. I'm gonna tell you the same thing I got told for 4 years when I was supporting mechanized infantry. Nobody ever won a war by dying for their country. You win a war by making the other son of a bitch die for his. And guess what? If I go into war, I'm expecting to walk out without a scratch.
Now, let me ask you this question because it came to mind to ask. Do you get some pushback for being a Black man serving a nation that historically has not given us our just due for being more patriotic than some others who ain't patriotic at all?
Fine pushback.
Like, oh, man, how can you serve this nation? This nation did this and did that to you. How can you serve this country? We Black, man, we ain't getting no freedom. You a sucker for that. I mean, do you get that kind of pushback? Or when you went into service, did you get the kind of pushback, from some of your peers?
Black, because I'll call these cats on the carpet real quick. First off, I was born here. Right? I don't have the fucking money to go anywhere else on the planet if I wanted to. And even if I did, I'd rather stay here because just like you just said, here, I can talk about this government all I want without fear of anything. Right? Go somewhere else and try that shit. Check with some of these cats that come from other countries. And there's a dude on the panel now saying, look, you can't talk about the government where I'm from. You can't hear. Right? And if you don't like it so much, the fuck out. Don't talk shit about it. Go.
I got a question.
Ask
Okay.
away.
You guys.
Hey,
So,
cleaners. Go ahead.
so I get what, being that you guys are vets, I get what you guys are saying about her right here on this screen. Personally, I'm a pretty tough girl, and I don't understand why women, what it is that they see when they look at the military that would make you want to join it. You know, I don't see why Sweet Bomb would want to join the military. I just don't. Look, neon eyes. Look at all these little ladies. But, and I, like I said, I get what you guys are saying. She's scared. I'd be doing the same thing. But what
I
about
didn't say
those?
I wasn't scared.
Yeah, we
Huh?
always
I
scared.
didn't say I wasn't scared. Look, I
Okay.
spent the year in
Okay.
Korea.
Okay, because you know the military have me pumped, but I don't be pumped up enough to join. For real.
Now, look,
So
let me
my
look, like,
question is, what about what you guys think about these African refugees that go to these countries, and when stuff like this jump off, they just run to the next country? You've been sitting in these people countries for years, sucking up all the benefits you possibly can, and now that things are going off, now you're hollering that they're racist. When you,
FBA. That's an FBA talking point.
yeah, because I'm FBA.
What is FBA?
Okay. It's the
Foundational
same
Black.
thing as ADOS. I don't understand. Can y'all hear me?
I think something going feedback on Taylor in. Taylor, you got something going on with your computer or your phone. Go ahead, Aries.
I don't understand why these, because these are grown men. These aren't young little teenager, 19, 20-year-old refugees. They like, we're students. No, you're grown men, and you guys run from country to country. Every time you ran from your country, now you're running from their country. And if something happened in Poland, you're gonna run from their country. Like,
You know who you talking about? Remember, so I watched the show, and they were letting the women and the men, I'm sorry, the women and children go, and then there was this group of black men saying that they was racist because they wouldn't let them leave. But the men are supposed to stay behind. So these men are calling racist because they wouldn't let them get a spot to leave. And so I think that's what you're talking about, right, Aries?
uh-huh.
Yeah, I agree with, like, I'm thinking, when I looked at it, I was like, those are men. Why are those men? Like, no men is leaving the country. Right? The only men who leaving are Americans who there, maybe some other people.
Those men over there in Ukraine, they like, we're gonna fight for us.
And they're doing a good job.
They're doing a great job.
I shout out to Ukraine. I heard they Nazis. Are they Nazis?
No, they're calling Putin a Nazi because he's doing the exact same thing Hitler did.
But Putin said he was going to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine. They're saying that it's a lot of neo-Nazis in Ukraine.
Yes, I've also heard that too. I've been hearing that for.
Putin said a lot of things.
Yeah, he just.
But Lazinski is a Jew. I don't know.
But Putin's bigger problem was that Putin's bigger problem was that the Ukraine threatened to join NATO.
Right.
Yes.
But he wasn't gonna have that.
So that's my thing too. Like, I get that he is over there doing some tyrannical war crimes over there. I get that. Y'all blowing up apartment buildings and stuff. I didn't even think that was allowed. Okay. But is it because I feel like he's trying to call out America? Like, I think he really wanted with America, you know, and I think they want to give him the smoke. They just a little, you know, they see he crazy. He don't really, you know, care. But
well, his main objective is to reestablish the old Soviet Union. That's his main objective.
But the whole thing with NATO, like, so they're trying that if he was to allow Ukraine to go up under NATO, then he would be surrounded, right? He's doing what he's supposed to be doing, right?
Technically,
but
it's
there's
just how he's doing it.
But there's another
execution is a bad move. I mean, like, now behind closed doors, the theory is that he's in bed with China, telling China, "Hey, look, when this thing really pops off, go ahead and take Taiwan back."
But there's another piece of land too that's independent of Ukraine, even though it's in Ukraine, and it's Damas.
Wait.
It's on the eastern side of Ukraine, and Putin recognizes that area of Ukraine, I think Eastern Ukraine, that's independent of actually the country. They want to bring, Ukraine wants to do something with that country, and that country wants no part of the puppet government that the United States, mind you, this country put Vladimir Zelensky in that position when it overthrew Ukraine in 2014.
Yep, corrupt as hell.
And so they really want this country right here, wants Ukraine to join NATO so they can go in and do what they do to other Western nations, which is basically make money off of them. Ukraine don't have.
But do y'all hear yourself right now? So you are a part of this country, and you're talking about us wanting to go take power? What the fuck? And that's black men who don't have power, don't know about power. You want them to just give you something, and then when our nation though is going to take something,
we promised. NATO promised.
We also are involved with the International Monetary Fund.
Hold on,
IMF.
pass the mic.
But it's a lot. It's a lot of smoking. It's a lot of moving parts involved with this whole Ukraine and Russia thing. It has something to do with Damas. It has something to do with
NATO. It's really NATO, because NATO 15 years ago was promised Ukraine, if they could overtake that territory, that they would have gotten a nuclear warhead, because they don't have a nuclear warhead. They were promised to join NATO. This was under Obama's regime. That's why we're going through this shit today. But honestly, I don't blame Putin, to be honest. Why would you?
You don't blame Putin, but you blame America? Because I just heard y'all say Americans are so rotten when we go to take power or resources, but you don't blame Putin.
No, I don't. The reason why I don't blame Putin is because Putin, his back is against the wall. Like
he has to fight back.
Yeah, he has no choice. He didn't want.
So he doesn't have to do what he's doing.
So how, if Putin started it, how is his back against the wall?
Putin didn't start it. Putin got pushed into it by this country.
Yeah,
he got.
Remember, this country. They want to bomb. Hold on. They want to listen. Obama and his regime promised. Obama and his regime promised. I don't know why they did it. That Ukraine could be a part of NATO, but they had to do something in order to be a part of NATO, so they could get their first nuclear warhead. Ukraine doesn't have any nuclear warheads, but that's
because they gave him up to. Guess who they gave him to?
Right, but that's why.
Who did they give them to?
Hold on. But
wait, I asked you a question, dude. Who did they give them to?
Who NATO? NATO has every country.
Listen, you don't know what you're talking about. They gave up for their independence. They gave up those nuclear wars. They gave them to Putin, to Russia.
No, listen. Yeah, okay, but
so wait, NATO, for what?
Listen,
so they can have their independence. So they can be.
That's hog fry. That's like a makeup cover story.
What?
NATO, you don't know what you're talking about.
NATO wants that territory.
You didn't even know they gave their weapons to the people who fight them right now.
They listen. Hold on. NATO wants that territory.
Wow.
We all know that already.
The reason why I don't blame Putin is because why would you want to surround my country with nuclear warheads? Why would you do that? Are you
serious? There's rules.
That's what it is.
Shit, okay. I can understand Putin not wanting it, but it's the way he's going about it.
Country with bombs. So and then the thing about it, this puppet government is something that I didn't even put here. Y'all put this here. So why y'all want to switch? Why y'all want to have nuclear warheads that you could easily switch? He was talking about in the interview, like you could modify those warheads from regular warheads to nuclear warheads with just this push of a button. Why would I? I was watching his interview. He was like, "Why would I want that? Why would any man want that around his country? I didn't ask for this regime to be here, so I got to take him out. That territory is going to be mine." And I don't blame Putin. I don't blame him. If you come to my house, if you come to my house and you like, you know what, Maurice? I'm like, what's up, Bomb? You're like, you know what? You know what I'm about to do? I'm about to put a nuclear warhead over here.
So everybody already knows that. Everybody already knows that. It's rules to this shit, though, and it's the way he's doing it. Do you understand that?
Surrounded by
hey, look, this is a make or break thing for Putin. Either he gets it or he loses out.
It's
Y'all
and
are
you can
cracking
be
me
with it. Talk about NATO. You talk about the puppet government. How the American government is split into
in the
two
beginning before the war,
Hell are they
before him
talking
starting
about?
war. They,
But
they making up shit.
that's
Y'all
just
making
what it
up
is.
shit too much.
I'm saying
No.
now, should he be
So that
committing
was
war
no.
Actually,
crimes?
hold on, Bomb. Actually,
No,
Bomb.
I don't. But I don't think
I'll
nobody.
give you.
Yeah.
It's
You
me.
know,
Y'all
but
can't
it's
talk
just
But
over
they're
each
not even
other. We
saying that.
can't
They
hear
just saying
what
you.
do
that
you want him to
somebody
do?
said
What do
that.
you want him to do? Like, I don't get it. What do you want him to do?
Like
He
the
just
Now,
subs
if you
that
want
can,
to
talking.
Want
learn,
Putin to
hey,
do?
does
He
if you
wants
want
him
to
to
bullshit.
go
learn
to
where I got this
NATO,
from,
Subs that
talk to
can
NATO, talk to the
launch
alliance.
missiles on.
Yeah, but you gotta talk to
Okay, well,
them.
he's been
You
trying to do
talking to
that. He's been
me
trying
because
to
they won't
have
listen.
some
Hello,
compromise where, okay, listen,
hello.
y'all can do what y'all want over there. Leave.
Maybe he can't hear or something.
Apparently so.
No,
Go ahead, Ben.
I just muted them both.
Okay,
I
go
think
ahead,
he can
Ben.
hear though.
Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, I mean the missile thing is just a front for him to flex. This is just him marking his territory, right? That's all this is. Because if it came down to it, if we as a country really wanted to light him up with nukes, we have a half dozen Ohio-class subs sitting around in the Pacific that can cruise into the Bering Straits and launch missiles on Russia anytime we feel like it.
But Mr. Bond,
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
the other people got the nukes too, Mr. Bond. Y'all
Well,
don't kill us.
No, he said that.
see, like here's the thing, right? Like his biggest fear is, to quote, you're on the world stage, you're nobody unless you can nuke somebody, right? So no nuclear country is afraid of some country that doesn't have nukes, right? That's what he's afraid of. So when the Ukraine gave up, and this was part of the deal when they were reducing arms.
Yep.
So smaller countries back in the late 80s and 90s that were part of the Soviet Union were the first ones giving up their
CSR, whatever.
yeah, because it was like we're walking this back. So yeah, the Ukraine lost their nuclear missiles, but they gained their freedom, right?
Yeah.
And then
okay.
it was the
Now
same thing.
I will give you the information where I got this
He
stuff
was
from.
still talking. Why y'all do
Thank
that?
you.
I'm sorry.
Excited.
Right, go ahead.
But yeah, that was all part of this thing. Like just like with us, and it's funny because it's to say, okay, we were hypocritical too. Part of this, like arms reduction, was that we gave up. Both sides were supposed to give up their chemical
They're disabling them. They're supposed
right.
they were supposed to disable them at the same amount. Both countries made an agreement to give up nuclear war. Us and but we were supposed to disable ours and theirs at the same time at the same rate. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if we actually do that or not.
Well, on the Russian side, it was a lot quicker because, like we said, the Soviet Union dissolved. So all those smaller countries that were around them, like Crimea, Ukraine, Belarus,
15. It was like 15 states that joined.
All of them. It was like, okay, well, we're all separate. So guess what? We're not part of the Soviet Union anymore. We don't need quote unquote Russian, military equipment and shit. Take it back, right?
Yeah.
So all those cats were independent. They all fell. So now, like I said, he's been pissing on trees for like the last 8 years, right? Yeah, his worst one was the cat. Everybody lost their mind when he invaded Crimea, right? Lost their minds, but nobody did. Nobody did anything, right? Nobody. Then he did this one, and now cats are starting to line up to say, hey, look, one was an accident, two's a pattern. If we don't stop you now, when are you going to stop?
Well, I mean,
right? And his problem is
I agree that the fact, like, why would you want to take them back then when they got their freedom by giving up their arms? I get that. Why would you? But again, what do you want Putin to do? His back is against the wall. If I don't take this territory, America and NATO are gonna put up their fucking shit right here, and it's what do you want? What do you want the guy to do? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Here's his problem, right? Nobody said you had to do these moves by force, right? You could have been diplomatic and gone to the Ukraine and said, "Hey, look, you sure you want to join NATO?"
You just diplomatic, corrupt. Wait a minute. You want Putin
I
to
just
go to
said he had two
Ukraine,
choices.
which is corrupt, where U.S. where them lobbyists be at.
Is Putin corrupt?
I don't know.
Well, then why y'all make it seem like so?
And then y'all act. Look, hold on. Have you checked Putin's record?
This nigga
Right?
ain't even from America.
I said this cat had two choices, right? But check his record. This cat has already rolled out chemical weapons on his own people.
Yeah,
right? Which should tell you
got bodies under him.
Which should tell you on the world stage, if this cat is willing to do this to his people, he has no problem doing it to your people.
Oh yeah,
that's why these cats.
Putin's model.
I never seen
Now-
people so willing to side with Putin. When
Now,
did this shit happen? Don't they know the Cold War? Don't they know the history
Now-
behind Russia?
Cuz
Y'all
Bomb, I
niggas
don't
is
believe he's
dumb.
I don't believe he's from America. Are you from America,
Well,
Maurice?
These niggas
Trying
is
to go
dumb.
kill
What?
us.
Like,
What are you talking
not
about?
until
Yeah, but I'm
what
just
his
being.
name?
Honestly,
Trump. These
No.
niggas.
but
When Trump came about, y'all started looking at Putin. Has always been a very fucking
Putin
enemy
and
of
Trump
the
were
U.S.
cool. They had a
Yes.
respect for one
Okay.
another.
He don't know that though, because he
But
wasn't
and now
even.
y'all niggas, because Trump said, "Oh,
Get
Putin
'em,
is
Bob.
okay." Now y'all niggas is up here really talking about, "Oh, the American is this and that," but y'all act like Putin is not a criminal. The nigga
Every
is
since Trump
Putin don't
bombed.
have
Wow.
the United
Maybe
States is a war
YouTube's
criminal.
smart.
Okay, Bob.
This country is a war criminal. This country's committed war crimes.
Exactly. That's
Now,
what I'm saying.
we
This
haven't
country
talked
is
to the United
exactly
Nations yet,
has clean hands.
but I will
Right.
tell you where I got
they
this
talk
information
about
from.
our country because
Right.
they know they
What
could own the
country you want
country
to say
they
has
talk
clean
about.
hands, right? Because I mean, if
Black-
you want to call
black-
the
go to Black
U.S. on
Agenda
the
Report,
carpet,
go
then
to
you call the
Revolutionary
U.S. on the carpet.
Blackout,
Wrong
go to
country.
Linwood,
Status
somebody's
Spade, bro.
talking,
Call a
Linwood.
spade a
We
spade.
cannot hear you when you're trying to talk over somebody else. Go ahead, Ben.
But if you want to call the U.S. government on the carpet, then you call them on the carpet for Jerome Khashoggi. Do you know who he is?
Mhm.
Mm.
Huh? You know who he is?
In Libya too.
Huh?
Jamal Khashoggi, the journalist. The journalist.
Yes. So you know that situation, right? That's
Yes.
where you need to call this country on the carpet. And who was president then?
Donald Trump.
Trump. And Trump sat there publicly, knowing damn well who was responsible for this, where they did it, and didn't say anything. Right? Nothing. Now you're the president, right? And as a vet, I'll tell you right now, check your politics at the door when you join. President says jump, you jump. Right? This cat didn't do shit. So now that should tell you, or us as people, if this cat can get killed, he wouldn't do shit if you got killed. How's he going to protect people when he didn't protect one?
Except
You
for
talking about,
basically
you talking
they,
about that dude who got blown up? No, you're not talking about. You talking about journalists?
The
Yeah.
journalists who they killed, they
Yeah.
tortured him, didn't
That
they?
the Saudi
Yeah.
Arabians, Saudi Arabia did that shit, right?
and they are a U.S. ally.
Ally, exactly. And then they did it in another ally country. These cats just literally shitted on us and no repercussions. Nothing.
I mean, look what Israel says about us.
No,
but-
Benjamin Netanyahu said
Trump
America is like
violating the
a broom.
Taliban,
You got to push it.
Y'all talking over each other. We can't hear.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Linwood.
Well, where I got the information from, and I'll tell y'all where to go. Black Agenda Report, Status Quo, Real News Network.
I need to hear what y'all need to know what you talk. What did you say?
Where I got this information from.
No, I'm talking about the information you're talking about.
Yeah, I
give
got
us
it
the
from Black
information.
Agenda Report.
Oh my God. Y'all was
He
talking
said
over each other.
Israel said America is like a broom. You got to push it.
Push it. Actually, that's what Benjamin Netanyahu said in
Okay.
a private interview. And he was on a hot mic. See, he does not like this country. Israel actually is
Sure he
using
does.
the United States.
Yeah, of
You
course.
say
Yeah.
he does?
Sure he does.
Yeah.
What you mean?
No, he doesn't. He does not like this country.
He
Israel
Well,
loves
talks.
this country.
Wait,
I
wait,
think
go ahead.
it's funny
Wait a
how you don't
minute.
like the people who are.
Israel-
You know why he
Israel-
doesn't like this country?
Israel will smile in our face and talk behind our back.
Oh Lord, that's
They
nothing.
will
I
do
know.
it
Go ahead.
consistently. Just like go and look up some of these friendly fires that they have killed U.S. soldiers.
you need to pass
Shoot.
the mic.
Okay, yeah, please
Okay,
do.
good.
Go ahead.
But
Ben.
look, you know why Israel is mad at us? Because Israel is just itching to go launch wars on every Middle East country over there, right? You know who keeps them from doing it? Us,
Mhm.
right? The last time we backed Israel, these cats kicked 3 countries' asses in 3 weeks, right? These motherfuckers got their, and this is to show you, like I said, back to Trump. You look at the difference between Israel when they got shitted on in Munich and us with Khashoggi, right? Now, you want to tell me that we're going to spend 20 years hunting down the same cats that killed our athletes? Israel spent 20 years tracking the motherfuckers down and killed every one of them.
Well,
Then to check them at the door, because look, Israel might talk shit about us because we don't want to turn them loose on the Midwest. But check this. Everybody else has been victims of hostages as far as airlines. You know who has never been fucked with as far as hostages and airlines? Israel. You know why? Because their philosophy is they're going to come on the plane and kill everybody.
Yeah, man, we
They don't
give Israel
negotiate for
$4 billion
shit.
a year.
And
What?
Israel can say what they want. If something happened, they expect America to come.
Exactly.
Right. That's
And
right.
that's why I said
give
we
them
spend
$4
more
billion
time talking
a
them
year
out of action.
in military weapons. We
Right.
can't even
That's
take care of the country over here.
Hold
They
on.
would
Say that again.
by the Taliban if it
But
wasn't
he
for
don't understand. Let me go to Mike, and we can't hear
We
him.
give
There's too
Israel
many- There he go.
$4.4 billion
Linwood.
a year in defense.
How much?
We give Israel, the taxpayers in this country give Israel
$4 billion a year in defense. So okay, so defend that. I mean, define that, right? So are you saying that we're giving them like planes, tanks, the whole nine? Cash?
We're giving
What are you
them
saying?
weapons.
You're giving them
We're
our
giving them
money,
our weapons to
taxes,
defend against Hamas.
Do y'all hear each other talking, Linwood?
They always talking over each other. That's why we can't hear.
No, we don't give Israel shit. We don't give Israel anything. We deploy our own weapons there to keep other countries from provoking Israel into a fucking war.
Yeah, we give them. But the thing is, though, I
We
don't
don't
get
give,
how.
we don't give them shit. Go check. Go check. Israel's military has just as good, if not slightly
they have all our
better
shit.
weapons than we have. They don't have any of our weapons. We deploy our own stuff there. Because like I said, there are countries right now trying to provoke Israel into combat. We keep those cats from fucking with them.
Right. Soon, it's gonna be war on Israel, and America's gonna have to figure out what it's gonna do. Is it gonna stand with them, or is it gonna let it rock? That's what's gonna boil down.
Stand with them.
Yeah, what's that?
That's what it's really gonna boil down to. Russia.
That's why the
and all
rest of
those
the
countries, they don't
Mideast
really
hates
pull up
us.
on Israel, bro. It's only a matter of time.
No, we're gonna stand with them.
But that's why the rest of the
We're gonna
Middle
have to
East
stand with
hates us, because we recognize Israel as an independent country back in 1936. And these cats been holding a grudge ever since.
Yeah.
Right? And they all take their chances when they want to. Every chance they get. Iran hostage crisis, fucking Desert Storm, invade Kuwait. Every fucking chance they get. And damn it. He was right. America's like a broom, you had to push it. Case in point, Desert Storm. Yeah. Another one, fuck with Israel, see what happens. Right? Why do we have people deployed in Israel? A country capable of defending themselves. Right? It's not to defend themselves, it's to keep them from hopping on y'all's asses. Yeah, if the Middle East wants us to leave, it's like, okay, we'll leave. And when these cats hop on y'all's asses, don't come crying to us.
Yeah, same thing that happened in Afghanistan and Iraq. We was over there for
Afghanistan was just a train wreck.
Yeah, now look at it. Shoot the first day of the week or whatever. The Taliban just moved right in and started killing everybody.
Right, but no, Afghanistan was just a train wreck all around from the 80s on.
Right, we should never been over there. We should never been over
technically, we never were over there until the 2000s.
Yeah,
right? We financed somebody else to go fight the Russians in Afghanistan for us. Right?
That was
right?
That was the Kurds, right? That's when Hillary Clinton and them was funding the Kurds, right?
We're going farther back. We hired somebody else to do our bidding over there. But y'all didn't know this, right? So now, hear me out. We hired Osama bin Laden to fight the Russians in Afghanistan for us. So the whole Iran-Contra, situation, the Middle East, the Panama situation, all that was money financing bin Laden to hire the Kurds and the rest of them to fight Russia.
That was a whole proxy shit. That whole little war was confused. It was like this person don't like this person, I don't like this person, I don't like that person, and they're all fighting each other. That shit was confusing as fuck. That's why I said we should have never even been over there.
Who is we, Maurice?
What the hell you gonna do?
Are you ready to go to war?
Who me?
Because some of you men won't even have a street fight, less than only talking about what a war should be doing. Okay.
What are you talking about?
No, as a country, like I said, the U.S. was not officially in Afghanistan in the 80s and 90s. We were financing fights over there, right? Because it was Russia. We can't go into Afghanistan and fight Russia because what's that doing? You open the door to World War III. But we can use some puppets to fight this. We can finance these puppets. And guess what? We have plausible deniability because it was outside rogue forces in the government that was doing it. So when the president said, no, we're not there, he was being honest. Because behind closed doors, hey, go do what you got to do. Keep me out the loop.
Yeah, but that's not being honest. That's you just telling. That's you telling a lie.
That is actually honesty.
That's why I said it's plausible deniability. That you hear this shit in any boardroom any given day. Hey, we need to make this much money. Go make it happen. Surprise me, right? Keep me out the loop. I don't need to know about this. This is just in the government. That's the only difference, right? Then along comes the whole, September 11th. Oh, we had unfinished business. Yeah, exactly. And then it was Bin Laden. Bin Laden is in Afghanistan, right? And if we really wanted this cat, we could have found him. The problem was you want to offer some money to cats in a country where this fucking dude's a hero. Mm-hmm. He's a fucking hero. And you're going to tell him, oh, we'll give you $50,000 if you tell us where Bin Laden is. Man, fuck you. That cat fought the Russians over here, and you want me to sell him out? Hell no.
Hell no.
But if you really wanted to, you could have found him. It's kind of hard to miss a 6'7" dude traipsing around in fucking Afghanistan. Yeah, if you really wanted to find him. But Bush wasn't in no hurry to find him because there's no money in winning a war. You know where the money is? Fighting the war. So this fucking thing drug on for like 7 years, right? Then when Obama said, "Oh, we're gonna find him and kill him," cats, military cats, lost their fucking minds. You can't do that. Then we won't have shit to do over there. Well, what the fuck are we doing here to start with?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
So if the mission was to kill Bin Laden, let's kill him and then pull stakes and get the fuck out of here. Right?
That should have been done though. But it's funny. They used him. They funded. They give you. America will give you the guns and the money, bro, to do what they want. And then as soon as you good, they be like, all right, he's an enemy. He's a threat. We can't control him. Let's take him out. That's
he wasn't an enemy until 1996, right? Because he was mad because he lost his cash cow. Yeah, fucking Afghanistan. Russian fell. Afghanistan was useless. He defeated the Russians. Says, hey, you finished your job. Good job. See you. Your service is no longer needed. This cat wanted to keep suckling at the teat. When he got cut off, now he's mad. Now he wants to come back at America. Went after the World Trade Center, right? And then here, fucking problem. First Amendment. Look, you can say whatever you want to say. Sometimes you need to shut the fuck up. When they attacked the World Trade Center, every fucking news center, every news network went out and found a fucking engineer to tell them how the fuck to do it. Yeah, oh, you can't attack this from the bottom. It's too well built. You had to attack it from the top. You don't think these motherfuckers sitting around somewhere taking notes? So guess what they did? They waited 5 years and came back and did it the right way. And then when Bin Laden laid claim to it, it was, yeah, I did it because you motherfuckers cut off my paycheck. Mm-hmm. Oh, now we have to go fix his ass. Mm-hmm. Right? Mm-hmm. Then 7 years, like I said, there's no money in winning a war. We already proved that in 91 with fucking Desert Storm. We'll bomb your ass to the Stone Age, and guess what? Y'all will surrender to fucking CNN crews thinking that they're the military. So it was, well, we'll just fight this one rock at a time. Yeah. Then when the mission was completed, cats lost their minds. Then Trump came along and negotiated a shitty deal that was poorly executed, and fucking Biden's left holding the bag. And then I'm going to say you had no choice but to leave like that, because if you flexed, the rest of the world saw you. And it's all
but Trump. But the thing is that it's two different perspectives. Like Trump had told him before, like, yo, we're pulling out, like we're leaving Afghanistan. He said that in his campaign. It was like, we're getting our troops home. And then I don't understand what was such the big ruckus. And then Biden did it. And then when Biden did it, he did it sloppy as fuck. Like he was still
no. Hold on. See, that's not how it went.
Blow that shit up. That's just
hold on.
I've seen photos of the Taliban using M14s, the same shit that we got over here. Bro.
Exactly. But hold on. Like I said, the deal was negotiated. It was poorly executed, right? So hear me out. Who said that Trump said we were going to get out of Afghanistan? Right?
Trump said that we were getting out of Afghanistan.
Right, but hold on. Did you hear what I said? We were in Afghanistan to get Bin Laden, right? Mission accomplished 4 years earlier.
Right.
Obama wanted to get out. That was the mission. If we're here for Bin Laden, let's get his ass and get the fuck out. Right? You had the military tell him, no, we can't quite leave just now. We have other shit to do. Right? Then Obama left knowing that he wanted to get out. Here comes Trump. Now, Trump wanted to get out of fucking Afghanistan. Why did it take him 4 years?
Yeah.
That's
Why
right.
did it take him 4
take
years? You know why? Because the same fucking generals that were telling Obama the same shit told him the same shit, right?
Well, I mean,
he
he
knew that he was negotiating a shitty deal. And what I would have loved to see happen was him get reelected and him get stuck with that deal to see how he would have gotten out of Afghanistan, because he negotiated this deal and Biden was forced to deal with it. The Taliban talked tough because it was already negotiated. Get out
But
today.
Trump was bombing
asked-
them though, bro. Look, but Trump was bombing them motherfuckers to the Stone Age, bro. I was watching videos. He would send in airstrikes.
Are you sure those were Trump era bombs?
You do anything, Taliban, y'all touch anybody, anything.
Hold on. Are you sure that was Trump era? Because let me call you out on something else that Trump said. Trump said we had to leave Afghanistan because we were out of ammo.
That was bullshit.
Exactly. I said the same shit, right? But why did it take Trump 4 years to leave Afghanistan? If that was your campaign problem, this should have been at the top of your list.
Well,
training your soldiers.
What you have is a person who basically talked a good game, and didn't even know what the hell he was doing. He
about Trump, right?
Yes, he didn't even know how to read a memo. They had to literally dumb it down to one page.
Well, yeah, he's not a politician.
No.
No,
he's not a great businessman either. Because these same cats I'm going to launch on now and say, yeah, Trump started out as a billionaire and now he's a millionaire. The cat lost like 13 businesses, right? He can fuck up a ham sandwich, right? But that's my personal, and that's
when
nothing
he was
to do with
in that
him
White House for 4
politics.
years.
And
when he was in that
didn't do
White
shit.
House for 4 years, his staff had to keep him on pause because he would go out and do something irrational and stupid. So for the remainder of his term, they would tell him, okay, President Trump, go do a rally. That's why you saw him doing all them rallies out there in them open fields, because they were scheduling that to keep him from DC because he was horrible. It was horrible.
You're preaching to the choir on that one. Like I said, I've held a grudge on this cat for like 30-something years, right? Central Park 5.
Years, damn, look at this shit. Let it go.
Central Park 5 was that?
Yeah. Since the Central Park 5, I've held a grudge against this cat.
Damn, that was a while ago, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but they ruined the men.
But you fucked up 5 brothers. Yeah, you called for them to be killed. Right? That he took out a full page ad in the newspaper saying bring back the death penalty and start with these 5 fuckers right here. Right? Then when they got exonerated, he didn't say shit. And if you call him on it to this day, he still won't say shit. And you want me to support him? Like I said, though, as a soldier,
I wouldn't say shit neither. It didn't happen. I wanted it to happen, and it didn't happen. What the fuck else?
No, it's not that. It's not whether or not they got killed or not or executed. It's that you wanted this. You bought all this shit. You campaigned in the whole 9 to have these 5 cats executed. Then it was a mistake, and you didn't even. Hey, sorry about that. You did nothing. You stand on that stance. You stand there. You're dying on that hill, right? And then you want you can't run shit. You can't. Then just like with him, right? Go look at his record. These cats that love Trump, right? He hit a nerve with white people, right? And I'm gonna say it openly. I'll go downstairs and say it to these same cats. He hit a nerve with y'all, right? Make America great again for y'all, right? You got his news network, Fox, talking about how America's getting darker and dirtier. Yeah, that's just more and more minorities coming here and white people getting pushed in corners. That's what he hit on.
You want to know where that American First thing came from? That American First came from an organization that was a neo-Nazi organization in Wisconsin. You remember that fight that Geraldo Rivera had it with the Nazi, with the KKK person?
Yeah,
when
he got the chair.
Yes, when he called him a kike and a spick or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That's the name of their organization, the American First Party.
Oh, yeah, but look, like I said, I'm down here. I call these cats and tell, hey, look, this cat has been catering to y'all since day one. When he said America stand down and stand by, you know whose quote that is? Fucking Proud Boys.
Yes.
Yeah. And then when I tell him, no, he's not, the fuck he isn't. You fools listen to him. Yeah, he's the one that said, hey, look, if you're a cop and you bang some dude's head on the door on the car on the way to the police station, shit happens.
Okay. Yeah.
Right? You just gave these fucking dudes, license to do whatever the fuck they want to do. And then when shit happens, what did white Americans say? We don't know what happened before the video started. I don't give a shit what happened before the video started. Man selling cigarettes loose and that winds up dead. How the fuck does that happen? Yeah, how do you go from selling loose cigarettes to getting killed? And we don't know what happened before the video. Right? Or my man that got choked out and said, I can't breathe.
I see what you're saying. I'm about to say something that might piss you off because I agree. Like, that shit should have never happened. But how you gonna blame another man for another man's action? I don't get that. Regardless of the chain of command, like, that was on him. That was on that officer. How are you gonna blame the president at the time for that? Okay. I don't even give a shit if the president didn't even care about the situation. You still can't really blame him. You get what I'm saying?
Exactly. But you see, okay, now let me show you, let me draw you a parallel. You remember the Boston incident, right? Where the cop whooped up the black dude and Obama said something about it?
Well, the cop acted stupidly.
Right. Remember that? And remember all the fallout you got? Oh, you're the president. You shouldn't have to worry about this kind of shit. That's not your fucking problem. Right? You can't have both ways. So now I'm not saying Trump needed to say anything. That's not your fucking problem. Not on your level. But you can't endorse this shit. You can't. One's an accident. Like 20-something's a pattern. And you're not saying anything about police brutality across the board. But it's okay.
Yeah. After he told him it was okay. He
right.
Told him it was okay.
But you don't say anything about police brutality across the board. I didn't say one individual, but you can't. You know what? Maybe there is something about all these minorities getting shot up. Meanwhile, some white boy goes and prays with some people and shoots them and then gets Burger King on the way to the station. How does this cat live, but some dude selling cigarettes dies?
Okay, let me put some context on that because that's not all that happened. Here's how it really went down. He was confronted before for standing on that corner selling loose cigarettes. He had been making, this is Mr. Gardner. Mr. Gardner made mention that he's had run-ins with these enforcement officials a number of times because somebody called them.
Why are you making up fucking shit?
We don't care.
Like I said.
No, but
No. Wait, hold on.
We're going to draw a parallel.
No, but I know, but listen, I'm not having this. I'm not having no black man on my panel lie. Right?
Well, wait a minute.
Because he said that these men mess with me all the time doesn't mean that he was on that corner all the time selling no looseleys. It just means that they confront. No, he said you always mess with me.
Me. That's exactly what he said.
But he didn't say you mess with me while I'm selling looseleys.
Well,
but
he
hold
did.
on. See what I'm getting at is
his wife said that he sold loose cigarettes, and he used to come home with significant amounts of money.
There you go. Now, listen, you can't just stick with your story without fucking lying, though.
No, that's not lying. This is his wife said that. Mr. Gardner's wife said he sold loose cigarettes.
Well, hold on. So let me do this then. Let's just say that all that happened, right?
Okay.
All that happened. Does that still mean he deserves to get shot?
No.
Right? Because now hold on. Right? So he's got this non-violent history. And yet somehow he gets killed. Meanwhile, another cat with a non-violent history kills 9 people. And then gets Burger King on the way to the police station. Do you see what's wrong with that picture? The dude that was violent.
Now hold on here, Bomb. I'm going to respond to what you just said because
I want you to respond because a man selling, he could be selling ass. What they got to do with him being killed?
Wait a minute, ma'am. Hold on. Now that Mr. Gardner said, just leave me alone. He kept telling him, these officers, leave him alone. They were taking him in for selling loose cigarettes.
That's not even true. Did you look at the video? Did you even look at the video, dude?
Yes, that's how it happened. And then the man came around here and put him in the chokehold.
Yeah,
and then he fell on the ground. When all them people got
on the ground, or did they choke him down to the ground?
No, one guy put him in the chokehold.
Okay.
As he went down, other people got on top of him. That's when he said he could not breathe.
Okay.
Is when other people, other body
I'm not understanding why a man who wasn't violent, didn't have no weapons, how he ended up dead, and your ass just keep Explaining it
No.
away.
No, I'm explaining it because what's happened here is we have a press that is sensationalizing Black death for profit.
Yeah,
AKA,
but you are doing the same thing right now.
George
You just,
Floyd,
oh my God.
AKA George Floyd.
Listen, we're not gonna switch. I don't
So-
want to do this with you because
so
I don't know
now
what's wrong with you.
so
today.
you really believe that they're,
you don't want
they're
to hear the
doing
fact
this?
that Black people are dying and these corporations are making a profit out of it?
What?
Oh yeah,
What
there's a
corporation?
New York
Oh
Times
yeah,
story.
of course. When a black
There's a
man
New York
dies, then
Times
that's
story
when
that came
corporation?
out.
everybody get paid
I
when
don't
that
like
happens.
this
We know
guy.
that.
There was a
What-
New York Times story that came out the week around the protesting, and the New York Times said that that MSNBC, Fox News, and CNN had their highest shares, and it wasn't from the coronavirus; it was from the uprisings and the riots in the cities after
What's
George
wrong with
Floyd's
that?
death.
We was
They were
uprising. We
cashing
was
in. They
everywhere.
were buying.
That's
These
what
corporations were
happens.
buying 30-second spots, and they kept playing the George Floyd chokeout because that's what the advertisers wanted.
Okay.
Don't
Yeah,
y'all understand what's going on here?
Yeah, it's profit.
All right. Well, hold on. Okay, so now
on a microscopic scale, that's what that was. Because it's the same shit on war, but it's you get money for funding the war, not winning the war, and it's the same thing with them lobbyists and them shareholders, right? Well, an African American man died, we could profit off of this. In
you think that's the only thing they're
stockholders
profiting
and
off
stuff
of,
like
right?
That's weird what they talking
But
about.
you think that's the only thing they're
Oh,
profiting
my
off of? Because I guarantee you
Well-
this much: the next mass shooting that happens, you show me what news company isn't doing anything on that.
Okay, let me put the scenario out
Right?
there to you. A white person gets killed by an enforcement official, by a white enforcement official, and it does happen. They're not gonna put that shit on CNN. They're not
Because
gonna put
they're
that
not
shit on
marching.
NBC.
They're not marching.
They're not gonna
Right?
put that shit on no
Are
television
they
screen.
marching?
No,
Are they
yeah, they're
marching
not
up
marching.
rising?
No. Now I'm gonna give you another one.
Okay.
You can have a black enforcement official kill a black person. They're not putting that shit on the news, but let it be in the reverse. Let the classifications change. We got a news story.
Yes,
Don't
you
y'all
Why
see
do
that?
you believe that
Hold
is,
on.
Linwood?
Now, you know what?
Wait,
Let
let
me get
every say something.
So here's the thing.
Wait, let
Why
every
is it-
say something.
I
Why
just
is
wanted to
Aries.
know why do Linwood believe that is? That why do you believe they do that?
Well, because why? These corporations like it when white and non-white people are at odds with each other. When they fight them, when you got them angry, you got them stirred up, that's when the minority of them cash their checks and the shareholders buy bigger and larger shares of the company.
Are you
See, as I'm
watching more
explaining-
TV?
see, I'm explaining-
Wait. God damn, how long you got to talk?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
So
ma'am.
so let me ask you. So
Yes.
the shooting happened, the uprising happened. Aren't people looking at more TV?
But it
All
shouldn't
week,
have to.
I was looking at TV more and more, looking at see what's going on. Why wouldn't they make money off it if we're looking at it? But guess what? If you weren't looking at it, I bet you they buying them shares. Go ahead, babe.
But hold
But,
on.
Well, see, here's the
Bob,
thing.
to be fair though,
Here's
to be
what's
fair,
offensive.
it was
Here's what's
everywhere.
offensive about that.
Linwood, you gotta let people
Instagram.
talk.
I didn't hear anybody
It was
talking. That's
everywhere.
why I was saying.
Well, I was
I
getting ready
hear
to blow a
everybody
hole in
talking.
your
I'm
whole argument,
Go ahead.
right? Now, like you just said, right? Everybody's watching because we'll say a white
said
cop
that.
killed a black person, right? Everybody's watching, right?
Yeah.
I said
Well,
they're
no
watching.
denial,
He
right?
said they just buying.
But everybody's watching TV, right? Now, the next time a hurricane is barreling down on Florida, what's everybody doing? Watching TV.
Watching TV.
They making
Right?
money
They're
off that.
They're making money off that too, right? But now here's the beauty with that one. The minute that hurricane clears out and the news crews come in, I'm gonna take two and show you the different spins, right? CNN will come in and show you a bunch of black people sitting around a cardboard box crying and huddled together waiting for the government to come rescue them, right? And if they go to Walmart or somewhere, they'll say that, well, Fox will say those same black people are looting fucking Walmart, right? And show you black people walking out of there with bread and shit, but they're looting the place. Then Fox will show you a bunch of white people walk out the same fucking Walmart with bread and milk and tell you how they're just gathering supplies.
They gathering supplies and we.
So they had their narrative. They're going to paint your black ass as a fucking looter, even though you're getting the same bread and milk that the white people are getting. You're a looter. They're scavenging for survival.
And guess what? I'm gonna say something again, but it goes back to political. That reason right there, being painted the narrative of what they want in them corporations, is why I don't agree with Martin Luther King when he was talking about integration, because you can't. How could you?
Okay, so I got a question to Linwood.
Ask me, ma'am.
Linwood, you said the corporations are profiting from Black Death. How is that? Is it through advertising? How?
It's through advertising.
Oh,
because here's the thing. And the brother made a very, very great point. It's about the narrative they want to set. They want to set a narrative in a pandemic that, oh, this is the thing that's going on all the time. White cops just walking up on Black people, just gunning them down. That is the narrative they paint. And then they paint it and they paint it and they paint it. And then they get on television like WWE and they get back and forth and start arguing. No, you're a racist. No, you're wrong. No, you're a racist. And they do this shit constantly because conflict draws ratings.
Let me ask you this question, Linwood. So
yes,
when he was talking about the police choking dude out because he was always selling cigarettes, well, what were you doing?
What was I doing? I was at work. I said, what
were you doing when you was up here talking about how almost like you were saying he deserved that because he was selling?
I never said that, Bomb. Here's my response to that. Bomb, I'll never say a human being deserves that. Mr. Gardner didn't deserve to lose his life for that.
But you basically said that, dude. That's why I'm giving you the pushback.
But I'll tell you what.
You was about to say that they killed him because he was resisting.
No,
yes, you was, dude.
No, I did not say
I'm not giving you pushback.
I said, here's what I said. When the guy walked around him and put him in the chokehold, Mr. Gardner leaned back because he was being forced back. And another guy tried to reach for his hands. All of a sudden, all these other enforcement officials started coming in to assist. All those guys fell on the ground along with Mr. Gardner. I said to assist. All of them fell down with Mr. Gardner. They put their weight on Mr. Gardner. And that's when Mr. Gardner said, I could not breathe.
Okay, so my question is, why was I giving you pushback? It sounded like you were saying it was that man's fault.
He was right before.
No,
now
right before he said what he just said. He was saying that Eric Gardner was like, get away from me, or whatever he was saying.
And you were saying it was his fault.
He did tell them that. He told Mr. Gardner told them to
leave
him alone.
Yes, he did. He said, bro, you always messing with me. The man wasn't even, he was in the store. He was like, leave me alone. You always mess with me.
And he was like, the officer was trying to detain him because you're saying that he, and then you, when Bomb said something, then you went into the chokehold.
Right. So you were basically saying that it was that man's fault.
They were there because there was word that he was selling loose cigarettes.
Oh my
That's
God.
why they were there for him. That's why they were there looking at him, because mind you, in New York, if you're from New York, cigarettes are expensive. So
dude, they familiar with this man. They know exactly.
If they sold those cigarettes, if you're selling cigarettes, you can get arrested because you're taking money out of their pockets. So if he was selling those cigarettes,
getting arrested and getting killed.
But getting killed, right?
No. Hey, look. See, let me blow a hole in that argument where you're taking money out of their pockets. You're not taking money out of your pockets. You know why? Because cigarettes are taxed by the pack. You already paid the tax on them cigarettes. You can do whatever the fuck you want to with them once you bought them. You already paid the tax. There's no tax on individual cigarettes.
See, I guess he's saying that you have to make them buy a whole pack.
Now here's the question.
But you already bought the whole pack, right? So you're saying cigarettes are expensive in New York. And I know a lawyer that lives here, right? Keeps New York tags on his car so he can buy cigarettes here for his friends in New York and then sell them to them at local price. So this cat is buying cigarettes here for like $8 a pack and then going up there and selling for $17, right? But guess what? He's not getting choked out. You know why? Because he's a lawyer and he's already worked around it. You know what he'll tell him? No, these cigarettes are souvenirs. You see my car with the New York tags? These are souvenirs from Delaware.
Linwood, when you say
Wait a minute now. Whoa. Now you're on to something. Because this person who is a lawyer, this is the law already on their books in the state of New York. You can't sell these loose cigarettes. But if you make them into souvenirs, like a collector's item,
bro,
that's how you get around it.
Linwood.
Oh, whoa. You can get,
That don't
look,
mean
here's
you choke
way
the guy
around this,
out
and
and
here's
kill the
why.
guy, man. That don't mean you should kill the man. Like, come on.
Exactly.
No,
but I'm making the argument that you already paid the tax on a pack of cigarettes. Once you
What's
open
the
it,
problem?
those 20 cigarettes aren't getting taxed individually. So you're not, that argument that you're losing tax money is bullshit. Now, back to that lawyer, like I said, let me show you the beauty with this cat and how he already thought this thing through. If he was to get caught on the street selling you a carton of cigarettes for $60, right? Because they're $6 a pack, right? And he sold them to you for $80, right? You can't even get him for scalping because he's below local price. He's not doing this for a quote unquote local profit. He profited out of Delaware, right? But because he has New York tags, he can claim his souvenirs and he's selling them at local price.
Now, see, Linwood, the fact that you said that the police was trying to detain him, that he's taking money out of their pockets, the fact that Mr. Baum just had to explain all of this about the taxes. And right before he was about to start talking, you was like, why was he there? You are saying that they was justified in killing him.
Not him. Why
That's
were
some cool
they
ass shit. That's exactly what you're saying.
It don't matter why he was there.
Doesn't. But see,
not
the problem
Mr. Gardner.
is here.
Mr. Gardner can say what he wants. Why were they there? What was
Because
their purpose
they got
of being
called there?
That is not what you just said. They there because they the police. That's why they was there.
Okay,
but they were there. But see, here's where you had to hold not only the police accountable, but whoever called the police. Because I bet you, I can guarantee you this, because he was standing outside of a store when he was selling those cigarettes, right? I guarantee you the store called the police on him. You know why? Because they probably sell fucking loose cigarettes too, and he's taking money out of their fucking pocket.
Yeah,
that was their problem. Now, if he'd have crossed the street, they wouldn't have gave a shit. But he's standing out in front of their property, their establishment, public property, selling the same loose cigarettes these sons of bitches are probably selling too. So he's catching that 25 cents or $1.
Now now she said to me, "You're saying why was he there?" No, I didn't say that.
You did.
Why were they there?
No, you said
I kept saying why were they there?
You said why was he there? She said why
were they there? Why were they there? They had no reason to be there. If Mr. Gardner's just minding his business, just doing what he do, they had no business being there. They had no jurisdiction. Go do something. Go jack off. Go get tickets for jaywalking.
That's what I remember hearing that man say. That man was just at the door, and old dude say, "How you doing?" And he said, "Bro, I don't talk to you like that. You always messing with me. Leave me alone." Then he started switching it up to talk about, "I saw somebody leave. You selling loose leaves?" So I don't think you remember that whole thing. Originally, the man was just speaking to him, that police officer, and he was like, "I don't mess with you like that. I don't know why you speaking to me."
And they can't stand when you talk to them like that.
Yeah, and so this nonsense that y'all even saying isn't even how that shit go. I saw that video. I'll never forget it. I will never forget seeing that man's eyes. You know what I mean? Like, I'll never forget that. I'll never forget that.
And personally, they need to be sued because one is wrongful death.
What
two is a violation
of
nothing happened to him.
Nothing. See, now it's back to you saying, like, here's the narrative on that whole, like,
hold on, I'm not done. You know who I blame for that? Black people.
We did as much as we could. We did
not. No, we did not. You know why?
What you mean?
Because let that shit happen in Russia. Let that shit happen in Afghanistan. Let that shit happen in Europe.
Let it happen here.
Are done.
Let it happen in Nigeria.
Let it
happen in Nigeria. Let that happen in Italy. Them police officers are dead man walk. We should have been like, yo, listen. That's what I'm saying. When certain things, we got to be on all fronts. Like, yo, listen. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna take this politician out. But we so quick to do that to each other over some bullshit, bro. We were supposed to be on some shit like, yo, listen.
Who's taking all these people out in these other countries?
Hold on, I'm with you with the black thing, but here's how this should have happened, right? Because if this exact scenario would have happened to a white kid, that family would have taken the police department to court. Not protest like we will and the whole nine. But here's the even bigger problem, right? Police across the country, across the board, have implied immunity, right? So what you have to do is go take this to the Supreme Court to strike down the same decision they made 40 years ago, right? But you got to start locally to say, hey, look, you can't keep killing cats and claiming that it's an accident and getting off freely. Sean Bell should have been the pardon the pun, should have been the bell ringing to let police officers know y'all are accountable, especially in New York. Sean Bell and his friends should not have gotten shot 37 times thinking they were drug dealers, and they weren't the drug dealers.
Now, what's interesting about that case, when I was researching that case, oh no, wait a minute, this man is on his wedding day. What the fuck are you guys doing here? What are you doing here? Who called you here?
But you see, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, listen. One thing about the Rastafarians, they used to teach me when I was young, you can't trust Babylon. Dog, they want to eradicate us, bro. Like, and I get it. Who's gonna do this? Who's gonna do these things? How are we gonna plan? How are we gonna make money? How are we gonna fund these type of situations? How do we need to hire mercenaries? But it's come down to a time where our grandparents and our parents had that time to be diplomatic. They had that time. The 70s, the 80s, the 20s. Okay, yeah, y'all was getting lynched and all that shit, but that was the time for y'all to be diplomatic and fight for your rights. Now is the time to actually call for action. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to advocate for violence because, you know what I'm saying, that's not cool. But in these dire times come dire scenarios. You must mobilize. You think them white dudes could have done that to a Mexican cat that has a family from the mob or something? They kill, and guess what? They chop them dudes' heads off and hang their bodies
all
over
that
a highway.
happened is that they sue and get money.
I know true stories right now. They chopped them officers up and they threw their bodies and hung them over the highway and chopped their heads off.
You mean here in the U.S.?
In the U.S.
Oh,
but that's what I'm saying, though.
We need to take some.
Yeah, but see, you know where you talking about that happening? Right there in border towns, right?
Oh, where they could people from
in border towns. They're not doing this in downtown Minneapolis. Like, they're not coming deep in the U.S. and doing this shit. They're catching these cats, and on top of that, they're catching these cats on their side of the border, right, where your immunity and protection ended.
Right, you're not chopping people up.
No, you're not. You're not
going
to go.
No. There's videos and there's videos on the dark web and all that. Listen, don't take my word for it.
I'm not arguing.
Right, you find it. I've seen it.
Arguing that. It's like, where is this being done? You're not doing this in fucking Lexington, Kentucky.
No, but it was in the U.S. and the police officer, they were trailing the same squad car or whatever, and they pulled up next to it and they shot it up. They dragged the man out and they chopped his head off, and then they literally flung him over like the highway rail and hung him up.
Yeah, but you want us in America to do some shit in America. New York is, and I'm not saying you're saying do that, but like my husband said, that's happening close to where the people who did it could just go jump over a bridge and go back on their side or go across the
Plus, they don't have access to stuff we do.
Yeah, right? I know.
Like you were saying, let me help you with your argument, right? Like back in I'm gonna use the Black Panthers as a prime example, right? They did everything the right way, by the law, the whole nine. And guess what? The minute they caught wind of them, they changed the fucking laws.
Yep.
Right? There was no, you're doing this legally? Oh, we need to change this shit today. Right? So, but at the same time, they had the FBI, better known as J. Edgar Hoover, dead set against Black uprising. And he did everything he could. I don't care what anybody says, he killed every one of them. Martin,
I believe it.
Medgar, he killed every one of them, right? Now you don't have that problem. Right, but at the same time, we as a people learn. Don't stick your head up because these cats will kill you. Right, so we don't have a quote unquote black leader.
That's the thing, though, bro. I understand, but ain't death worth something to some degree? If you're willing to go fight a war, hold on. If you, to some degree, believe, all right, there's people who join the army, right, and they truly believe that they're doing it for a righteous cause in a dirty ass country. That's what the point is. What I'm trying to make is there's gonna have to come a time, and I'm not saying now, I'm not saying us, I'm not saying we, I'm not advocating for violence. There's comes a time where you gotta put your foot down and show these white motherfuckers like, listen, we know y'all killing us. We 8,000 black people per year die, 8,000 plus, right? Some of it is because of us, but some of that is because of police shootings. We have to show them to some degree, like, yo, listen, bro, we will shoot up this police station, we will blow this shit up sky high. This is what we got to do. It's like, how much more diplomatic in marches and stands do y'all want to have? And I'm not saying.
The problem with threatening to shoot up a police station is you just open the door for them to just retaliate even worse. See, like,
hold on. I don't know. You think white people are that brave? They're not that brave.
Well, that's the problem with black.
Oh, they're men. They're men just like us.
Depends on which white people you talk about.
They got different groups.
And then when we do decide to rise up, when we look at all the black countries around us, they all running. We don't have no allies. We're going to have to rise up and stay right here and take whatever it is they have to give to us.
You know what's
everybody else running and swimming away from their countries.
You know what's interesting about that statement she just made?
Timing. It's all about
It's very
timing.
interesting that the people here didn't say anything about the Africans in Ukraine being mistreated. A few did, but it took the Nigerian government
before you got up here, and I said some bullshit. Why are they running from an area in which they live in?
It took
and then
the
when war go, why they
Nigerian
running?
to say something.
I asked you a question.
Only African government that said
I asked you a question, Linwood.
Okay, ask me a question. What you
got? Because you keep talking, dude. You don't know. Anyway, I asked you, why did those men, like all the other men in that country, had to stay? You wasn't embarrassed that the ones who was trying to leave were black, who lived there?
I was kind of embarrassed with that.
That's some embarrassing shit, and you should be ashamed.
But
you
the
should
thing
be
is,
ashamed.
They do it all across the planet.
I hear y'all on that one. They're not warriors. But the thing is, though, with that, and this is from my perspective, this is from my opinion, right? You cannot have.
Where the warriors at, Maurice, in Jamaica?
Where you cannot have a group of unarmed people ready to take on a superpower of a situation that they're not even a part of. Like that's
they're a part of it. They've been sitting in that country reaping the benefits this whole time.
They live there.
They've been racist. They know them people racist. They've been racist the whole time.
But they let them in there though, right?
They let them in there because they was running.
Oh, okay. Well, whatever the reasons are that may be, they're there. But it's not.
And so they should stay there. They should stay there.
That's that immigrant talk.
If I was living in the Ukraine and
you would have fought, you would have firebombed.
What?
You would have been shooting at the Russians?
I ain't gonna lie. Every time I be thinking maybe we need to take up arms and go help them people.
Yeah, I would have done that. But it's just that with dumb people, you can't expect them to fight for a country.
Why not? They in a country. They ran from a country. They found a place that let them in, and then when they get in trouble, they run. Black men, and then not only that, when they was like, "Well, this is just for women and children," them niggas got took to the news to say they being racist against us. They won't let us big tough black ass men get on this bus because only women and children. That's some fucking shit. That's some fuck shit right there. They look like bitches. They should have walked their ass out if they wanted to go.
And they all do it. They all do it. From the south to the east to the west, they all do it. The only ones who sit and fight and get fucked up are Americans.
But let's take the Ukraine situation one step farther.
Wait, what? Say that again. You said what, Aries? You said the only ones that fight are American. And what would you say? You do know Jamaica got its independence by killing up.
Sir, I need you to come on up to the present.
Okay, I'm just
saying.
We
all know that. We all know that.
I'm just saying.
We all know that.
But I'm just saying.
I'm saying, but you ain't in Jamaica though.
I'm not. I was born in
I was thinking about Haiti. Go ahead, baby.
But I'm just saying, because that's a broad statement.
You
to
was
say
born
that.
in Manhattan because your parents came here.
Yeah, my dad was born. My dad was born here. My dad's from here. My
But
dad's
now
American.
look at this on the Ukraine
So,
situation, right?
my
So
dad
you're
was
saying there's
always
a
here.
bunch of African refugees in the Ukraine trying to escape, right?
Yeah.
Like they want to leave with their women and kids, right?
Yeah.
So to say shame on them. You know who the Klitschko brothers are?
The Klitschko brothers?
Yeah, the Klitschkos.
Oh, the Klitschko? Nah, who are they?
They are the two reigning heavyweight champions in boxing, right?
Oh, from okay.
From the Ukraine.
Yeah.
Guess what they did? They
picked
joined the
up
Ukraine
arms.
army.
Yeah.
Right? These cats, combined worth like $70 million. Easily could lead the country if they wanted to. Easily.
You got people leaving the U.S. who Ukrainian men going
to fight over there. And it's, dude, I mean, if I'm a guest and your house is getting invaded, to paint a parallel for all these white cats in America, Kyle Rittenhouse, right?
I get it.
You got to defend this house. If you're here, help defend it.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. I would have done that, but that's why I grew up bomb. They
niggas trying to tiptoe out, and then when nobody letting them tiptoe out, they screaming, "Help me! Help me!" They racist.
And then, to knock their whole argument. Well, I'm from such and such. I don't know how to shoot a gun. You'll learn real quick when somebody's shooting at your ass.
They got old women throwing rocks at the people.
Right. Yeah. But no, I mean, so for that, I'm going to say shame on them, because if somebody came and invaded my state, let alone my neighborhood, I'm defending it.
I'm defending it, right?
They should have gave them niggas some guns and some sunflowers.
And say, go get them. Go get them.
Guns and some sunflowers, Aries. That's
what they giving everybody sunflower seeds to put in their pocket.
So okay.
But they keeping them woke.
No, when they die, they say a beautiful plant will grow.
Oh.
The Ukrainians did that to themselves. And then this one lady walked up to one of the Russian army men and gave him some. So she said, so when you die, a pretty plant will grow. That's what they should have. They should have gave him some guns and some sunflower seeds and told them get their asses out there and fight. You ain't going nowhere.
I agree with you and the way you put it. If I invited them to come stay at my house, right? I invite these men to get a room in my house. Right. And I help take care of them and, and we all like a family. And as soon as somebody comes to break in,
comes in here, you tell me, hey, somebody broke in downstairs.
Be like,
dude, what the fuck are you doing?
Well,
I didn't need you to let me know. You should have been downstairs choking his ass while I go get my gun.
But no, they want to leave. They're talking about,
they want to leave.
I've been staying here for years, but I don't really live here.
Yeah, I don't really live here. We just stopped here for gas. Fuck y'all.
We just stopped here for some gas.
Black. I was so embarrassed by that. I ain't gonna lie. Black all over the world.
But see, the problem with that was it's back to the same narrative, right? It's back to the same, now you're gonna paint this picture like we were saying. So it's like when you look at like different news networks, you can see their narrative just by the color of the people and how they portray them, right? So I guarantee you, these cats in the Ukraine, I guarantee you it's Fox News, right? That plays that the most. Because the first thing they'll say is, oh, well, black people are scared and all this, right? They had their clear narrative. Every minority is some kind of dirty son of a bitch, right? Everyone. But meanwhile, white people, God-fearing, the whole nine, So they had their narrative, and it's like, hey, look, go paint them. And they're going to make those cats, and I don't agree with them, that, you want to run? No, if you live here, defend this fucking house, right? But they're going to go find the cats that'll be the most vocal to say, man, we don't want anything to do with this, clutching pearls. Acting like bitches. No, man, you know what? Meanwhile, there's a cat probably behind them throwing a rock at a fucking T-72 tank yelling, fuck you. But they won't go get him because he'll tell you, I don't have time to talk to you bitches. Either you throw rocks with me or get the fuck out the way.
The only thing with that, Mr. Baum, is now that we have social media, we can upload our own videos and Fox don't have anything to do with it.
But the problem is you don't have the same reach as Fox, right? See, like back to the whole like Sean Bell and a lot of these other black men that got killed. Like I could say, look, they've spent years laying this foundation to paint us out to be pimps, criminals, the whole nine, right? And now when you do confront the police, you got two opposing philosophies. You got black people who are saying, hey, police been holding us down all this time, and here they come down to step on our necks again. On the white side, you got all these niggers do is be crooks and thieves, and I'm gonna gun his ass down the minute he says something. And there's somewhere in the middle. And it's like, hey, how do you present yourself? Yeah, because the police is, oh, you can't just talk to me any kind of way. Dude, don't tell me that shit. And then you go over to this white dude and he talks about how he'll fucking kill you and you don't do shit. But I caught attitude because you just pulled me over because I had a fucking brake light out. Yeah, it's like, dude, why are we here? What are we doing this shit for?
But that's what I'm saying, bro. You can't be diplomatic with someone who's not diplomatic. How many times I'm like, I don't get it.
Hey,
like,
baby,
I get it. That's why I said, listen to the narrative, right? Go look at YouTube and watch white people going off on police, just going off, ripping up tickets, yelling at them the whole nine, right? Yep. Sorry about that. Have a nice day. Because they don't fear like the protests and the shit that we'll do. You know what they fear? White people will take your ass to court so quick. Yeah, by the time he got back to the station, some white dude already filed a lawsuit on him. Yep. Right? Meanwhile, us, by the time he gets back to the station, the next day we're staging a protest out front, shaking fists and yelling. And he's not afraid of that shit. He's gonna go out the back door and go do what he wants to do.
In fact, they're gonna tell him to go. They're gonna say, "Oh, I did that nigga like this," and not look at him. Them niggas.
They're gonna tell him go lay low. We'll pay for your vacation while this dies down,
or paid administrative. And then it was like I said, back to the New York police. You know what was funny? When the union president said, "Yeah, how are we supposed to do our jobs?" Is, dude, if your job is to kill black people, then stop doing your job. If your job is to uphold the laws, then go do your job. Nobody said you can't, that you have to shoot people. It's okay if some white dude yells at you, but some black dude yells at you. Yeah, they've got to get shot and choked and shit. No, you got to apply this. Both sides get the same treatment. That's back to like saying, like the way you're gonna handle this is to say, first off, let's stop painting this narrative on TV that all black people are pimps, hoes, and the whole nine. We're not.
That's what we got YouTube for.
You're just showing and glamorizing the part you want to. All black dudes are gangbangers.
You see that's why the internet was given to us.
Exactly.
It was given to us for two reasons: information sharing, and so we could paint our own narrative. Because they know they fucked up by painting a certain narrative that they cannot fix.
You don't see what's happening on YouTube.
But your problem is you don't have the same reach and the same people. Look, you're a black man, I'm a black man. So if you put out a video and I'm subscribed, guess what? I'm gonna watch it, right? How many 7-year-old white people do you think gonna watch your video?
None.
I don't care, but we don't care. Right? Why do you like?
Hold on. You know why you need to care about them? Because those are the same cats that will vote for the same politicians you want to get out for your.
But that's what I'm
not saying. Right?
You're saying the same thing, different perspective. I get what you're saying, but at the same time that you're saying, I'm gonna say this: why the fuck would I care if they're the enemy? If you're my competition, why do I care about you? I don't need you. I just need my people.
Here's why you care.
All I need is your money to help me get what I need.
Because they control the whole atmosphere of the distribution of information. See, you only have a little bit of the pie, and that pie is not enough to reach millions.
And they can have enough from you anytime they want.
Millions. Right? So you're trying. It's like I told a gentleman the other day that's an independent journalist. Compared to journalists that work in New York and Los Angeles, they have a machine backing them. So this reporter can come out and say whatever the network heads want him to report. You, the independent journalist, out there reporting the facts, but you are in America. They are being sent over there. You got to go on your own dime to get that information. See what I'm saying? By the time you get that information, by the time you get the constructed information that you're putting out there, the masses of the people then tune you out. Even though you're telling the truth and your information is facts, don't matter if you don't have the reach.
Right, that's right. But I understand what you're saying, righteousness. I'm not saying that I understand what you're saying.
So do I, and I'm
Yeah,
just
so-
saying you're doing this like I said, like as two black men, as a subscriber, the whole nine is one step at a time. We didn't get in this situation overnight, and you're not gonna fix it overnight.
Fix it overnight. Yeah, I get
Right.
that.
But what you had to do is like, and I was gonna say, like, you can't reach that 7-year-old white cat in the middle of nowhere, Tennessee. It's too late for him. Let that cat die off.
Right.
Right.
I don't care.
But meanwhile, he might have a 15-year-old grandson that you can reach. And it's like I said, one step at a time. We got to write some of these cats off and move on. To let the rest of them know, because it's everything. Like, I mean, look at how many white cats are dating black women in the whole nine.
Right, but look at
I hate that shit.
Wait, let's bring it back to my title though, right?
But I'm interracial.
But we got so I talked about the black people who's on YouTube spreading the same narrative as the white people. Like we ourselves are now repeating what they say about us, even admitting that we are like that to a degree, right? Or that they used to be. So how do we combat that when we're trying to say all of us are not like that, not even most of us are like that, and then some black person is on, yeah, most of us are like this, and yeah, we need to do better. How do we combat that?
They're not even doing better, let alone trying to tell everybody else to do better.
That's a good
they're
question.
The most
I gotta think
miserable
about that.
fucks I ever seen.
No, but Bomb has a point. That's a problem that needs to be solved.
Right.
That is a problem that needs to be solved. We need to become, and I think YouTube is a start, but we need to become really unified. Like, and I know I get it. It dreams and dabbles, I get it. But what I'm saying is that, you know, and like you said, bro, like it's not gonna be overnight to fix the situation. But I think there needs to be a good type of, I would say like see, the words that I'm trying to, everything that I'm thinking of has been done already and has failed already. So it's kind of hard, but I'm going to be honest. You have to start some type of like financial cult, man. I don't know, man. You're going to have to do some certain things like that to get you out of certain narratives that other people are getting paid to push. Your dollar now, if we can't combat them because we can't buy tanks, we can't do this, we're gonna have to combat them financially. So, I mean, that is one way, I guess, to answer Bomb's question. Or just because Bomb had a good point, like, how do you defeat something that is like a part of you tearing you down?
Well, hold on. You know how you defeat it? You hold those cats accountable.
But
right?
no, but that's what they say. See,
no, hold on. See, like for these cats, like I'm gonna guess, and you stop me if I'm wrong. The cats y'all talking about are people that have pretty good jobs, make a pretty good living, something like that, right? And then they're just no
hypocrite. No,
I'm talking about people online, people
Right.
online who are saying exactly what you just said. Well, we gotta point it out so they can be held accountable.
No, I'm holding them accountable, but that's why I said I'm assuming you mean it like somebody that. Like I hear you talking about cats, they'll say like, I'm a high value man and all this shit.
Yeah,
and it's okay.
Yeah, I've been hearing that crap.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
Guess what?
That's a good idea.
But hold on. Here's what I mean. Right? Good for you. You're a high value man. Are you going into some low underserved community and helping other people become high value men?
No.
Because if your answer is no, then shut the fuck up.
Fuck up. Thank you.
Right?
But
I don't need you bragging about how you did something and you're going to turn your back on some fucking kids.
Yeah,
but that's a good idea.
Fuck the community.
Yeah, the community, right? Because it's to say, hey, look, you're part of the fucking problem, dude. If you came from, and I'm gonna use Chicago, and I'm not picking on Chicago, it's to use them as an example, right? You go to take the worst part of Chicago, right? Basically, your education is based on tax value or local tax. So you get a school tax. So if your property value is low, then your tax is low. Right? Which means that your school doesn't get a whole lot of fucking money, right? Which means that you probably had kids reading books from the 1900s, right? And that's their history. And World War II started and have a good summer, right? So they don't learn shit. Now they go out, they can't read the whole nine. Guess what? They can't get a good job and it's rinse and repeat. Next fucking generation of underserved kids gonna be in the same position as their underserved parents. Now, you said you made it out. Take your ass down there and show them how to get out.
But these people, they don't really want to do that. They want to also make fun of Black women and treat Black women as they're the problem when we all know who the problem is, but they're not going to admit that because they have, you know,
they're butthurt.
Made them, they have put themselves up as they're better than other Black people, and they're not.
They're not.
No, they're not. But that's
and
a good
they
idea,
think
though.
they're better because they got a non-Black spouse, and it's like, dude, big fucking deal.
Yeah,
because trust me, easy come, easy go.
Easy go. Yep. But that's a good idea. To hold them accountable, and the thing, but it's a good idea. I kind of like thought I played it out in my mind. So you're right. If someone is this high value man, then okay, the light should be on you, and whatever you do should be judged. But the bad thing about that is that motherfucker after a while is not gonna care, because he has, like, for example, it's only a matter of time before someone calls out Kevin Samuels on his bullshit before Kevin Samuels falls, right? We all know this. Same thing with Fresh and Fit. It's only a matter of time. Unless they could keep some fresh, something positive about the shows. Both of their shows are, it's only a matter of time before they both are just, no one's going to watch their shit, right? But the thing is, what I'm saying is, and to your point, holding them accountable. Okay, you made it. Okay, great for you. That's good. Now, what are you going to do? Now, if they give us our ass, now I think as Black people, we should be like, hey, white people, if you want to kill somebody, there you go. Because that motherfucker is not being accountable. So to that degree, I agree. Like, holding people accountable. The only problem with that is, why have a lot of people who made it, right? And they all start pointing the finger at one another. Like, you're supposed to be high value, but you didn't do this. What you're supposed to be more, you're supposed to have high morality, but you did this and this and this. That's the only problem with the idea. It's a good idea, but it could crash to a bunch of finger pointing. You know what I'm saying? Of who didn't do what and who needs to do what by trying to hold someone accountable. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, but it's a good idea.
Peer pressure is great. Like I said, I mean, you can't, like, sit on here because I hear them. Yeah, and I am so tempted to go after them myself. But like I said, I'm downstairs fighting white cats, right? But it's to say, dude, don't come on here and brag about how you made it and something, and then don't think that you can just throw money at this fucking problem. The government's been throwing money at the problem, and guess what? The problem's not solved. If you want to be a doctor, then you go see a doctor. Talk to him. Hey, how did you do this? Right? You can't just throw some money at, hey, go be a doctor. And it's, well, I don't know how to be. Well, I just gave you the money, go figure it out. That's not how this works. This kid might need your time. Right? Your time is way worth more than your money. You're sitting in your house, you're this high value person, and you're just gonna write a check and write them off. That's not fixing anything. And then for them, peer pressure. Hey, look, why aren't you doing something? I'm at this school helping these kids. Why aren't you at your fucking school helping some kids?
But he's older than us, baby. Like, I didn't know. I thought Kevin was just a year older than me, but he's actually about 56 years old. He's been lying so much online that it's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like,
he's about to be 60 soon.
I watch him from time to time just for, like, if I'm bored or entertainment, but, like, because the reason why I get the message, it can't come from you, and I get it. Don't shoot the messenger in the message and all that crap. I got that. I understand that, and I also get your allies are not going to be perfect. I get that as well. However, the reason why I have a problem with KS is because of what he's trying to do, and he's trying to bottleneck the Black people, our situation, into a situation where he'll profit while other people suffer, and to some degree, so he has like a lullaby, so you can't point the finger at him saying that's what you're doing. What he does is, oh well, I have 10 people who joined my program and they're all happily married. So what's the problem with you? And it's like, nah, bro, the problem isn't the fact that they found love. The problem is that you're trying to exploit a situation to make to make a profit. Like,
Yeah,
and
but
that's the
why
problem
can't I, when he says things like that, right? That 10 people. Now, mind you, he got over a million followers right now. So 10 people, that's nothing, right? That's not, so, but why can't any of us find these 10 people, these 10 couples?
I mean, some of them are posted on YouTube. I've seen a couple of them.
A couple is not 10, right?
Yeah,
10
a couple is
10.
just 2.
A couple is 2. That's right.
Yeah, I only seen
So,
2.
and even then, I would like to be able to question them because
How'd you meet him?
did they meet through him, or did you heard him say something and she was like, okay, I like what you did too, and then they got married? That's not the same thing. These listen, that man lies so much that I don't believe nothing that comes out of his mouth.
He's one of them old time lying pastors. That was, you know what I'm saying? Like he one of them type of fake pastors that will use religion and try to stay in your crib for free or try to get something out of you or something like that. Yeah. That's the vibe I get from Kevin Samuels. Like,
but he says things that people think and be like, okay, sound like it could be true, But Kevin, anyway, I don't want to talk about him. Hey, Miss Chantel.
Hi, everybody on the panel and the chat. I just wanted to pop. I'm so sleepy today right now. I just wanted to pop in and say this right quick, share this with you guys. I know Rue gonna like to hear this and go hear the clip, but I just got off of I don't know if it's okay for me to say his panel name, Bon.
Yeah,
is that okay? Conscious Moron. He usually be on RBR panel and in his chat. Conscious Moron, so you can click on that name and find his channel. But I was on his channel. We were having a decent conversation. Max was on the channel. Max has been drinking tonight, and Max went off on Miss Chantel for no reason, calling me out my name. I said, well, I'm a Black woman. I was not being disrespectful or nothing. So he's venting about something. And I was like, wait a minute, I'm a Black woman. Turned into a whole different character. And you can hear it on Conscious Moron panel. And it just goes like you guys are talking about, you're talking about basically what he did. I told him, I said, look here, I know who you are. You're a faker, okay? You're really Manosphere. You was dismissed. Now you on that, you the average Black man that play Black women to get the come up. Oh, I'm for Black women. You see what I'm saying? But he showed his true colors tonight. Yeah. You all over the panels talking about Black women and Black, I'm a defender of Black women, but tonight you're going through something, somebody upset you or something, and you're on the panel spazzing off on a woman for no reason who didn't even say anything bad to you. I'm like, damn, you showed the true colors. And I just wanted to share that with you guys because I know he'd be over here with it, with the Black woman stuff.
Oh, yeah, he do. You were talking about my husband and him last time. Was you to sit down?
Say it again?
The last time my husband was over there, you was over there. Remember y'all? What were y'all talking about? At first,
was that on RBR? Oh, no. We was on Max channel. Yeah, talking about a lot of military stuff, stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of man stuff. But I tripped out. I was like, he flipped into a whole new character, like a whole nother character. I'm like, well, what? I thought you was a defender of Black women. And I'm so tired of these Black men who be faking a funk like they for Black women and you find out they're not.
Oh no, they that's a game they play.
Yes, that's what I told them.
So I don't take that shit seriously.
Exactly.
But RBR blocked me for basically calling him out on some of his bullshit.
RBR blocked everybody, baby. But you'll get back in. It's all good.
I mean, I don't want to talk to a lunatic, so there you go.
Umar do that. A lot of I don't like it either because they have a lot of weak-minded Black women that fall for that. That, I'm all for the sisters talk. No, you're not. No, you're not. Because if we look over your shoulder, we're going to see you clearly now. You probably have a past where you beat a lot of Black women asses. Okay?
Oh, damn.
Yeah, they be fake. I can't stand it, you know. And you can eventually it comes out who they truly are, especially if they had a drink and hit the panel. Oh my goodness.
I mean, well, let's be honest about it too. You can't say the black woman is a queen when you're calling them bitches. Ice Cube.
I didn't call him no name, sir. I didn't disrespect him. I didn't call him no name. All I did was gave an opinion and he went off.
But that's the hypocrisy with some of these. The black woman is queen. You can't say the black woman is naked, and then you get on television or you get on records and call black women bitches. You can't.
Like Pharaoh.
It's contradictory.
All of them. Matter of fact, a lot of the conscious brothers do it. Then they turn right around and be disrespecting a black woman like a trash bag. I'm like, what? A lot of them do it. And that's that. They use us for their come up. And it's sad. It really is sad.
Yeah, it is bad. You know, I guess the women, they got to see it for themselves. And then, you know, we do put our money. For some reason, we the brokest, but I'm watching some of these channels. I'm seeing people put out money. You know what I mean? Like, I'm seeing
giving a whole tax check.
Girl, I'm seeing men drop other men $150, $200. You ever heard of a man going to another man's channel throwing out that type of money?
Yes, I used to see it on.
No, I'm asking my husband. Have you ever been on? You've been in an area with men talking, right? And you felt they said something so great that you would throw them $150.
No.
Have you ever thought about throwing some man $150?
I've seen a guy give $500.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I can see if you're buying something from them, right?
I'm buying something. If you that kind of money.
Buying something like some bullets or you like knives. So you bought a knife for $150, but they just be dropping it like cash. What this thing called? When you pay through YouTube?
Oh shit! What is that shit?
Super chat.
Yeah.
They be super chatting that type of money.
Hell no.
I'm watching the black people just super chat that type of money to some of these people. And I'm thinking to myself, damn, like we got that type of money, people. We could be really doing things in our community.
Yeah.
And I'm not hating on. Go ahead.
Umar has been doing this thing for like over 10 years, talking about he's gonna build a school. Now he's talking about he's gonna go to law school. But he's been asking for people money, women giving them tax checks and everything. This man ain't never built no school. Now people got all over him. He's saying, well, I'm gonna go to law school first.
He bought that school here in Delaware. I don't know if he bought it or leased it, but it's right here. It's in Wilmington. But if I had to give him money, I would sue him for my money back.
I know that's
claim he was giving him the money for the school that he claimed he was gonna do for black boys, and you know he was talking about how black boys can't read, and he was gonna do this program, and then how long that shit take for him to do this?
Yeah, same with Brother Polite. Same with Brother Polite ripping off black folks. When he got all his millions, he turned around and shitted on black people.
I can't wait to go to jail.
And then try to turn around and be the modern day Dr. York by trying to marry underage women.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's what the lust of power. That's the lust of money, and that's the lust of pleasure. That's what it will do to you. Like even the very wise can consume madness. And I said it before. I think on Bomb Cherry's channel. I think like yesterday I was talking to Rue, and I was telling him that, and he didn't. I don't think he understood the concept, because my Rue was like, "You're not, righteous, whatever." And I was like, "Bro, you don't want me to get righteous. You don't want me to start speaking in tongue and saying ancient shit. You don't want me doing that, because if I do that, you're not gonna like me if I judge you." And I try not to do that. And I try to make my content more on nature, and I try to make my content more on spirituality. But what I was trying to tell him was, and it's good that you brought up Brother Polite and this other fake joker, that even though who knows, we don't know their hearts. We don't know if they just woke up one day and was like, let me scam black people, or they was really, let me help black people. But the point is that the love of money, the lust of pleasure, even though if you are pure, through you, it will it will take another. It will take a hold of you. It will take a side of you. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. It will work through you, and you might not even realize it, or if you do, you might not care about it. So, but
like you're right. Like what's his name who bought the school? I think originally it was in his heart to help, but then he don't know how to do it. He don't know how to turn it. Then that money gets real nice. He starts spending it. They said that he got a couple $1 million from women in the last few years. They say it's upwards 10 million. They say upwards $10 million.
But you know what you could do with that $10 million? You could go to but you could go to a few black counties, right, in your area, and literally talk down the politicians, right, for the mayor, for the local towns, and certain rural areas where black people are predominantly in, right? Talk to them, have council meetings, and then fund some of their, fund their campaign a little bit, give them 100,000, 200,000, and have people actually, have conventions and have them talk. And that's how you would really make change with all that money. But if you're just having that money just stashed up,
you're gonna spend it little by little doing it. Like Brother Polite, showing himself in all them cars and things.
Yeah, Brother Polite, right? And he's a perfect example of not being able to control your lust, right? Mm-hmm. He was a nobody. He became a somebody, and the women, the cars, the money, the fame, it got to him. The love of lust, the love of money, through you, it will change you through time. And you have to learn how to control it, especially as a man,
Change you, or do it just bring out the real you, like the real you?
No, it'll change. I don't. It could, depending on who you are, yeah. But in this scenario, in my opinion, I think it could rot you. It can change you, and maybe that is you deep down inside. But that's not.
You know what I mean? Like you, if you. But because you were broke or didn't have certain things, you couldn't really be you, because you can't, but now that you have this money, you could be you. That you could be a nasty person. You could, you know what I mean? Because you don't need nobody to hire you. You don't need no job. So you could just be as nasty as you want to be and lustful. Now I don't have no problem with lust.
Basically. I know what you're saying, but it's still changing you, because you were humble and polite when you were poor.
Oh, you were fake.
Right. Now you got money, and it's I can shit on you and I don't have to worry about anything. You got changed.
You got changed. The money changed you.
Yeah.
Okay, I can see that.
But now when you lose it, because like y'all talking about like Kevin Samuel and all these cats, the first thing I tell all of them is, remember O.J. Simpson.
Okay. When they fall.
Yep. When you think you're too high and all that,
mighty, right?
When you fall, you're gonna show up in some black church.
Yep.
Welcome me back.
Michael Jackson.
No, you turned your membership in a long time ago. You go across the street to the Catholic church. Yeah.
All right.
And it's a lot of them like that. Michael Jackson, Kanye recently, he's doing it now. He's going to black areas.
But OJ is the most visible, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, the town. Now go look at him. Yeah,
he's
this
the most
cat,
visible for us, baby.
Right? No, I know, but it's to say, like, look at how he acted, right? This cat couldn't spell black at gunpoint.
Oh yeah.
At one point, right?
It was bad, y'all.
Married white people, banging white chicks left and right, cheating on his wife the whole nine. Soon as he got in trouble.
Yep, I'm not black, I'm OJ.
Yep. Soon as he got in trouble, showed up at a Baptist church. It's chief. You going across the street to that Catholic church you've been at the last 20 years. You forgot about us a long time ago. Yeah, because you were just OJ. Yeah, you OJ your ass across the street. Yeah. Don't come in here talking about how you're Orenthal James. No, you're OJ. Going back over there.
You're the NFL star. You don't need to be.
And he even begged Johnny Cochran to take his case. He didn't even trust his best white friend.
Yeah. Once
really? That really happened? He really begged him?
His best white friend is Kim Kardashian dad. He didn't even trust him.
Yeah, and Robert Kardashian. He was on the team.
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
on. Yeah, he was on.
He was on the team, but he wasn't the lead.
And he was against him
Right.
too. At the end, you saw the movie where he started doubting him. Doubting. See, that's what I hate though. Even though they found that man not guilty, he still got that rap like he's guilty and just got away with it. You know what I mean? And
The glove didn't
if
fit.
white men, if they get found not guilty, we're supposed to just let it go and be like, okay. But
Nah, we're not. I'm not even gonna say what we're really supposed to do. But
well,
I'm
I'm
going
saying that's what happens.
right. I get you.
But even then, see, like back to like I said, remember OJ? Now he got off on that one, but they got his black ass in Nevada
on some shit that was
on some bullshit.
On
Yeah,
some bullshit. They get
but we didn't forget about this shit in California, Chief.
Yeah.
Why would they get him in Nevada for?
Stealing his own shit. They claimed that it was his own stuff.
Some cat had his memorabilia, right? He was selling and all this. So he didn't pay OJ for his shit. So one of OJ's cronies said, yo, man, we need to roll up his room and get our shit back.
All right,
and that's what they did.
And then they got him.
And then it was to say, dude, if you didn't see this coming, yeah, who else sitting around waiting for you to come in their room and have a fucking recording?
Right.
Record this shit.
I would have been like, bro, you just got off one of the biggest cases. Nah, let's leave it alone. Like,
yep,
that's clearly
you have somebody go do your bidding.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think it probably
Earl, go up there and get my fucking cards
but
back.
That's what I'm saying. Think about it. Why would he go up to get it?
Because he got talked into it.
They told him to come.
Yep. Come on, let's go get your shit back.
Or they told him to come and get his stuff, and then they claimed that he came there to rob him, to take it.
And if anything, if I was him, you know who would have went and done my bidding? What was that fucking dude's name? His boy AC, and then that Kit character that was in the fucking house behind him. Y'all go get my shit back.
Yeah.
The goons.
Yeah, the goons.
Goons, where you at?
AC was your ride or die. That's the cat that was driving the car all slow and shit while you hiding in the back seat. Yeah.
And the white Bronco.
And then that little white boy that was that he paid to just sit out back and do nothing. Kid or cat, whatever his name was. Y'all go get my shit back. Yeah, y'all know I would spend all my money on these lawyers so I can stay free.
Facts. I would have said it just like that too. Y'all know I was trying to say, y'all shut some time. Go get my shit back.
Yep. Go get my shit back.
10 years for that, number.
Yeah.
That was a long time. They had him in jail for nothing.
But it was over the original shit.
Yeah, it was the original shit there.
Right? Look at Michael Vick. See, if I was Michael Vick, I'd have burnt that house down and turned my cousins in.
Well, whatever.
They sold him out.
With the dogs,
they sold him out. Yeah, they sold him
out. But your cousins turned on you. Man, I'd have told another one of my cousins, go burn my damn house down. These two fuckers turned me in.
And it was
my fucking money. You living off of me. You gonna turn me in to save y'all's asses? Now I'm gonna pay people to whoop y'all's asses in front of me to make me feel better.
Hey, Bruce.
Hey, what's up, Bum? How y'all doing? What's up, everybody?
Doing good.
Hey, look, I heard something about OJ. Speaking of OJ practically admitted that he did have something to do with killing both of them.
Yeah, he did. Yo, he wrote a book saying,
if I did it.
If I did it.
I'm gonna find him.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
It's it's funny. It's Audible. I mean, it's Audible. It's
an audio book.
Audio. It's audio book.
Yeah. They were saying that he needed money to pay for his witchcom, so somebody told him to write a book, and he said, "If I did it," and
yeah, he did it. No, I believe he actually did it, just because of what Mr. Baum, just because what Mr. Baum just got through saying, right? The fact that he went in 2008 and he trying to get his memorabilia back, and the fact that you got off and now you end up doing something like this, you pretty much slapped all the black people in our face who was pulling for you. And he was cheering for you, right? And you pretty much showed. Normally, that's how it normally happens when folks get off on something. They end up doing something stupid right afterwards, and it's kind of like proof that they was guilty. That's what I got from that OJ. With the Michael Vick thing, Michael Vick, I believe he was actually innocent, but I think he had knowledge of what was taking place in his house. I think he was just away from it, and yet he left it to his cousins in Virginia to take care of the house. But yet they dog fighting to where you probably had somebody in there who was an undercover cop. End up seeing that shit. You know what I mean? But yeah, they did snitch on Vic, and I ain't understand why they had to snitch on their kinfolk like that. For what? Vic did 2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you gotta do 2 years for that, man, that ain't nothing, man. I mean, respectfully, that ain't nothing to go ahead and do. It's not like it's 20 years So you take that for your kinfolk who's in the NFL. And that right there, you guys, I think that's the reason why Michael Vick.
He would have bought you fucking lawyers to defend you.
To defend
you
you.
probably would have just got off with a stern yelling at if you just did what he said do. Dude, just take the hit on this. I got you.
And that right there, Mr. Baum, is the reason why I believe that's what kept Mike. That's what's gonna keep Michael Vick out the Hall of Fame, because in 2 years that he missed, like he was on point at that point. He was right there behind Brady. It was Manning. It was Donovan McNabb, Culpepper, and all them, right? And Vick was like up in that top 5 of quarterbacks at that time. And I think them 2 years kind of knocked him off the Hall of Fame thing. And he came back and did a pretty good job, but he was already on track. And he kind of missed.
When he came back, I mean, he did his thing a little bit, but then when he got to the Jets, it was a wrap.
Now it wasn't like, I mean, it wasn't like how it was when he was with the Falcons. Like he was like, he had the momentum. It was building. Like he was actually becoming the better quarterback in the league at that time. And he would have been competing with, I'm not saying he was on a Brady and a Manning level. He wasn't on that level, but he was damn sure up there with Donovan McNabb for sure.
No, he was up there. Yeah, he took Donovan's job.
Yeah, and what he was doing for the Falcons, he was slowly but surely making them a real contender to where, like how you remember when they played the Eagles in the NFC Championship game. See, he was doing things like that, taking his team to the NFC Championship game. So the next time he probably went to Super Bowl. I know that was 2007. Maybe he would have been to Super Bowl. It probably wouldn't have been those so-called Giants. When them Giants played the Patriots, it could have been the Falcons if Vick was still on free. But he was in prison them 2 years, so it's like, it kind of messed him up for his Hall of Fame. I felt he was a Hall of Famer at that point. I think that just kind of
Michael Vick is a Hall of Fame quarterback.
I don't think he's gonna get in though. I don't think he's gonna get in. No,
he's not. Yeah, let alone those cats have a long memory. All them dog lovers, also Hall of Fame voters too.
Yeah, Peter,
they're gonna hold that grudge.
Yeah, Peter, ASPCA, and all of them. Yeah, they gonna keep them out for that
funny
reason.
How America, like, I like dogs too, but in Jamaica and other countries, they don't give a shit about the dogs. Like, they'll kill the dogs. They'll beat them, eat them.
Dogs are meals in some countries.
Yeah, that's the funny thing.
But these cats here, dogs are family members. Yeah, cats leaving their wills to dogs and shit here. And these cats holding a grudge, so he's not gonna make the Hall just because of that.
Yeah, just because of that.
He's probably not even gonna make it on the Veterans Committee because some cat's gonna remember 30 years ago he was a dog fighter.
He's a dog fighter.
They're going. He'll never live that thing down.
Yeah, I hate that for him because now he was like Warren Moon in the Hall of Fame. I believe that Donovan McNabb would get in the Hall of Fame, but we just knew Michael Vick around 2004, 2005. We just knew he was on his way. It's like, damn, you end up getting cut short. Like
Donovan McNabb is selfish as hell. I don't like Donovan McNabb. Yeah, he was a black quarterback, boo-hoo, but his attitude is just, he's just too self-centered.
Overall, he was a winner. Like I said, he was a winner. I believe, like I said, he'll make it. I don't think he'll make it. He ain't gonna make it no time soon, but I think he will eventually get in. You know what I mean? Because he definitely, if they talking about putting Tony Romo in the Hall of Fame, then you definitely have to put Donovan McNabb.
Right.
Yeah, you got to put him. Yeah, for sure.
I'm not even sure Romo's a Hall of Famer though.
Yeah, I'm not sure Romo's a Hall of Famer, not at all. I think Russell Wilson would be more of a Hall of Famer than Romo.
Hell, Russell what?
Yeah, Russell Wilson, he'll get in. But my thing is, what I'm saying, Vic would have been like definitely. You see what I'm saying? If 2 years was crucial, and that was a prime of his career. If he was playing, them Falcons probably would have went to the Super Bowl. I'm not saying they would have won, but they definitely would have went to where Vic would have been proven as one of the quarterbacks who know how to win, let alone his natural raw talent. And on top of that, he was like that Lamar, like what you see Lamar Jackson is. That's what's Vic.
That was Vic.
I mean? Yeah, most definitely.
But he had a better arm. Vic has a way better arm.
Way better arm.
Lamar ain't got no arm. Lamar can't throw. That's why they run the ball every day.
All right. Yeah, man. Yeah.
But see, if these cats would just learn how to be passers, right?
Yeah.
They would have totally different careers because there's a cliche. You see a lot of young running quarterbacks. You don't see any old running quarterbacks.
Not at all. Not at all.
You can't keep running around in your 30s and shit. Your career will get ended real quick. If they just learn to throw the ball in their 20s and have that running in your back pocket,
it's
a real threat.
I think
start running when they blitz you.
Is perfect for that.
Now I think Mr. Baum, that's really our fault. Not your fault. I'm talking about like our fault. Us, my 30-year-olds. But now we see the Warren Moons, the Donovan McNabbs, the ones who you guys raised up. and who you was with, right? And now we got these little boys. We got to get these little boys to start throwing the ball when they 5 or 6 years old. There's one, I don't know if you ever seen this little highlight film. I watch these little, football and, little league stuff. This is one little 6-year-old. He ought to be about 8, 9 years old now, right? But this little boy can throw. He black. He can just throw. He just be throwing the ball. I ain't never seen a 6-year-old throw the ball the way this little man was throwing the ball. And them boys was catching the ball. And I'm like, that young man right there is going to be something special if he keep his head on straight and he got the proper grooming and the respect from people around him and push him. That little boy, that's where you got to start these little boys. Like Peyton Manning them got started throwing the ball when they was 3 and 4 years old. To the point where to the point where they rely on throwing the ball more than running, to where on the 4th and 2 in a Super Bowl, they would throw the ball over running compared to like a Vince Young or Michael Vick. They would actually try to run for that. Yep. That's the only thing I think that's killing us as black quarterbacks. I'm seeing a little in Deshaun Jackson. I'm not Deshaun Jackson, my bad. Deshaun Watson, Patrick Mahomes, they some throwing quarterbacks. I like how they move. But I'm talking about like these young high school boys. Dak Prescott's a thrower. I appreciate how he throws.
Russell Wilson, the best.
Russell Wilson does
like
well.
Russell Wilson and Prescott are prime examples, right? Dudes are drafted in the
Russell
3rd, 4th rounds.
Russell Wilson is better than all of them, though.
He is. I thought Cam Newton,
all them niggas.
I thought Cam Newton would have made more of a case for the Hall of Fame, man. I don't know why he, when you win the MVP and all that kind of stuff, like you can build on that. I don't know why he don't feel the need to want to make the Hall of Fame, but I don't see him making it. But he was somebody I thought was ideal QB who can throw and run.
Cam was his own worst enemy.
Yeah,
he
was. Yes, sir. He was.
Right?
He was.
Because it's back to the same thing. A dude that had that size and had that arm, but had no problem running. Dude, just drop back and throw the ball. And then he killed himself because when he ran and cats saw their chance to hit him, he would complain to the refs. Yeah. Right? And they were like, dude, shut up, man. If you're gonna run, they're gonna hit you.
They're gonna hit you.
And you're big, right? And you're a big guy.
And you're a big dude. I mean, look, you're bigger than the fucking linebacker that just hit you. You're crying to me? Dude, if you don't go throw the ball and shut up. And that's what killed him. Right? And then when he went to New England, I'm thinking, okay, this is your chance. You got Josh McDaniels. You're in an offense that made Tom average arm Brady look good. And you have a great arm. And you get up there and you did the same thing. You keep running.
But to his all right. To his
ain't no defense for that, Maurice.
They changed. No, but you gotta think about it though, right? He's following the fucking GOAT. All right. Brady's going. He's following the GOAT. Now, no one expecting nothing from him. The Patriot way is they switched up their whole offense for him. So that's why, but he never even got a full preseason. Remember that year was the Corona and all that. He just trained pass. So I think if you gave him a full fresh offseason.
Nah, man, he not a rookie like that. Man, been in 10 years. You know what I'm saying?
But it's the Patriot way though.
Nah, the Patriot way, you dealing with what Mr. Baum just saying, right? You got Josh McDaniel. You dealing with this average, really weak Tom Brady. You making him the GOAT. All you need is a better talent. Even with this Mac Jones, is a better talent than Tom Brady. You know what I'm saying? And look at what he was able to do this first year with Bill Belichick, right? So yeah, what Mr. Baum is saying, what I'm saying is that with Cam Newton, you get a chance to be around the GOAT in coaching, right? The head coach, Bill Belichick. All right, then. Now you messed up. You squandered this opportunity again for what? I just don't understand Cam. I think he's kind of slow, in my opinion. He always been kind of slow to me, but he's always been raw. He's been good. But my thing is, when you now was with the Panthers and you now end up winning the MVP and you take your team to a Super Bowl, man, you cannot regress after that, man. I don't care how you feel. You got people now depending on you. You got black people, black men are definitely pulling for men like that. It's very seldom you see a black man winning the MVP in the league. And now he go back to being just trash.
You mentioned the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
But how did he even win that?
He was all right. He really was the best player that season. That was his season, 2015. He was the best player. He was number one, top 100. He was actually good that whole season from when they beat the Texans all the way to when they beat the Cardinals in the NFC Championship game, man. He just lost to the Broncos. He was good. He was good that season. And like I say, he went back after that. I don't know why. Go ahead, Mr. Baum.
His problem was he was probably surrounded by a bunch of yes cats that were telling him he's the greatest. You don't have to listen to the coach the whole nine.
Okay.
See, that's the problem with these cats like him, Vic, Quincy Carter, right? They get surrounded by these yes men and they get tagged as coach killers, right? Ooh. And then guess what? You're dead. Right, you might bounce around the league, but you squandered your one shot, right? So you look at Cam, right? Great in Carolina, they cut ties with him. He went to New England, and then New England cut ties with him, and he wound up back with Carolina
on the bench.
Right, because it was you haven't learned yet, dude.
Yeah.
This isn't about you. We don't need you running around. We need you throwing the ball.
Throwing the ball.
You look around and then it's to say, look, your agent should have been telling you this. Nobody pays quarterbacks $40 million to run the ball.
To run the ball, not at all.
They pay you to throw it, and guess what? They want you out there for every play for their $40 million. Right, every play. Right, so you the only way you're gonna stay there is to throw the ball. You got more rules to protect you in the pocket than when you step out. You step out, you are no better than anybody else that's not a quarterback. And we as referees aren't jumping in here and taking this hit off this linebacker. That's your ass.
Yeah.
So as soon as you learn this, the better off your career will be.
Yeah, but he has too much star power. Like he has too much ego.
Right, it's ego because he's got dudes around him that don't play. Right, that are telling him, man, you look at him. Right,
you're a quarterback, but you don't
pretending
need
to open his shirt. And he was Superman.
Yeah,
he's Superman. So he had a whole squad of cats around him telling him he is Superman. No, you're not.
No, you're
not. Your career is one play away from ending. Right. So you look at Tom Brady, right, and to tell him, look at Tom Brady, and that's what you need to do. This cat was a 6th round draft pick, and he was so mad that he got shitted on as a 6th round draft pick. That look what he is now. You were a number 1 overall, and you think you get the world handed to you.
Is he in the league still or not?
Who?
I mean, he with the Panthers, but he a backup quarterback now.
Right.
But
at his age, he's literally in his prime.
Yeah, he's 30.
Literally in his prime. I think he's like 32, 33.
Yeah, he's about 32. Yeah, he's young. He's a young 30. He's a young 30.
You still had 10 years if you just learn how to throw the ball.
Right, but the thing is, though, I was thinking that when he went to New England, right, and he was under Kyle Shanahan and he was under Belichick and all them, I thought that he was about to, when he did get back to the Panthers, I thought that Patriot way was going to stick with him a little bit for the season.
Josh Daniels. That wasn't no Kyle Shanahan is the 49ers. Man.
Like 49,
right. Man, you better keep over.
Nah, he's Josh McDaniels.
Josh McDaniels.
Yeah.
And Belichick. Hey,
I thought that he would have took that Patriot way though with him to Carolina.
And he would have liked to thought that, but the problem was in Carolina that he had Matt Rule as his coach, right? Now you come in here, you were Cam Superman Newton. I'm not listening to Matt Rule. This cat was a college coach last year. I spent more time in this locker room than this cat has been here. I don't listen to you. You watch me, right? Yeah, that kind Back of shit, to them yes men. Nobody's telling them to stay grounded and say, dude, you're not going to get this $40 million a year contract running the ball. You want to make this kind of money. You want to be a starter. Get out here, learn this offense, and go throw the ball.
Right. So Mr. Bond, let me ask you, just based on what you said about Cam, do you think Lamar Jackson is going to end up following the same footsteps of Cam Newton? Or he going to actually? Yeah, he is. Come on, don't say that, Mr. Bond. Please don't say that. Come on.
No, you know why? I want to get that. But look, here's why he's going to do it, right? Because I'll give Lamar Jackson credit that he's trying to learn how to throw the ball.
Yes.
He's trying to learn, right? Yes. But and I don't know, I don't know what he's doing in the offseason. Like right now in the NFL calendar, he's not allowed in the facility. So he can't watch film and all that right now. Okay. That doesn't mean you can't watch film at home. That doesn't mean you can't get in touch with some independent, because you can't have contact with any coaches in the NFL. That doesn't mean you can't go get a college coordinator to sit down and teach you this offense and say, hey, look, read this defense. See this safety right here? That's buzz coverage. Don't you fall for this, right? If you want to be a better thrower or a better quarterback, you have to go to a quarterback camp to work on that part. Look, nobody has to teach you how to run. You have to learn how to throw the ball. You have to learn how to read a defense and say, hey, look, these cats going to play this double safeties, right? And they're going to drop back. You know who can beat this defense? A tight end. Guess who's your best friend? A tight end. Go watch your tight end. If you watch this linebacker drops and he goes to your left, your tight end is wide open. That's what they need, right?
But Cam be throwing the ball weird, though. Like, I feel like for his height, he be throwing the ball kind of low.
I mean, it's effective. It's effective. It's kind of like how Phillip Rivers will throw it. It's effective. He'll get it to the receiver. The ball point what Mr. Barham is saying is that his mind is not into the game. Like, he don't take it serious enough.
He don't take it serious.
It ain't about how you throw. But people, some folks got a 50 throwing motion, It's just how you get the ball to your receiver respectfully, right? And a lot of guys can. Like Lamar Jackson, he got a pretty good throwing arm, but yet is it strong enough? Can he actually squeeze it in the middle in double coverage? Can he do that, right? And what Mr. Baum is saying, from what I'm hearing, is that he need to be studying film like right now. He can't get into the facility. You need to be looking at film right now, right? Look at these
at home.
Look at not just of the defense of the day. You got to look at those great defenses of 10 and 15 years ago. The ones, or even the ones of your team, the Ravens. Look at when Ed Reed and Ray Lewis was on now, man. Look at what they would do. And then now you understand exactly how they would play. And you can have an edge on a whole lot of folks, Lamar Jackson, because he's, again, one of those Heisman Trophy winners, come in and you become an MVP. And now you got to build on that, bro. You cannot regress from that, dog. And you ain't nothing but 20 what? He about 25, 26? Come on, man.
I think he's 26.
But I'm sorry, though, bro. Lamar ain't going to last too much longer. In the
Man,
league.
hell no, man. I don't believe.
Only if he stops running, he can last a lot longer. But we're back to the same problem, right? So now him as a quarterback, if he went to a camp, right, and said, well, he's got above average arm. Okay, Lamar, here's how you fix this. You may not be able to throw the 70-yard bomb, right? You may not be able to rip a 20-yard comeback. But guess what? You can throw this 8-yard slant. You can throw this dude open. Just throw it right here. Let him go get it. Right? That's what he's got to learn. Right? As soon as you learn that and you can still run, defenses are worried about you. And then if you got an offensive coordinator that's going to tell you something like, and I love picking on this dude because he has so many fucking fans to this day. Jalen Smith. Right?
Okay.
Right? You say, oh, Jalen Smith's on the field. Oh, yeah, here's what we're going to do. Right? And we're going to keep his ass out there and we're going to scheme and pick on his ass every chance we get. Right? Because we know Jalen Smith can't cover. Can't cover. But guess what? They're going to keep trotting him out there in this defense. And as soon as we catch him in a rundown, we're going to switch this up to a pass offense and just beat Jalen Smith senseless. Right? And there's dudes out there, I'm in arguments with them online all the time. Dude, Jalen Smith cannot cover. But he had 168 tackles. Well, how many did he have for a loss? None. You're a fucking linebacker. You're supposed to get tackles for a loss, but guess what? When they learn you can't cover, your 168 tackles are 8 yards downfield or farther. You're not doing shit. You're catching up to the dude that just burned you.
That's true. That's true.
Right? But they're waving the flag for him as this dude is a 2-down thumper. And as soon as we spot your ass, we're coming after you. But they won't listen. And then it's to tell them, if you thought I was blowing smoke, let's review. The cat got cut by Dallas, went to Green Bay, stayed 4 weeks, didn't even play in a fucking game, and got cut again. And wound up with the Giants, who then the Cowboys turned around and exploited his ass in a fucking coverage.
Jalen Smith, that's the dude with the dreads, right?
With the locks on his head.
Yeah, the locks.
He's a big dude. He's a pretty big guy.
Yes. So he's a 2-down thumper as a linebacker. He can't cover for shit, right? So now back to Lamar Jackson, right? This is what he should be learning in the offseason. Dude, if we play the Giants and you see number 45 try on the field, here's what we're going to do. We're going to give a run look, and then we're going to motion this running back out to Jalen Smith, and you're going to throw to his ass every time because he can't cover. And then it's to say that Jalen Smith probably did more for NFL quarterbacks' confidence than anybody in the last 10 years because cats were completing 90% of their passes on him. If you have a lack of depth, if you don't think you can throw a pass, throw one his way. You're going to get a completion.
Speaking of
that's
Jalen
what
Smith,
Lamar has to learn.
Now, speaking of Jalen Smith, I'm just going to turn the conversations a little bit right now. I'm looking at, you said the Cowboys. Now, look, tell me what you think about Mr. Baum, about this Michael Parsons. What do you see in the future with him? Oh man, come on.
I like Micah Parsons, right? And here's what was so funny with him, that he got the knock in the draft that this dude was just an off-ball linebacker. Right? And it was to say, whoa, how do you know he's just an off-ball linebacker? Because if all you watched was film of him playing off-ball, did you know he could play? Yeah. Then he goes to Dallas and to say, hey, look, you did blitz in college, right? He was, great. We need some of that, right? Everybody watched the off-ball film. Nobody ever watched the fact that this cat did play up on the line.
He big enough.
Yep.
Now what I'm saying, he reminded me, man. He looked like he on some Aaron Donald, Lawrence Taylor type shit to me, man. That's what I'm saying, though. I see
Oh
it
yeah,
in this
yeah.
boy.
I think it's there, right?
Yo.
I think it's there. I think the bigger thing with him is going to be personnel.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. All
because like, see, and trust me, I love Micah Parsons, but I'm gonna show you the parallel with Lawrence Taylor. Lawrence Taylor came in, right? The beauty with Lawrence Taylor, exact same problem, right? As far as a linebacker. At North Carolina, Lawrence Taylor was a defensive end.
Okay.
Right? Undersized. So what did they say? Yeah, he might be able to blitz this and this, but he can't cover. Right?
Yeah.
Back to Jalen Smith. But same thing. You never saw a film of him covering, but what did the Giants do? Hey, can you cover? Yeah, I can cover. Yeah, the dude was big as tight end. So guess who you need him to cover? Tight ends.
Tight end.
Right? But now because of the personnel grouping, they played a 3-4.
Yeah.
Right? There was nowhere you could hide him.
Nah.
So as a defensive end, all he got was a chance to stand up instead of playing with his hand in the dirt. And now this dude gets to see the quarterback and go chase him. Oh, he was lights out.
Yeah, he was.
Right? So it didn't matter who you put around him. Offenses were scheming, and they literally have on the chalkboard number 56 circled. And he wasn't an X; it was just 56. Man, if you see this cat over here, look out. Yeah, and then the Giants. I forgot who their coordinator was at the time, but they were scheming.
Was it Belichick?
Oh yeah, it was Belichick.
Yeah.
They schemed for him to be singled up, right? So what did they do? I can't remember. I think his name was George Martin, 300-pound defensive end, right?
Talking about is Harry Martin? Not no.
No, it wasn't Harvey Martin. I mean,
not Harvey Martin. Okay.
Not Harvey. Oh man, not Harry Carson's either.
Harry Carson. Harry Carson. Yeah, not Harry Carson. Okay, yeah. All right. You said George Martin.
He was a converted tackle, so his only purpose in life was to shoot the tackle guard gap, so that they double teamed him, and then let it turn Lawrence Taylor free.
Yeah,
that was his best friend too. That was his best friend, and he was a good linebacker too.
Who you Harry Carson? Harry Carson.
Yeah, that was Lawrence Taylor's best friend or best football buddy. Yeah.
Yeah. So I want to ask Mr. Baum this, right? Just based on what you see now in today's time, who do you think, if you can name me by, let's say, I would say 3 to 5 players who you think now on the defensive side who could play back in the 80s football? Who you think can hang with those guys in the 80s today?
None of them.
Nah, I would say it's somebody.
There's some. I mean, it depends on what you're
back
looking
in the days, bro. They would try to kill you.
That's what I'm saying. Like, who got that in them in the days time, like in the 2020s, that could actually play?
Listen,
man, you
today,
nobody. I think
Aaron Donald.
Aaron
Donald could.
Aaron Donald and maybe Von Miller. That's it.
Nah, it's more than that.
Nah, I think like back in the 80s, for the most part, the dudes that could play that are playing today that could have played back then are mostly going to be defensive linemen.
Defensive players, yeah, the linemen, okay.
Right? Because nothing really changed for them. The only thing that's frightening now is that you're getting bigger, more athletic defensive linemen.
Okay.
Right? So you take Sue, for example.
Yeah, Sue.
When he first came out of Nebraska, right? A dude that size, that athletic, he would have what he did when he was playing, like his first couple of years. He would have killed the league in the 80s.
Okay.
Right? Mm-hmm. But you look at him now. Now he's older, a little slower. He's still a threat.
Yeah.
Still a threat. Right? Yeah. I'll tell you another one that could be right at home in the 80s because they were run heavy offenses back then. Vita Vea.
Vita Vea, man, god damn, I don't know why people don't want to give that man his credit, man. Maybe because he ain't flashy. That dude, that's an animal.
No. Yeah. And I'll tell you another one. It was funny because when he changed teams, it was like, watch them change. But I forgot his first name. It's Tomlinson with the Vikings right now.
Talking about Dalvin?
Yeah, Delvin Tomlinson.
From Alabama, huh? One from Alabama?
Yep. Yeah. But those dudes, right? Because and it's like you said, see, it's funny when you talk about these cats, like, only for the most part, we'll say only real fans know these cats because they're not flashy.
Yeah.
They're in the trenches doing the dirty work. And it's like to say, like, back to Jalen Smith, right? If Jalen Smith just stayed at middle linebacker, right, and had Vita Vea or Tomlinson or even Sue, playing defensive tackle in front of him, the cat would have lit it up because he's a 2-down thumper. These guys would have eaten blockers up and let you hunt down running backs.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But like and probably with back to Jalen Smith, right? Probably some of it is probably injury, because if you go look at film of him, like first couple of years, this cat was running through blockers and shedding blockers left and right and tracking down running backs. You go look at the last couple of years, he's getting lost in the wash, getting blown off the line. Yeah. And it's like, dude, what happened? Yeah, I'm watching you. The same cat you ragdolled 3 years ago is now eating your lunch.
You think guys lose confidence? You think they lose their confidence throughout the years, or?
Well, I think some of it is injury. I mean, look, the two shortest lifespans as far as positions in the NFL are linebackers and running backs.
Running backs, yeah.
Right? And it's to use Emmitt Smith's analogy. As a running back, you're getting in 20 car accidents every game.
Damn.
Right? Every time you carry the ball, you're getting hit. So that's a car accident. Two people moving at 20 miles an hour each, car accident.
Yeah.
Right? So your careers are short. I just think some of his is, hey, look, the game has worn you down, right? You're not as eager. And it's the same thing like to say with Michael Parsons. Dude, I hope, you don't get into the same trap. If they keep playing you like an on-ball linebacker, rush linebacker, drop you a little, keep you out of these running plays, dude, you can really change this league.
That's true.
And then I think his contemporary is in this draft, Nakobe Dean.
Yeah, I like Nakobe Dean though. I do.
Yeah.
I think he might need to lose a little weight. I think he trim up a little bit. I think that would be a damn good middle linebacker. I'm not gonna put him on no Ray Lewis level, but I think he could be on. I'm trying to think of a pretty good linebacker who can act like a London Fletcher when he first came out, like very effective in that type of way. I think he's on that kick. But I wanted to ask you, what do you think about T.J. Watt? You think he's overrated?
Yeah, T.J. Watt.
I don't think he's overrated. I think part of his thing is that he's living in his brother's life.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. So you had JJ come along and light it up. Yeah, and he was great till he hurt his elbow. And then he just became slightly above average. He doesn't suck, right? But now it's back to that same thing. Age and injuries, you start slowing down. And then here comes TJ Watt. You already had high expectations. You go to Pittsburgh, who is literally the NFL equivalent of linebacker U.
True.
If you're a linebacker in Pittsburgh, you are gonna shine.
You're gonna shine.
Right? And there's everything lined up for him. You got TJ Watt.
Now I'm thinking, I'm just looking at it for like next season. Now what I'm afraid of, tell you the truth, right? I'm afraid that the Chiefs gonna end up like the Seahawks, right? Win that one Super Bowl, be relevant, but you never make it back to the Super Bowl ever again. And I'm thinking, I think these guys are getting to the point where they getting too relaxed, like people playing with them. Like for them to lose to the Bengals like that, that wasn't that was very much that wasn't I didn't understand that shit as a person. Like, you know what I mean?
Andy Reid throws the ball too much, bro.
I mean,
throws the ball way too much.
Who knows?
Andy Reid.
Andy Reid.
Yeah, Andy Reid. Yeah, his offense is like, sadly, it's most of the league right now. Throw first, run later.
Yeah.
Right? But sometimes you got to change this up. So there's two basic philosophies here. Either you're going to run the ball to set up the pass, or you're going to pass the ball to set up the run.
Yeah.
You can't just fall into this trap one way or the other, because if Andy Reid just throws the ball and lights it up on you, guess what? You got the AFC Championship game. You roar out to a 21.
When you play Andy Reid in them, he's about to throw Patrick Mahomes is going to drop back at least 50 times and throw that shit.
Right.
So you already know.
That's what I'm saying. Like the AFC Championship game, right? It's what was it, 21-3 at halftime?
Yeah, 21-3, 21-6, 21-3, one of them, yeah.
Yeah, one of them, right? And instead of coming out in the second half and taking the air out the ball and running the ball and grinding clock, what do? Come out and keep spinning it.
Good throwing, yeah.
And then guess what? The easiest way to get back in this game, because anytime you drop back to throw a pass, three things can happen. Two of them are bad. Incompletion or an interception. Right? And guess what? And incompletion is a defense's best friend. Clock stops.
That's true.
Yeah. The clock stops. You run the ball and you stay in bounds, guess what? Clock keeps running. Next thing you know, you ran through the third quarter.
Yeah.
And you're up 18 points. All you got to do is throw a couple more passes, run a couple more, get a couple more first downs, and guess what? You're on your way to LA.
True.
Meanwhile, there was no. Yeah, you got this killer mentality.
They would have lost regardless, but it is what it is.
Probably not, though, man. Probably not. I don't know, man. Probably been a good game. I don't think they would have lost, like, regardless. They would have lost if anything, but I know
see,
the Bills,
look, like the Bengals did the exact same thing that got them there, right?
Yeah.
The Chiefs were up on them 18 points in the first half. Chiefs come out, keep throwing the ball, right? Look at the Super Bowl. Bengals were up 18 points. Come out in the second half, keep throwing the ball, right?
Yeah.
If you ran the ball,
ran
the ball, you could have you grinding clock. The offense is over on the sideline. They can't do shit on the sideline. And guess what? Your defense is rested. Meanwhile, you come out, you go a couple of 3 and outs. Your defense just came off the field. A minute and 10 seconds later, you're right back out there. Guess what? You're playing to the Rams' hands, who kept throwing the ball too because they're down.
Yeah.
So you already knew they had to throw the ball. So what do? They had to. You didn't have to.
No.
You could have played keep away.
Yeah, you could have played.
They had the ball. They had the ball with six.
Kept running the ball and then running out the clock, and then you would have been up.
They had the ball. They had the ball with 6 minutes left to go in the fourth quarter, right? And it was up 20-16. And it was like they was pursuing onto the actual Rams on side of the ball. That's like so. It's like they end up having a punt. That's when Matthew Stafford and Cooper Kupp end up pretty much running the whole drive. I'm like, dog, maybe that's just a rookie, a young player, a young team mistake, and they'll never do that again. But y'all had a Super Bowl one. Y'all was right there at the 50. You see what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Y'all up. I know y'all was surprised to be up, but still, it's like what Mr. Bowman saying. Look, run the ball now. Now, 6 minutes, you can definitely run the ball. And you got Joe Mixon. You took Joe Mixon out the game for some reason. I don't know what the hell. Joe Mixon didn't even touch the ball really in that second half. He really didn't. I don't understand what was that about.
If he was hurt, guess what? Whoever my backup is, I'm telling you this: hang on to the ball.
Yeah,
because we're getting running, right? Yeah. Because look at it, right? 6 minutes left in the game. Your defense has been out there almost half of the second half. They're tired.
True.
And what are you doing? You just keep throwing the ball. You're not listening to your defense. You're not listening to your coordinator. You're not listening to anybody saying, "Hey, dude, we need to take the air out of the ball, give this defense a blow."
Denver about to be a problem though. That defense
they are because they just got run. No, they're not. No, they're not. How? You know why? Because they paid too much.
Yeah.
Okay, but they still gonna get to the playoffs.
Oh yeah, they might. But see, here's the problem, right? And I'm gonna draw a parallel. Remember Robert Griffin III, RG3, right?
Yeah.
Don't say that, please. Don't say
no.
Don't,
listen, hear me out. Hold on, because it's the exact same scenario, right?
No, you're not getting you're getting an elite quarterback,
right?
Quarterback.
But here's the problem. Here's how it's the exact same scenario. What did they pay to get Russell Wilson?
I don't know. I just know he's going there.
2 2s, 2 1s, and 3 players. Right?
Wait, what?
They paid heavy. They paid heavy. Yeah, they gave up a pair of number 1s.
Okay.
A pair of second round picks.
Okay.
Pair of second round picks and 3 players. Right? The 3 players are Drew Lock.
Drew Lock, yeah.
So you had no backup quarterback. Noah Fant, who they converted to a tight end, who ironically is going back to Seattle. He left Seattle to go to Denver. Yeah. He gets traded back to Seattle. And an offensive lineman. So now you got Russell Wilson at 34 years old, right? $40 million a year, right? And now you don't have a first or second round pick for the next 2 years. How are you going to put talent around him?
That's easy. That's not hard.
What is it?
That's easy. That's not hard to get talent around it. Who doesn't want to play with Russ? People are going to want to.
You saying drafting? You're talking about drafting people like
but you can't draft. You had to buy talent.
Yeah, you have to buy
right. But you already got $40 million of your dollars, and your $208 million salary cap is Russell Wilson. Now you got to pay 53 other guys with $160 million. somebody's not taking the hometown discount.
Right.
The only way you're gonna put talent around him is to hit home runs on third round or later picks going forward.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
And that's what happened to that's what happened with RG3. They paid so heavy to get him that they couldn't put talent around him.
Mm-hmm. But Rush is worth that money.
Oh, I didn't say it's not. But here's the difference. Let's just say, for example, and it was too late because the Cowboys had already shit the bed with Dak Prescott, right? But let's just say if the Cowboys wanted to trade for Russell Wilson. Look at everything that's around the Cowboys versus Denver, right? You walk into a situation where you have not one, but 4 viable wide receivers.
But that defense is real. One thing, okay, I get what you're saying, but Russell Wilson strives better with a good defense. I have never seen him with a
But see, the problem with Russell Wilson is back to the original problem. You got a $40 million quarterback, right? Guess what you will not do with a $40 million a year quarterback? Run the ball.
Run the ball, yeah.
You don't pay this dude to hand the ball off. You pay him to throw it. So
but
your defense is going to get exposed no matter how good they are. You're going to keep throwing the ball, right? So now your defense is back to like we said in the Super Bowl. They're going to get tired sooner or later. You're going to lose a couple of games. You pray that those games you lose are in September and October and not December and January.
They were
the way how Denver got to play it out. They gotta manage Russell Wilson, and he's not gonna like that, but they gotta manage him. They can't give Russell Wilson 50 snaps. No, I'm sorry. They got to give him like 30, 40 snaps and run the ball and let the defense do the work. That's how they get into it. If they rely all on Russ, they're not going to win because, like you said, they ain't no talent. But even if there was
same problem on defense, you're going to have to buy talent.
That defense is already stacked, though.
Oh yeah, it is pretty
secondary,
much.
That secondary, that secondary is real. That defensive line is real. That's what I'm saying. That defense could keep him in it. He just got to find the number 1, the number 2 receiver he can rely on. At least he's not gonna have Lockett and DK. DK said he's coming to Denver.
I mean, he got a young Jerry Jeudy though, man. He's pretty good.
He got Jeudy and there's another receiver there. I can't remember, but he doesn't have a tight end.
Yeah, but he didn't really use tight. He just used Will Dissly. That was it.
Yeah, but that's because that offense was built for that, right?
Yeah.
You have some offensive coordinators that look at a tight end is like a third tackle or an athletic tackle. We're not going to run our offense through this. But then you have offenses like Kansas City where Kelsey is the focal point.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Or San Fran where Kittle came in and is right. And you build an offense around them and then everybody else feeds off this. The best thing with having an offense that runs through your tight end is that the defense has to stop him first, which means you get exposed on the outside. Because if you pack the middle of your field to stop the tight end, that means one of your corners is one-on-one.
Yeah, I don't remember. But you think he should have went to New Orleans?
Who?
Russ instead of Denver?
No.
Sean Payton.
I was looking for somebody. I was trying to see who.
Sean Payton left, right? I forgot who their offensive coordinator was, but like, look at them. Like when Drew Brees was there, right? Look at the parallel. Back to the tight end. Everything lined up, right? You had a coach that loved throwing the tight ends in Peyton. You had a quarterback that loved throwing the tight ends in Drew Brees, right?
Okay.
And then these cats cranked out Pro Bowl tight ends like nobody's business, right?
Russ should have just gone to the Patriots, bro. He should have
but they weren't going to pay. They weren't going to pay. They weren't going to give up that many draft picks. They weren't going to give up that many players. They probably wouldn't have had a problem paying him. They just weren't going to pay.
Right.
I wanted to see who was going to actually try to go to Tennessee. I thought Aaron Rodgers would have went to Tennessee, man. I would have thought that.
Aaron Rodgers ain't real contender.
Yeah, he got re-signed. But I'm just saying, like, Russell Wilson could have, if he would have went to Tennessee, that would have been a good little fit for him too.
Oh, if Russell Wilson would have went there or Aaron Rodgers?
I'm talking about either
Russell Wilson went there.
Either one. But I'm saying since Aaron Rodgers.
Derrick Henry's still there, right?
You say who?
Derrick Henry's still there, right?
Yeah. Henry down.
Oh,
They
yeah.
got Foreman. They got the running back Foreman who's been really relieving. He been really relieving Henry, that Derek Foreman guy, right? Devontae Foreman. My bad, Devontae Foreman. And you got the receivers.
Devontae Freeman.
Yeah, Freeman.
Yeah.
No, is it Foreman or Freeman? No, not
Freeman.
Freeman's somebody different. Freeman's the one from Florida State. Not the Foreman guy from Texas, from UT. He's number 7. He played for he was a backup behind Derrick Henry. He played for the Titans. Yeah, Freeman playing for Freeman playing for? He playing for, I don't know. I forgot, man. He's not playing for the Titans though.
Now,
but it was
man, I almost want to say the Jets, but I know he's around the league somewhere. Actually, he might be with San Fran.
I don't know. Probably. I don't know. Let me see where he at. I can look at it right now. Let's look at it. Hold on.
I never wanted Russell Wilson to leave Seattle. I'm not even gonna hold you. Because I was a Seattle Seahawks fan, but I'm more of a Russell Wilson fan. So wherever Russell go, I go.
Yeah. Devontae Freeman played for the Ravens.
Okay.
Yeah, he played for the Ravens.
But see, like I'm gonna say the biggest problem with Russell Wilson was Russell Wilson, right? Okay. Now I'm not saying quarterbacks shouldn't get paid their money, right? But now you also have to explain to them, when we pay you, we're gonna lose somebody. Mm-hmm. So now what do you want to do? Because sure, you get your money, but don't come crying if we don't, like I'm gonna use the Eagles as an example, right? Because these cats are just in straight up turmoil across the board, right? You can't be a premier quarterback and go to the Eagles, right? Because nobody wants to. You know why? Because you don't have any receivers to throw to.
Yeah.
Right? They've missed. I forgot who they got out of Alabama last year. He already hurt his elbow.
Devontae Smith.
Devontae Smith, yeah. Right? Right? But he's too small to be a number 1.
Yeah.
Right?
He's like Cooper Kupp, or he's like Amari Cooper.
Right. So you don't have a clear-cut number 1. But what you're trying to do in the meantime is run your offense through a tight end in Dallas Goedert, right?
Yeah.
But you don't have a legitimate number 2 threat. You'll say it's Devontae Freeman, but then it's, hey, look, me as a defense coordinator, I'm going to take Devontae Freeman out the game. You know how? I'm going to turn my number 1 cornerback loose on him, and tell him to go ragdoll this cat.
Yeah. Be real physical with him.
Yep. Because the first thing most college receivers don't realize when they come to the pros is that rare corner you faced in college is the same cat you're going to see every week.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Every corner in the NFL can bench press 400 pounds routinely, right? Mm-hmm. That was the dude that when we go look at your film and you play like Michigan and their number 1 cornerback shut you down because he's that physical and you don't see another one of them all year and you light it up, okay, here you come to the NFL. That same corner you saw at Michigan has 16 friends that play on other teams just like him.
Like him, yeah.
And if you can't out-muscle him, guess what? I'm about to shut your ass down.
Mm.
So now, who are you throwing to as a number 2 in Philadelphia? Which is why, as much as they wanted to get any premier quarterback, none of them were breaking the door down to come there because it was, well, who am I throwing to? You can't pick a wide receiver at the Pro Bowl, let alone out the draft.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They've had miss after miss as far as wide receivers. Somehow they're all still hanging around because they're too proud to cut them and so they're hanging around. And I'm not afraid, as a defense, I'm not afraid of any of these cats. You only have one legitimate threat, and guess what? I'm gonna shut him down. You want to roll Dallas Goedert out here? Guess what? In the wrong defense, this dude's gonna get his lunch handed to him too. Now what you gonna do? You don't have a legitimate running back. I mean, you want to say the kid out of Penn State, but I'm not really afraid of him. You don't give him the ball enough for me to be afraid of him. And he's not big enough to be a lead back to hammer on the defense all day. Next victim, right? And it's to say, okay.
They're undersized.
Right.
Undersized.
You're this finesse team. And if we show up and we're power, guess what? We're gonna hurt your feelings.
The Eagles are trying to be kind of like a unique style. Like they're trying to be something like Seattle without the power of Seattle, without the speed and all that. They don't have the talent that Seattle had. Like Seattle had they had Sidney Rice, they had
Golden Tate,
they had
Doug Baldwin,
Doug Baldwin,
Jermaine Kearse.
Jermaine Kearse. Jermaine Kearse is a G, straight up. They had what's his name from Florida? He was from Florida State or Florida. He
They had Percy Harvin.
Yeah, Percy Harvin. Percy Harvin. Yeah, Harvin.
See what I'm saying? That's what I feel like the Eagles were trying to do, but they don't know. I feel like the coach don't know how to pick talent right. Like I feel like they were trying to go like a Chip Kelly way, you know what I'm saying? And they just couldn't do it.
Well, yeah, Chip Kelly was a failed experiment too.
True.
Yeah, and then Doug Peterson, everything just lined up, and it was funny to try and explain to Eagles fans, dude, yeah, y'all won a Super Bowl because nobody took you serious. Right? Now that you won, every week after this is a Super Bowl, and look what happened to you. And the first thing they want to do is claim, oh, we'd have been fine if Carson Wentz hadn't got hurt in that playoff game. No, you wouldn't.
Hell no.
You act like that was the difference maker. Or we'd have been fine if such and such. Who was it?
They did their
Alshon Jeffrey. Alshon Jeffrey had made that catch in New Orleans. No, you wouldn't have. Yeah, no. Yeah, don't assume that just because you made this catch, you won the game. Don't assume that just because this cat got hurt, you won the game. Yeah, you weren't winning the game. If you're going to say that it hinged on this one lone play, that game was over before that play.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you didn't have the mentality that we came here to win, the first thing you're doing is grasping at straws. Well, if they'd turned the lights on sooner, we'd have won. No, you already lost before you got off the bus. So that was their problem. And then it's back to, like I said, they hear him locally like that. Oh, well, we hope the Cowboys cut Amari Cooper, then we can pick him up. Well, first off, you hope he wants to come there.
Right.
Because nobody's going to pick him up on his $20 million a year contract. This is the reason why he's probably going to get cut from Dallas, is because you're supposed to be the number one receiver in this offense.
And you're not being number one.
But there's so many options in this offense that we can spread the ball. So we don't need to pay you $20 million.
Right. And to be honest, he's not. I don't think he's really worth $20 million. He has flashes. Like it's like
he's not as consistent as he was like in Alabama though. That's what it is.
Right.
He ain't been like that in the league.
Yeah, Nick Saban was on his ass.
But see, let me defend Amari Cooper too, though. Right? Let me defend Amari Cooper. Right? Amari Cooper is a great technician as far as running patterns. Right?
Right.
He's a big wide receiver, so you're not going to out physical him. Right? In that offense, as a number one, like if he were anywhere else, he would literally catch 100 balls, right? Because here's the other beauty with him. Unlike any other number one wide receiver, he is the quietest number one receiver in the league. You don't hear this cat yelling that he's open all the time and why isn't he getting the ball and all this. They just tell him, hey, we need you to do this in the offense, and he does it. His problem is that he gets hurt and he has these minor nagging injuries that slow him down. They don't keep him out of games. They slow him down. Right, so he played, what was it, last year before on an ankle that he literally got surgery the week after the season ended. And it's, dude, you played on this for that long? Okay, God bless you, because he didn't cry. He didn't make any excuses. Now you're in this offense that you're supposed to be the number one, but look around. You got CeeDee Lamb in the slot, right, which is great for a rookie wide receiver, because I make the argument, when you look at these rookie wide receivers that come in and start in the slot, they light it up. Because they're playing your third corner, right? They got a two-way go. They've got all kinds of options where they're not the number one out on the outside the numbers and getting pressed against the sideline and bumped out of bounds, right? So you got CeeDee Lamb in the slot. You got Michael Gallup as a legitimate deep threat on the outside. And as soon as he went down, you had Cedric Wilson. And then guess what? When Cedric Wilson was off, you had any number of cats that probably hung around in the practice squad that were catching passes randomly, that Amari Cooper is literally the number one receiver, and he's literally the fourth option. Because the offense was that deep. You look around and look. I mean, unlike other teams, these cats, I think CeeDee Lamb.
So where can you see Amari Cooper going? Because he's not going to be in Dallas this year.
They were trying to talk about Chicago. They were trying to get him in Chicago, but I don't know.
But see, now the problem is,
what's his name, Brian Cutler or something like that?
Oh, Justin Wilson.
Justin Fields.
Justin Fields. Yeah, Justin Fields
is the quarterback, and then what's his name? Andy Dalton is there too.
Wait, right? What?
Yeah, Andy Dalton is the backup right now.
Oh, okay.
For Chicago, right? See, here's where Dallas literally shits the bed constantly because they have a pretty good GM. The dude can spot talent. He does pretty good in the draft. The problem is that the Joneses go public with all their fucking moves, right? So you take Amari Cooper, for example. They've already went public and said they're going to cut him, right? Which means you can't trade him for shit. You can't. Anybody that would have traded for him, as soon as they heard you're going to cut him, they're going to underpay. Well, yeah, we'll give you like a 6th-round pick for him. No, right? And it's, well, I don't have to give you shit. If you said you're going to cut him, go ahead and cut him. We'll just sign him.
Sign him.
Right? And best of all, nobody's probably going to break the door down to get him if he's cut because he's $20 million a year. But as soon as he clears waivers, he can sign wherever he wants to. Right? And you, as a team, don't get shit out this deal. Nothing. Right? You can't even go scare Jacksonville into offering you something for him because you went public with cutting him. So cut him, right? Then back to them.
Speaking of Jacksonville, that quarterback need to leave. They doing my boy dirty.
Hell no, man. He just getting out. Hell no. You talking about Lawrence?
Yeah, Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence.
He getting started. Like, no, he did good last year, man. He on the way.
They lost almost every game.
No.
But that was because they had a crazy ass coach.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That coach is trash. He needs to leave. And that coach.
Well, he's going. They fired Urban Meyer.
Oh, they did.
Yeah, they fired him mid-season.
I don't know, bro. But
here's their problem now.
He has to go to a system that's set up and ready for him.
Now, see, here's what's great about Trevor Lawrence, right? As a number 1 pick, you were the face of the franchise. So ownership is going to sit you down and say, hey, what do we need to get you to make you successful? He can pick his coach. He can pick his offensive coordinator, everything, because they want him to succeed. He's the number 1 pick. Right?
He's not better than Justin Herbert, though.
No, but look at what Herbert walked into.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Herbert walked into an offensive-minded coach that was on an NFL staff, right? Brought him in, go to the combine, say, yeah, he can make all the throws. Guess what? We can throw the whole playbook at this cat, right? Trevor Lawrence is the same way. The only thing is that he walked into a situation that nobody saw coming, right? Which is usually college coaches don't do well in the NFL. Usually. Right? Urban Meyer just proved that again. So now, for him, he's got to say something like, you know who I'd like? Kellen Moore from the Cowboys. Because look what he did for Prescott. I want that. But Kellen Moore resigned. So now you got to find somebody like that to come in to be the quarterback whisperer. Right? So they brought in Doug Peterson. Doug Peterson has carte blanche to build his staff. But I guarantee behind closed doors, they told him something like, we need somebody to make Trevor Lawrence look good.
Right. But there's nobody there. They don't have no true number 1 receiver there. The only thing they got is that running back. He's from Miami or something. That little running back they got.
But see, they had DJ Chark, right? Who wants out, probably because of the Urban Meyer situation. He got burnt out. He's a free agent, and I don't even think they franchise tagged him because I know the deadline was today, and I don't remember seeing that text. But he wanted to test the free agent market. But now, when you come in, we're back to Amari Cooper. Yeah, if you wanted to, and I'm pretty sure Jacksonville can fit him under the cap. You can claim him off of waivers.
They should. I mean, right? If another team about to cut him, just sign him. That's it.
Yep.
Just let him clear his
just
waivers.
take him. You can. I mean, for them. And then here's the fix. Like back to Dallas, you don't want to, but you can. But Jacksonville can do this. You can fix this. I think Cooper has 3 years left on it, so he's got a $60 million contract left. 3 years left, right? You can kick this can down the road and extend him 2 more years. Make that $60 million hit $12 million a year instead of 20. You can probably fit $12 million under your cap. Just claim off of waivers, but. If you want Trevor Lawrence to be better, you got 2 options. You either get him a number 1 receiver or an above average tight end. And tight ends were getting franchised left and right today. So You're not grabbing one of them. But if you got a number one receiver that's getting ready to get cut, go move some money around so you can fit him under the cap. That's the way I see it. Still there? Uh-oh.
Yo.
Oh, okay.
My fault. I was I'm in the truck. I was just doing something real fast.
All right. I thought
but yeah,
maybe
I see Amari Cooper. Well, I mean, he has 3 more. You say he has 3 more seasons?
Yeah, I think he's got 3 years left on his contract.
Yeah, he ain't going nowhere. I would really like to see him going to like, I don't know, like I don't like him in Dallas because I feel like they don't use him. They don't use him right. They just throw the ball and he'll just catch the ball like down the sideline and that's it. Or he'll do a stop and go or he'll come back. I feel like they don't use him right. Like I feel like I don't know. He needed like I wish he went to Seattle with Russell Wilson there and DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett. It would have been a wrap.
Yeah, the problem is, like I said, there's too many options in Dallas for a $20 million a year wide receiver.
Right.
Yeah, there's too many. I mean, but if he went to like Jacksonville, I mean, look, he'd be head and shoulders above everybody else. Yeah, if Chark leaves, right, that means for argument's sake, Tavon Austin becomes your number 2 wide receiver, right? So you have to throw the ball at Cooper. Right. Yeah. You can pray you get lucky and find like a backup tight end somewhere that can come in and be a legitimate passing threat for Trevor Lawrence to have a security blanket, but you're praying. Yeah. You can draft one in the draft, and you just hope you get the kid in Atlanta, but there's no guarantee. Right. Then speaking of him, with Calvin Ridley getting suspended, oh man, they're going to throw the ball your way every chance they get next year.
Damn. But I'm about to I got to do some stuff with this truck and then I'm about to head to go to bed. I got to drive tomorrow. But it was nice talking to you guys, man. I hope you guys have a good night. I'll be probably just listening from the clouds.
Okay. Yeah, Calvin Ridley. Speaking of this Calvin Ridley thing, like me, I don't understand, man. Who are pretty much advising these young guys to do what they doing, man? I don't see like what's the point. So now he's gonna be suspended. I don't know how many games, but
whole year
taking parlays and you betting. that ain't smart. I don't understand, man. That's not smart.
No, he got a 1-year suspension, so he can't even apply, to be reinstated until next March.
Wow.
So next season is already written off.
That's crazy.
And then like to me, it was like, come on, man. I mean, look, everybody gambles, right? You cannot go public with yours.
True.
Right. So the problem is like now, instead of like sending your friend down to like the casino to place the bet or whatever, they're doing it on their cell phones.
Yeah.
And the only cat that was worse than this was that linebacker for the Cardinals.
Which one? To my while back?
Yeah, 2 years ago? So he got an indefinite suspension.
What linebacker you talking about from the Cardinals?
Oh man, I can't remember his name, but I mean, if you Google it, you couldn't. This dude couldn't have messed up anymore if he had a book on how to mess up. Right? He's at the casino betting on games. Then he asked for a line of credit, right, through the casino. So he filled out an application for credit. And what did he put as an employer? Arizona Cardinals.
Well, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah. And then it was, the cat at the wait a minute.
Hello, what's his name?
Or don't you play for the Cardinals?
Yeah, you talking about Zaven Collins?
Yeah.
Okay, Sean. Yeah, him. I don't know who he is.
Yeah. Yeah. It was like, don't you play for the Cardinals? What are you doing here? Yeah, you can't. And guess what? I mean, they couldn't run fast enough to go tell it, dude, we got a deck on an Arizona Cardinal player, not an employee, player.
Player. I ain't trying to gamble.
Yeah, and he wants a line of credit to throw more money at, and then the league caught win, suspended indefinitely.
Wow.
And then to hear Cash trying to defend him, look, nobody said you can't gamble. You just can't go public with it. That's what your friends are for. Back to like we said with Cam with the yes men.
Yes,
you
man.
have a dude to say, hey, look, Steve, use your phone and put $1,000 on the Panthers to lose for me. And then just give him the money. And then if it comes back to you, just tell him, hey, he's a friend of mine. I just lent him $1,000 or whatever. But he's a friend of mine. That's your insulation. You can't do it personally.
No, you can't do it by yourself, man. No, never do no dirty work.
And then the problem was that is, hey, look, once you do this as a player, you open the door to point shaving. Now, who's to say that you're not in bed, with the casino or somebody, and you owe a ton of money, and they tell you, how you can fix this? Drop a couple of passes, or whatever. However, whatever you can do to affect the outcome of this game, so we can make our money back off of you.
So do you think the NFL and the NBA, you think that's rigged? You think they rigged like that? They do it? I know we do we hear about the point shaving and fixing games, but do you really think that overall, like, is somebody really putting pressure on them players to do dumb shit?
I'm gonna say across the board, no.
Okay.
Right? Across the board. But at the same time, the one team that the league is really worried about is Vegas.
Okay.
Right? Because you're already in a gambling capital. And you're right here. So any franchise in Vegas, the door is wide open for this. So now you have to wonder, are the Raiders favored by 6 and did they win by 5? Yeah. Did it come down to a kick in a kicker that makes this kick like 9 times out of 10 magically shanks one bad? Yeah. Was he in on this? Because you're in Vegas, so you don't know. He might have shown up at the local gas station and there's some cat telling him, hey, look, you guys better lose by 5 or else. And now that's playing in his head when they go. But to say, if there's any league set up for gambling, it is the NFL. They're the only league that has an injury report and an injury protocol. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
Only league with that. So you look at it like, you get an injury report is due by Thursday, right? Goes public. So, for example, for the Cowboys, Dak Prescott is injured. Here comes injury report. Is he playing or not? It's yes or no. If it's a game time decision, guess what? The league hates that, and so do the casinos. Because they're going to change the line. If he's not playing, star quarterback's not playing, oh yeah, the line's going to shift. So they're the only league set up for that. Baseball.
Baseball.
Baseball. You already know. Hey, look, if you're like, use the Phillies, right? Their ace is playing every 5 games. That's probably the one game you're probably going to bet the Phillies because your best pitcher's going. You're probably going to win.
Who the ace on? Zach Wheeler, huh? Ain't he the ace?
He might be now.
I think he is now.
I think Nola's on his way out.
Yo. Now, speaking of baseball, now they were saying something about, Roger Clemens and Barry Bonds, right? They had, it's like their last chance of getting on this ballot. Like, do you think they're gonna finally get in, or they not gonna ever get in?
With them, the problem is it's back to that long memory, like with Vic. These cats have long memory, so some of these cats remember when Barry Bonds was with Pittsburgh and how big an ass he was. Right? It's like, well, we don't care what you did on the field. It was you were mean to me in the locker room. So guess what? You're not getting my vote.
Wow.
Clemens was almost the same way. So it's to try and tell these cats, hey man, look, you need to separate your personal feelings from this. And then, and then also with baseball, unlike other sports, it is almost what you do off the field too.
True.
So if you're, like back to Vic, if Vic was a baseball player, he'd never see the Hall of Fame.
Never.
Yeah, because it's to say, hey, look, I mean, back to the same thing. Look at gambling. Pete Rose.
Rose.
It's like, no, never. Yeah, we can keep talking about Pete Rose, but he gambled on the sport. So guess what? He will never be inducted into the Hall of Fame. The only way he'll get in here is if he buys a ticket.
So I'm starting to feel that way about Barry Bonds. I'm like, damn, I don't think Barry Bonds gonna get in. If he don't get in now, I don't think they're gonna let him get in. All right, Roger Clemens. I'm just sounding like we feel kind of bad for them guys. Like, damn, you guys are the greats, and y'all not getting to get in. Like, man, I don't know.
Yeah, and like I said, it's like stuff you do off the field, interview kind of stuff. Because I mean, I give you an example of a cat that like privately, nobody wanted to let him in the Hall of Fame, but he got in. It's Eric Dickerson.
Eric Dickerson, okay.
Right? Yeah. So he got the nickname Dick for a reason.
Okay.
Right? He talked his way out of LA. So the Rams traded him to the Colts. Right? Goes to the Colts, and it was like, he just shitted on him. Like, I go from LA to this hick town, playing with these clowns and this, telling reporters I don't have time for your shit. Get out of my face. All that. Right? But the dude put up numbers. Right? Then he got thrown out of Indy, wound up playing in Atlanta for a year, or actually bounced around the last 3 or 4 years. Right? Now he's mad because he didn't get to play in Super Bowl, all this, still taking out on reporters and stuff. Right? Retires 5 years later, first shot, goes in.
I mean, I kind of got that same feeling with Ricky Waters too, right? Ricky Waters, he wasn't too cool with the media, and yet things he was saying, like when they asked him, why he didn't catch his pass or why he didn't go for it, and he said, for what, for who? They said they might use that against him too. That might be the reason why he won't get in. Yeah, I never seen Ricky Waters as a Hall of Fame. I never seen him as a Hall of Famer type running back. I never seen it. Like I never thought he would be one, but probably won't be one. I don't know.
Probably not, but it's like, quietly, like, pretty good career.
Yeah.
And actually, I'll say kind of great, right? But he got lost in the wash when he left San Fran and went to Philly. And then I forgot where he went afterwards. But it was
Seattle.
But kind of faded into oblivion. And it was kind of like, yeah, whatever.
Did he go to Seattle?
Yeah, I think he did. But it was to say, like, you kind of vanished after that. Right? And now your whole, like you said, you remember forever for one line. For who, for what? But you were in an era where going over the middle was to prove your toughness. Right? But now I do remember with him, the book on him was defensively, hit him hard, he'll fumble. Hit him early, he'll quit. So everybody was taking their shots. And those two things happened a lot. And then it was back to the for who, for what game. He took a couple of vicious hits in there. And then here's a pass that if you'd have caught it, probably would have been the difference maker. And you gator armed it. But then it's the same.
I'm just looking at different guys who. When I talk about this Hall of Fame, I do admire anybody who can get into the Hall of Fame, and I feel like certain people, people don't deem them as Hall of Famers. I call them Hall of Famers, and I'm looking at even at Leroy Butler. He finally got in. And I was grateful to see that. I was happy to see him finally getting in because I feel he was one of the better safeties in the '90s. But it's like, why you got to be so long? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because look, like I'll make the argument, like, okay, good for Leroy Butler, good for Troy Polamalu, good for Ed Reed, but you can't seem to forget the guy that they all or modeled after, Darren Woodson.
Darren Woodson, okay.
Right? Darren Woodson was an undersized linebacker at Arizona State, right? Got drafted by the Cowboys in the second round to play safety. And then this cat did everything that all those cats I just mentioned. He was doing that before them.
Yeah.
Right? As a safety, coming down in the box, playing linebacker, playing coverage linebacker, going from safety to linebacker, safety to corner slot corner, right? Blitzing quarterbacks, tackling cats, coming and filling gaps and tackling backs for losses and shit, right? Everything those cats did, he did, right? The only thing was that he wasn't as flashy. He didn't have like 15 sacks a year or some shit, but he literally will put up like 200 tackles a year.
Yeah.
Right? And it was to say, but then at the same time, this dude played 12 years. Yeah. Come on, give the man his due. And then he's not the only one. There were cats before him, but safeties have always gotten overlooked as far as the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, cause they just put in Donnie Shell last year. So it's like, all right, even got like one of my favorites. I've been, trying to have that little debate with people like, do you think he'll get in? I'm like, man, I can see him getting in, not no time soon, but I mean, he was one of those better safeties coming out to Ed Reed and Palomalu and Bob Sanders. So I see him actually having a shot. Like I think he'll get in kind of like on some Leroy Butler. I think Darren Woodson would get in too, like Steve Atwater. They'll get in, but it's not going to be first ballot, second ballot. But like I don't want nobody to think that if Richard Sherman and Earl Thomas would get in, that Cam Chancellor wouldn't get in the Hall of Fame, man. Like you just crazy if you think that. It just won't be the same as Ed Reed and Palomalu on some first time stuff. Like these guys
Cam Chancellor's career was too short.
True that. True.
Yeah, if you're gonna have a short career, then you literally have to change the game, right? So the argument for that would be like we're gonna go way back, but Bob Hayes, right?
Bob Hayes, yeah.
Had a fairly short career, which was kind of common back then. But Bob Hayes changed the game so dramatically that it's still there today. He's the reason for his own defense.
Zone defense, yeah, too fast.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But because you changed the game, it was before him, dudes couldn't even spell zone defense, let alone play one. So you're a difference maker. Or like we said with Lawrence Taylor, 3-4 defense. He's a rush linebacker. Change the game, right?
Change the game, most definitely.
So if you're gonna have these short careers, you better do something that changes the game. Now, sadly, Cam Chancellor, was like probably 20 years after Ken Swillen, who was nicknamed the biggest safety in captivity. Yeah.
Okay.
So he was a dude that was like literally like 6'4", 250 pounds, playing safety, but he got exposed. He was a great run stopper, but he couldn't cover for shit.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like, but then, at the same time, a dude that popped up probably 10, 12 years after him, Roy Williams. Remember what Bill Parcells said about him? He's a biscuit away from being a linebacker.
Yeah.
It was the same thing. Here's another great, like box safety, can't cover for shit.
Can't cover, yeah. Roy Williams had a hard time covering, yeah.
Yeah, but then when you found these, like I said, like Darren Woodson, Leroy Butler, Troy Polamalu, Ed Reed, safeties that could, run stop and cover.
And cover.
It was like, whoa. Now you've seen like there's a whole crop of them now. And now the latest thing is now you need that one, but you also need a free safety that's a ball hawk.
True.
Right? And it's to say, well, if you're gonna play this defense and you need a free safety that's like a center fielder, a ball hawk, single high, all those is like, this safety needs to be probably the most athletic dude on your team.
Yeah, I get that from old buddy from Tennessee, that Kevin Byard got number 31. He's the one I see that was more like more on some Ed Reed type shit. I'm not saying he's not Ed Reed at all, but I'm saying he's that free safety that he definitely snagged them balls out the air though. And he's good at it. He can cover too. I don't see too many other safeties who's like that. Jesse Bates pretty cool, but Kevin Byard probably be the better one, in my opinion, out the safeties now. That remind me of the old school safeties, right? But in the case of Cam Chancellor, the reason why I'm mentioning Cam Chancellor because I'm just looking at that era, from 2011 to 2017, that it wasn't. I ain't seen no safety above him. He was the one that put fear in people's hearts. So like he didn't necessarily change the game, but he did change the game during the game. Like them seasons when they went to the Super Bowl, or even the one before or the one afterwards, he was the one that everybody had to fear and respect on the field. Like the quarterbacks had to look out for that guy more than Earl Thomas or even Richard Sherman. And I'm like, okay, he was the boom in the so-called Legion of Boom. So, all right, if you're going to put these other guys in, you got to put the boom in too eventually. And the reason why his career ended was because of the fact that he had that little neck injury. And I'm like, all right, well, take that into consideration. If it wasn't for the neck injury, he would have continued to play to 2020 or whatnot, then for sure he would have been a second ballot Hall of Famer. I just want that. Like even with Bob Sanders, I still think that Bob Sanders would get in like how Tony Baselli got in, right? Like short career injuries for Bob Sanders, but yeah, when he was playing, he was the best. He was rivaling Ed Reed and Palomalu. Got a Super Bowl ring, won a Defensive Player of the Year, and he was actually more effective in a lot of them games and really more important to his team than them other guys were, in my opinion. Because when the case of Palomalu, you had so many great defenders around you. Same thing with Ed Reed. It was a whole bunch of great defenders. The defense was based on, the culture was based on defense. But when you got the coach, whose culture is based on offense, and now you got this Bob Sanders guy who made the defense relevant to the point where you guys win a Super Bowl with this guy. I mean, I just want folks to consider those kind of things. That this guy was no slouch. That don't use injuries and all that against these guys. Use on like what you said earlier, the behavior of the locker room behavior. How you treat the media, or how you are as a person outside. Use that against them. But if you can't use that, I wouldn't want to use just the injury part. I saw what you was doing. That's my opinion. I'm about to get up off this, Mr. Baum. I appreciate talking to you, though. I do. All right. All right, Baum. All right, Baum. All right. I'll talk to you. All right.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks for coming.
Okay. All right.
I'm gonna turn this stuff off downstairs.
Okay.
They probably figure, he's been quiet. We must have scared him off. No, you didn't, bitch.
Oh, you good, man? Oh God.
I just know
Yeah, I was thinking about that when I went in and took a quick bath, and I was like, "Damn, it's late." And
we were talking football, and then I turned around, I was like, "Oh shit, this
you
11:30."
Yeah, you gotta get ready to go to bed. Anyway, everybody, check it out. I'll probably see y'all tomorrow because I am surprisingly tired, but not really because I think about it. I was up all night. I had a doctor's appointment today, and I was scared. Like I wanted to go to sleep, but I wanted to sew, and so I was like, okay, I'm gonna go to sleep, but I wanted to sew. Right, so I'm getting ready they got a fair coming up, and they have some farmers markets close by. I'm thinking about taking some items up there and test selling them. Somebody gave me that idea and told me they think it'd be a great idea for me to bring some things out there. So I'm preparing for that. So I'm making quick things like masks, also surgical caps, purses and bags, and if for coffee drinkers, right? I'm making a coffee cup, I guess, what is it called? Like a protector, right? Making those designs for those, making them customizable as well. If you want to put your name on it, what else am I making? Hair, what are they called? Headbands, and what else? The pillows, of course. Thinking of what else I was thinking. So I'm preparing for that as well. Also, yeah. So tomorrow, though, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get up. Maybe if I go to sleep, because I claim I'm gonna go to sleep, but what that really means is that I'm just gonna go to bed, and I get in bed and I turn the TV on, and then I'm up until about 4:30. That's usually when I end up going to sleep. It takes me that long, and then I had a doctor's appointment, so I called them, and I was like, I don't feel good because I didn't want to go out, so I had the doctor's appointment from home, which was a good thing. And then I signed on. Anyway, I'll probably see y'all tomorrow because I do have some sewing to do. When I want to sew something, right, it stays on my mind. So yesterday I pre-cut the mask that I want to make. I didn't design another mask, but it is a different design. I didn't design it. I found a video on it. I made one of this type of mask in the first of the pandemic, it took too long to make it. But I found a video of somebody making it in no time. So they had a different way of doing it. And I was like, okay, let me check it out. Let me try it. And the mask came out really nice, right? So I decided to give it a try. So that's what I'm doing. I have some Ukrainian mask that says, let me see. I'll show y'all a few of them before I sign up. Let me see. The ones that I've done so far, where are they? I think I'll show them to y'all tomorrow. But I made this one. It says Puck Futin, and it says stand with the Ukrainians. I'll show it to y'all tomorrow. But let me see if I can share it. I don't have no clothes, y'all. I just got out the tub. I took a little bath. Let me see. How do I do this? I gotta go. Bobby was here, so he looked like he was messing with a few things. Let's see, let's go here. Oh, I want to finish playing the video of this woman. We'll do that tomorrow because there was something she did at the end that I thought was gonna bring it all together. But we'll talk about it tomorrow. Okay. Let me find this little clip before I go to bed. I do wanna let me turn the camera on. And then I'm going to go here. Yeah, I don't have on the clothes for real. Like, let's put on the robe real quick. Yeah. When with myself. Yo, let's see. Yeah, let's see. Okay. So this is it's a different design, right? So this design has the nose piece and a chin piece. And I'm able to put just a nice piece of fabric here. Like if you had a nice fabric so this would be for a little girl because I have this is Minnie Mouse, right? Let me see the one let me see. That was so small you probably don't see it much. This says Pluck Futin. Now, if you look at it closely, the P goes with the Putin, and the F go with the uck, which would mean really, so you can wear this to work. Instead of saying fuck Putin, it says puck Putin. Okay? Instead of saying, I did see this, I saw this on someone's shirt, I think. It was on a shirt, and I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna make a mask. So it says puck Putin, right? Which means fuck Putin. Stand with Ukraine, right? That's what it says. I put it in red, white, and blue, so it'd be like American. And then it's on black, but then I have the American fabric for the nose and the chin area. If you look at it from this side, you'll see the American fabric, right? I put the nose piece in here so it bends around your nose. And I also made this where you could put a filter in. See this sector right here, this flag area? That's the part where you could go put a filter in. It's a filter pocket. Can't really see it that well from here, but that's what that is. This one is not done. As you see, I haven't closed the edges up yet. Okay. So I can make them in kids, right? And this will go up. This is from a toddler, like leaky size, all the way up into like an 8-year-old, believe it or not, because the way it curves. And this is adult. This would be a man size, and because of the chin and the nose, even if you have a beard, it'll fit. It'll grab your chin because of this extra piece of fabric. Okay. And this one is going to say, I stand with Ukraine. Let me see if I can unpin it. I might show y'all me sewing this tomorrow so you can see how simple it is to make it. But I did embroider. I stained with Ukraine. And I made the colors blue and yellow. Okay, I'll probably sew that tomorrow so y'all can see me do it. And this is a really simple mask. If you wanted to make this design, even by hand, this is really simple. Okay, I'll show y'all how to do it tomorrow. Okay, but anyway, I'm going, y'all, because hubby just came back in the room to me. Go back here, and I am going to say good night. What's that song? Something about to all my legal friends. Oh, that was Mickey Mouse, wasn't it? Was it a bye-bye song? Yeah. MICKEY. I don't know. Anyway, y'all, I got bad.